Good morning and welcome, everybody. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron, that's Oz.
Hi.
That's Steel and I'm Toe.
Oh, yeah. I heard you've been miscategorized. Is that your name?
I have been not misgendered, but yeah, I've been aliased? Misaliased?
That's so funny.
It's misogyny.
What's up, Toe?
I'm Toe, and you know what I've heard, Oz? You know what the word on the street is?
What's that?
Everybody's a buzz about the toe guy.
And you recorded
it.
Perfect.
That's just what I'm hearing. I'm just hearing that, and that's our buddy Wheezy, who was on the evening show last night to try to defend Elisa Jordana. Did not go well for Wheezy. I do want to apologize to my audience. I got very upset, and I yelled at Wheezy, but he was so stupid. We kept saying the same thing to the fucking guy over and over and over and over. And I will say, one great way, if you're ever looking to make me lose my patience, one way to do it is to make me repeat myself multiple times.
Yeah, okay.
I hate it. I don't know why. It's just always been that way with me.
Yeah.
If I say something to you and then you deny that I said it and you make me say it again.
Oh, yeah.
The second time I'll still be okay. The third time, I'm going to lose my mind. It's probably something I should work on, more patience. But I don't want to work on it because I like, those things that you know about yourself and you're like, I know from the outside looking in, this looks like a bad quality, but I like it.
Sure.
I like this bad quality about me. That's one of them. Where I go to that the Wheezy guy, Elisa's lackey, and I said, we have this botter guy admitting that he swatted at least Bob Levy, and if he swatted Bob, he swatted all of us. And he goes, well, just because he admitted it doesn't mean anything. And I'm like, no, it actually means about 99% of everything.
Yeah.
When you admit to something. And now that botter guy's getting his dick kicked in by us, and I got screenshots yesterday of him going, 70% sure it's Jake Hudson. I'm like, look, Jake Hudson is a lot of things. A swatter, he is not. We have the screenshots of Jake going into the Kermit and Friends Discord, talking shit about us, and then Botter going, is this his private information? And then puts all of our shit out there.
Oh, wow.
So I'm sorry. And by the way, that was the day we first got swatted, was the 16th. So I'm sorry, Botter. It was you. He's getting very nervous now. The screenshots I'm getting from their Discord are that this guy's trying to deflect. And no, it was Jake. It was this person. We got you dead to rights, stupid. And I know we've made you stop, but that doesn't mean we're going to stop looking for you. I'm sorry. I said this to the Kermit and Friends people a long time ago. I said it to them when this thing first started. You took your shot and you missed. If you're going to come at a show like this, you have to make sure you put us away for good. Because it's like Casino. If you come at Nicky with your fists, he'll come back with a knife. Yep. If you get him with a knife, he'll bring a gun. And if you get him with a gun, well, you'd better kill him because he will keep coming after you until there's nothing left.
Yep.
That's our show. You've been doing it with me longer than anyone. How many of these feuds have we been in where it's just like, oh, so they're not going to stop?
Yeah, we've ran into this a time or two.
They're going to pound into this particular person because this is how it always goes. We're minding our own business doing an offensive show. Somebody decides to go, I don't like that offensive show. Somebody should do something about it. All you had to do was mind your own business.
All you had to do was...
All you had to do was change it on the radio or click something else on the internet. Yeah. That's all you had to do. Now, Mr. Holds a Grudge over here, you've made an enemy for life. And so that's where they found themselves. So yesterday... We've been kicking the shit out of them forever. Yesterday, Kevin Brennan and Bob Levy have Elisa on their show, Misery Loves Company.
Okay.
And they finished her off.
Oh.
I mean, it was the end of the line for Elisa Jordana. And then she tweets last night after we do our beating about her from her beating she got on Kevin and Bob's show. And I was on the phone with Bob Levy most of the morning yesterday. Just basically, he's like, hey, I need you to get me this information. I'm going to do a terrible Bob Levy. I need you to get me this information. I need you to get me what you know about this Bada guy. I need you to get me this and that, and then we'll be able to take care of this Elisa. And so I coordinated with him, and he had all the information he needed to just tear her apart, and they did. And then she tweets yesterday, "Don't ask me on any more podcast interviews. I'm strictly an IRL streamer now."
Oh, of course.
Which, by the way, is the saddest thing you can be, is an IRL streamer. It's not, I'm walking to the mall, let's talk to a homeless person. Brutal. It's brutal. So, Oz, from all the ears that we have on our dog tags throughout these last 10 years or so,
Yeah.
all the ears we have hanging from our dog tags, from the people that we've rebuffed, we can now add Killing the Kermit and Friends show onto our list. Elisa Jordana is no longer doing Kermit and Friends. She's been run off of podcasting. She's an IRL streamer now, or as it's known, the thing you do when you don't have the talent to do a podcast, but you don't have the dignity to get off the internet. That's where Elisa's at. So we can't take full credit. Bob and Kevin get a big chunk of the credit because, like I said, while we had the head hanging 75% off, they're the ones who went, all right, kiddo, here we go. They took the double-sided axe from Braveheart. They finished the thing off.
Okay.
So I got to say that victory feels really, really good. And then last night, we're about to have a little fun with our buddy Chad Zumock.
Okay. We're
about to have a little more fun with Chad. He made a Mondays with Mazer episode, which is available on his Patreon. Go check it out. Don't spend too much. By the way, he did a dumb thing. He upped his Patreon to $10 a month at a time when everyone wants to make fun of him and watch his product. You make it cheaper. So then more people will see it and they'll maybe stick around for when you
quantity over quality.
For right? When you up the number. You don't now make it harder to watch you when all of these people want to. You know what that is? That's a lack of confidence. It shows that you don't think this thing's going to continue. You're riding a short wave and you're trying to grab an extra $5 a person while doing it.
Okay.
Actually, I'll tell you exactly what he did. He saw the level that I was subscribed at his Patreon,
sure,
and he started posting everything on the level up. And if you don't think I can spend the $5 to watch all your other stuff, Chad, today I will be spending the $5. Are you out of your goddamn mind? What would I do without you? You complete me. You're my favorite, Chad. I don't think you understand this. You keep thinking this is a feud. This is a crush. I love you, Chad. I'm not going anywhere, buddy, because I'm going to help this man. I don't care how much he struggles. I don't care how much he fights. I'm going to help this man. He has no top lip. He has no sense of humor. He has no ability to laugh at himself, except for that Cardiff interview. You got to be more like that. He doesn't know how to broadcast. He doesn't know how to do a show. I'm going to help this man.
Okay.
Chad is going. He is my project. So last night, we're about to watch this show of his that spent the first 20 minutes complaining about us. And he's starting to backslide a little. He's starting to do the, I don't know this, I don't know that, and then say that he knows all this stuff. But now the lie he's telling himself is, oh, people send it to me. It's like, Chad, nobody watches you to be a fan of you, so nobody's sending you this stuff. You're watching it and learning it. It's okay. We watch all your stuff, Chad. It's okay to admit it. Don't be so insecure. That's lesson number one. Number two, be honest with your audience or you can't make a connection with them. Like, watch this. Guys, feeling kind of gay today. See, now they know that. We've connected.
Sure.
On a human level. So Chad deleted that video while we were watching it.
Oh, wow.
He took it down, which tells you one thing. He's watching the show.
Yes.
So we had some fun with that on the show. He thought he'd delete the video, and we go, oh, we don't have Chad. We just started celebrating that we made him take it down. That's great.
So backfired.
Yeah, it backfired on him. So then, right after our show's over, he puts out this big tweet that says, just FYI for everyone, I got information from other people that some guy was going to watch my show for free, and so I took it down. Like, no, nobody told you, Chad. It happened in real time. It would take you at least 5 minutes to get a message about something, go in there and delete the video. You were on it. Boom. We listened to 4 seconds of the clip I had timestamped, and it was out of there. It's okay to say this show shits on me all the time. I don't like it, so I watch it, I monitor it, and I try to choke off its access to me. It's okay to do that, young Chad. But again, I'm going to help this man. I'm going to help this man. And by the end of it, you will see a new and improved Chad Zumock. And you know what the other thing is, Oz?
What's that?
I'm not even going to ask him to say thank you.
Oh.
I am a gracious God. So, Chad,
Fair.
Set a couple of things straight, buddy. You were a third mic on a show nobody had ever heard of. I hosted a show. Oz was a co-host on the show. We had a 30 share in St. Cloud. We blew everyone out. And when we got offered to go back, we turned it down and we went to do this. I'm sorry if that doesn't fit what you want to believe, Chad, but
Yeah.
it's the way it went. And you can't really shit on our lack of success because if you look at all the metrics, we are hundreds times more successful than you are. So if you try to shit on us, you're kind of shitting on yourself. Don't do that, Chad. It doesn't work. Jonathan Wright. So that's our update. Yesterday was a big 2-0 day for Steel Toe. Also, yesterday's morning show, because we played that clip from the drag show in Canada that Trudeau was on, the Drag Race Canada struck our video. So I had to edit that part out.
Oh.
And I had to wait for the morning show to re-upload all day, and it took until the middle of the night last night. Jeez. So YouTube took a while with that, but it is up again. Yesterday's morning show is up again. It's too bad because we missed out on a lot of audience. It was our most viewed live morning show ever, and I'm sure this morning will probably break that. We're just on a nice growth period, but it is back up. So if you want to check out yesterday's morning show, feel free. I'm sorry to the Patreon people, too. I do have to put the members-only show up on Patreon. Apologize for that. Jonathan writes, just finished the Fish and Heather beatings. Instant classic. I put the Thursday show, or not the Thursday show, the Iowa show up on Thursday.
I did watch some of that just to bring back some memories, and it's a little brutal.
Do you want to pick a random spot in that show to listen to us beat up Heather from Iowa? By the way, I do have a question. Yes. I do have a question for anyone who heard, because we were going to listen to it yesterday and we forgot. Does anybody have what our old radio station's announcement was yesterday? Because our old station yesterday, I was in the gym and they have it on in the gym. And they said at 9 a.m. Monday, we're going to have a big announcement on the Johnny Rock Show. I asked in the Toe Boys page if anyone had heard it, just driving around or something. Nobody.
Okay. Yeah.
Nobody can tell me what the big announcement was. I understand the morning show there has a 0.0, but I never thought that meant literally 0 people were listening to it. I thought that was more of a statistical thing. Like it was statistically 0, not literally 0. I need to know what the announcement was. Also, Denny Neese, the guy who pretty much runs Leighton Broadcasting, sent me an odd friend request yesterday.
Oh, wow.
I will say this. The way our show is growing right now, I have zero interest in ever returning to radio.
Right.
But as a businessman, I am always willing to field offers.
Well, yeah, you got to test the water.
Got to look at offers. You can't just go, no, never going back. Look.
But then if the right amount of...
Yeah. People say never. I'm never going back. Let me say this. I don't want to go back. I will always listen to a friendly offer. What if someone comes to you and says, hey, I want you to do a once-a-week radio show that you can pre-record and we'll give you X amount of dollars. And you're like, oh, well, shit, I'd be an idiot not to do that. Mm-hmm. We'll see. But maybe he just wanted a new friend.
I remember that time that Bob came out to one of the comedy shows at the Benton Station.
He certainly did.
Yep.
Bob played footsie with us a lot throughout our career.
Yes, he did.
Bob was playing footsie with me a year into us doing this, asking about our numbers. How are you doing on here? What are you doing on here? I finally just told him, I said, Bob, if you want me to be a digital consultant for you, I'll teach you how to, set this thing off. So, yes, the Fish and Heather beatings. Here, let's see. Let's just pick a random spot in the infamous Iowa episode. Are you guys ready to hear Adrian Washington? It's going to be weird for you to hear Adrian.
The attitude was a little different back then.
Yeah, this is...
that you never were friends, but it certainly seems like it.
Here's about 3 hours into the Iowa episode.
Picking up your kids today. That's what you should be wishing. I'm a bad father. Bad in the awesome sense, like I'm a bad man. The Real White Mike says, why can't I see the post on Laser 1033? I'm pissed. No, we're having you guys post to the page, and you're not doing enough. I put this up on the Twitch chat. Yeah, you guys got to get moving on that. You got to really embarrass these people. We got to hammer them into the ground.
Hey, while you're hammering.
Yeah.
Okay, Adrian's about to say something. Do you think he's going to plug something he was doing? Adrian never wanted to come on for the stories of the content.
Speaking of hammering.
Do you think he's going to promote something?
Of course.
Okay.
Even if y'all can't come to the show tonight.
Yes. It's too
One track mind, yep.
To support. The link's on the Twitch feed to buy a ticket. Buy one for somebody.
I put that in there. Just scroll up a tiny bit.
He did. That's right up.
Even if you don't want to go to my show tonight, buy a ticket for someone else. Boy, he was always shameless. You know, I only started making fun of him for it after he was a dick to us. But now I go back and I listen. He was always like that.
Yeah. Yep.
He was always a shameless huckster.
One track mind.
Yeah.
Boom.
Hey, should I think of something funny to add to the show or anything? No, I just got to wait until I can plug my shows.
Where's my next dollar?
Yeah.
I'll put it in there again.
It's a couple up before you're not doing enough. Okay.
Yes, exactly. You should make this a weekly bit. Tune in and destroy some poor, terrible radio program. No, the reason I'm destroying these guys, there's principle behind it.
Yeah?
I applied to syndicate this show there. They didn't even email or call back. I want a phone call now. You tell them I want a goddamn phone call. I can't see the posts either on 1033. Uh-oh.
They done took you down.
That's a victory, though.
What a
Toxic Blood
dick.
says they said you make $5K a year and paper boys make more. Oh, wow. They're really talented. That's really a good burn. Oh, my God. Oh.
So that's the killer.
Oh, Elizabeth. Elizabeth is the big one. I'm coming, Elizabeth. You guys are really edgy broadcasters. I called your co-host, Fish. I called her fat, diabetic. I said she has toddler breath and pit bulls should eat her. I said her career is finished and she's awful at radio. And you come back with paper boys make more than me? Wow. You know what? I've never been insulted so poorly that I can't come back.
My balls is hot.
Yeah, my balls is hot. You know what I'd like to say? That was such a good burn. That was such a good burn, Fish and who's it's? Fish and Stupid? Fish and Heather. I'd like to you know what? Here's my peace offering.
I'd like to take this chance to apologize to absolutely nobody. The double champ does what the he wants.
That's right. And you two should just
You got to eat the lettuce, right? Just straight up eat the lettuce.
because
Oh, my.
Oh,
Some great drops.
I was on fire that day. Oh, it's a shame. They missed a great radio show.
Then you said she probably uses the N-word.
Yes, and then I said she probably uses the N-word in her private time. By the way, somebody sent me the TikToks, like the clipped out parts. Somebody saved those.
Oh.
The 6-minute clip that they cut out of me.
When they edited it all up?
Yeah, we'll listen to that maybe later today, maybe during overtime.
Then you can see how brutal it really is when they after they manipulate.
Oh, yeah. Because, like, if you listen to that and you think I'm being serious, you're the dumbest fucking person alive.
They did.
They thought I would. Well, no, I think they knew better. I think they just were trying to
their
get
audience
us.
did.
Yeah. So anyway, we've got a lot of shit going on. 2-0 yesterday. That was great. We've got, God knows what coming up today. I know we got some DSP and some Opie in overtime. And, we got to go over Kanye walking off Tim Pool's show yesterday.
Oh.
Kanye went on Tim Pool's show.
I thought he wasn't going to speak for like 30 days.
Well, and now Kanye's hanging around with Nick Fuentes and Milo, for God's sake. And by the way, Milo isn't taking dick anymore. Apparently he likes pussy and he's a Christian. He converted. I can't keep up with these fucking people anymore. I can't keep up with all the grifts and the changes and the shifts and the what's hot and what's... I like Kanye. I do. He's very entertaining. But Milo, don't associate with that guy. Don't associate with Milo Yiannopoulos. You might notice at the top of the page today, no goal. Very generous benefactor yesterday. Very great contributor to this program. Anonymously threw in an amount of money that we don't have a goal for any of the evening shows. We don't have a goal today. And we are at least 160. into tomorrow's goal.
Oh, my.
Which anything you chip into this program today goes towards tomorrow. We might not have a goal until Thursday. So
Somebody
thank you
making
guys
it
very
rain.
much.
All right.
Yeah, somebody was very, very nice and wanted to be anonymous. Coltrane with 501. Now, we're still going to honor the dad jokes thing, even though I should be burning that book.
Yep.
So anything over $5 today still gets you the dad joke.
Yep.
Coltrane wants a Bobcat joke for his 501.
Okay, I already read the one and I memorized it.
Oh, well, this is great.
Yeah. All right, see if I can do Bobcat this morning. I don't know. All right.
Got to do your warm-up. There's always a warm-up thing.
Ah! All right. Where'd your hamsters come from?
Where do hamsters come from?
Amsterdam!
Oh, God. Pio Mai says, Elisa made a song for Wheezy and he almost passed out from a panic attack. I would die for that link.
That would be interesting to watch.
I would end multiple family members' lives to get that link. Mostly because my family hates me because I decided to get married again. But, so the value is not, could you imagine wanting so much control of a human being that them getting married makes you hate them?
Wow.
I mean, Jesus Christ, you guys, get a hold of yourselves. So anyway, I would gladly sacrifice their lives. And plus, like, a lot of them are old anyway. So I don't know. I think I'd be doing them a favor. They seem miserable. But at any rate, I would gladly sacrifice them to get video of Elisa Jordana singing Wheezy a song and watching him almost cry. Mwah. I'd love it. Elisa's Discord says, Pio Mai says, Elisa's Discord is known as a doxing Discord. Oh, well, that makes sense. It does. You aren't getting anywhere. Give up, says Courage Dog. Oh, the cope continues. Citizen M says, I know Corey gets a lot of criticism, and rightfully. Oz is here. Oz is here. Why do we have to do this? But it's truly fucked what he did to Patrick Philbin's family. How could you choke a man to death with his own prosthetic leg? What an asshole.
Where's this coming from?
I am completely lost. Fuck you, dude says, wasn't sure if Oz was going to show with the snow and driving 35 miles per hour. It was a toss-up. If I were you, I would have never told them about how you drive on a 2-lane road.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You were just like, you know what?
Speed limit's 60. Guess what I drive?
What do you drive?
60. I know. I'm
dude.
Oh, I'm
no.
so old.
I got to tell you, I got a surge of wanting to kill you when you said that just now. I was like, oh my God, I should beat him to death.
Yeah.
But I mean,
if I'm not going at least 5 over, I ain't driving, bro.
It's not. You can't say these things from a position of power. It's not. It bothers me.
I like how mad people get too.
I'm getting mad. Could you go at least 5 over?
By the way, it did start snowing here when I got into town, so I braved
dick.
it.
You asshole. You're a real hero. Playing hurt, right? Oh, shit. Brothers till it snows, right, McMasters? Toe Guy with $2 says last night was a lot of fun. I will say, I got many messages from people saying, wow, it was good to see vindictive, shouty Aaron come back for a bit. And I wrote him back. I wrote one guy back. I said, look, shouty, vindictive Aaron is exhausting, so he can only come out once in a while. You know?
Yeah.
It's like
special occasions only.
Yeah, when Iron Man 2, he hits that red button thing and it zaps all the robots, and Don Cheadle goes, wow, why didn't you use that earlier? He goes, sorry, buddy, one-time thing.
It's like a Thanos snap.
Right. I can't do... Right, it takes too much... Yes, thank you. It was more like the Thanos snap where it just fries me. Mm-hmm. I'm like, I can't bring that guy out too often. I can't. Thank you, Toe Guy.
Everybody's a buzz about the Toe Guy.
That's what I'm hearing. Rex Dart parody account says Steel Toe is the pit bull of morning shows. They never let go. It's accurate. The man, I'll tell you, Rex Dart's many things. A liar is not one of them. He is accurate. Did Oz not watch the last show? Well, I don't expect everyone. He's got to get up early to do this show. I don't expect him to stay up and watch every show. If I'm in a show...
Usually Monday nights are tough, no.
Yeah, if I'm in a show, I don't typically watch the show. Like, that would be like saying, hey, did Aaron not go back and watch yesterday's show? No, I did the show. I work on it. See, Chad, you've gotten at least one new fan, says Six String Man. Exactly. I'm a fan of Chad. JC says, so mad that Ye left so early. I wanted to know what happened at that dinner. Well, you can blame Tim Pool. Tim Pool wouldn't say the Jews. So Kanye left. We'll get to it a little bit later today. Kanye really was trying to get Tim Pool to say the Jews, the Jews, the Jews, the Jews. And Tim wouldn't. So Kanye's like, fuck it, I'm out of here. If you ain't saying the Jews, I ain't taking a seat.
He knows how to get us controversy, doesn't he?
Yeah, imagine being like Milo, and you're hooking yourself onto Kanye, and you're thinking that's a good career move. But then all of a sudden, Kanye tries so hard to get other people to trash the Jews that you're like, maybe I need to distance myself from the near billionaire. This might not be good for me. Levi says it was nice Thursday morning to listen to two best buds put on a great show. The Adrian clip from Iowa. The chucker finally made someone chuckle. Yeah, nobody will say what the announcement was. Dusty Rhodes says, Johnny Rock announced that they're going to have Aletha Jordana on at the gift, if you will.
Oh, boy.
I don't think that was the case. The announcement was Aaron is gay and a bully and Johnny rocks. Oh, well, then you didn't need an announcement for that. That was just common knowledge, especially the gay part. Joe Berger says, I'm the only one that smashed the like button. Come on. Oh, they want you guys to smash the like button.
Hit the subscribe button, smash that like button, and click the bell to get notifications.
There you go. Make sure you hit the like button or you don't really care about us. Balls Deep says, listening to Adrian makes me miss Mark Allen and Whiskey Pete, mostly Whiskey Pete. You don't need to miss Mark Allen. Don't do that.
Welcome to my home.
Oh, God. Remember when he came back and we were like, oh, my God, wait, no, Oz and I were funny talking like him. He wasn't funny.
Yeah.
We've made a grave mistake. April says, definitely can't tell you were drinking in the Iowa clip. Oh, that's right. We were drinking apple pie moonshine.
Oh, boy.
During that program.
Oh, boy.
Oh, I had a good goddamn time. Shane F. says, I'll bet the big announcement is that Metallica is doing a 2-date tour with Minneapolis as a stop. Oh, that is what they're doing because they were playing Metallica as part of the promo. Oh, so it wasn't even a good one. Fuck. What a shitty stick. God, radio's gay. Pyomai, love that name, says Milo helped change my buddy's life. He told us last night. I was shocked. Wow, that's like the gayest thing I've ever heard.
You know what my favorite part of a Metallica concert is? Is when James Hetfield, he throws his walker into the crowd.
That is a good part. You don't like it when Lars throws his teeth in?
Oh, yeah. That's my second favorite part.
I always think that's great when he's like, dun 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 dun, and then and it leaves a spit trail behind it.
Somebody catches him and they're like, oh, look, I got his dentures.
Yeah, I think that's the coolest part of the show. But, to each their own.
Mm-hmm.
You can see him almost cry on the KAF wrap-up show. Again, Pyomai, either Twitter or here on YouTube. If you have that link, I'm loving it. Turtle with 501 says, Oz Bobcat jokes for the people. Oz, fire Turtle off another Bobcat joke. I need to keep track for tomorrow's goal. You find the next one, you fire it off, and then we'll catch up with the chat, which is going to be damn near impossible today. And then we've got a lot to talk about on today's show.
What do you call a place where parrots make films?
What do you call it?
Bollywood.
Joe Berger says, Oz is the guy who bumps 3 people's cars trying to park at Walmart. This is going to be the making fun of Oz driving part of the chat.
I'm very good at parallel parking.
Rasputin of Raymond says, I'm 60 and I drive over 5. Your response?
So based.
You find that to be based? Driving 5 over the speed limit? I thought driving 5 over the speed limit and shouting the N-word out an open window, I thought that was more based. But, look, to each their own. Brown Candy says, that should be your boxer name, Aaron the Pitbull Imholt. Worldwide. Circumference K says, boss, it's in your contract you hand out. Must watch 90% of all content. Yeah, but I don't hold people to it. Kate Rio says, I think Kanye would have left regardless. Look, as much as I don't like Tim Pool, and as much as I think he's a grifting douche in a toolbox and he got what he deserved yesterday, I think that the way Kanye walked out, it was a little abrupt.
Okay.
as if it was like, dude, really that? Like all the heat you've been taking lately and that made you walk off the show? All right. Dub with $5 says, I'm a furniture is priceless. Was that in the Iowa episode? Show's called Adrian. Yeah, they're doing a show called Adrian in the Morning. Year of the Thick with $5 says, Eliza won't do my podcast. I promised not to talk about her age. Yeah, Kevin asked her, Bob asked her how old she was, and she would not answer. You could tell she was ashamed of whatever it was, whatever her age is. She was not thrilled about it. Was Adrian drinking Hennessy during that episode? Maybe some lean. It's very racist, sir. Why would you? Let's continue on. We've got a lot of people writing in. We're going to catch up and then do some stories. Gray Idol says, LOL, Oz with no talent calling out Metallica. You really hurt somebody's feelings, Oz. You went too far. You've gone too goddamn far. You understand me?
People get sensitive about Metallica, yes.
Willie says, thanks for some actual morning content. God bless y'all, sea suckers. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Sucking seas.
Zeke Kyle says Oz still sticks his arm out the window to signal. Ye acted like a baby. It was disappointing. We'll get to all of it today. All right, we are all caught up. We are also $180 into our goal. We're literally halfway into our goal for tomorrow's show. So we might even get there today. Who knows? All right. Onward and upward on what should be an awesome show. Again, we got Kanye, we got the DSP stuff, we've got Opie. Busy. Prince Grasty says, Aaron, I'm ashamed you did not read my PayPal to Wheezy last night. Oh, shit. You know what? Because we've knocked out our goal, I forgot to look last night, and we were doing a very busy show. Let me rectify that right now, Prince. I'm going to take care of that for you right on the show. I know we said we were jumping into the first story of the day, but a thank you is a thank you, and I own one. Here we go. Let me simplify this for Wheezy, Aaron. In a criminal investigation, pertinent information cannot be released as it will damage the investigation. Elisa could be committing wither accessory to a crime and or obstruction of justice. Aaron, you rock. $10. Thank you. And thank you to Zach and Cody last night as well for contributing to the program. All right. There we are. And now we got that taken care of. Let's start in Arizona. I remember this story. I don't think you were with me for this one. I don't think this was a Tuesday episode, but there was an Arizona teacher who got fired from her job because she has an OnlyFans on the side, and her husband used the schoolroom for OnlyFans content. Meaning they probably fucked in it.
Oh.
Because, OnlyFans, the really good ones, are basically Pornhub without the middleman.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have the director and the manager and everybody taking all the money.
What room do you think to use? Do you use the gym? Do they use the cafeteria?
Room. Science room.
Oh.
Graduated cylinders.
Oh, boy.
Beakers. She can wear a white coat with nothing on underneath it. And then he can come in and go, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot my bag. She's like, I found it. And she grabs his balls. And she has an open, like, white lab coat on.
You've thought about this.
With the tits up. Yeah. And no, I subscribed. Okay. So she's got the white lab coat on, and you can see titty meat right here, as Patrice O'Neill used to call it. And then he comes in, and he's a very shy student.
Of course.
But then she aggressively comes on to him because she's a super horned up chemistry teacher. And then they make all sorts of chemistry puns, and they're fucking on remember the black tabletop in the science rooms?
Yeah.
The big wood base and that thick black tabletop that you could, if you brush your nose on, all your nose grease would show up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically resilient to chemicals. That's what.
Yes, exactly. And then they fuck on that.
Oh.
And then she finds out she got barium in her pussy. And then but then he also got cum in it, so she got pregnant. But the kid's also going to be damaged because of all the chemicals from the table
Mercury.
that spilled into her twat while she was fucking the guy. And then they have some kind of weird, mask baby. You know, like
sure.
Rocky Dennis from Mask. and then they have to raise it, and then there's a
like that
divorce.
movie Class of Nukem High.
Yeah, and then they have to split up because it's too stressful raising a special needs kid. It's a really weird OnlyFans.
Yeah, sounds like
That's what I'm trying to say. They allow pretty much anything on there. Well, those two decided that they were going to fuck inside the classroom. And when they fucked inside the classroom, the school found out, surprise, surprise, and she got fired. Well, now she's been kicked off of OnlyFans. And I don't know if OnlyFans has rules where like, hey, if you use someone else's property to shove things in your pussy.
Yeah, without permission, I suppose that would be considered.
I get it. A former
They should
Arizona
have just got permission.
Yeah, they should have just got permission. Hey, can we fuck in my classroom? I mean, it is mine from the hours of.
Get a hall pass.
Yeah. Samantha Peer, also known as Chloe Carter, was once a teacher at the Lake Havasu Unified School District along with her husband. However, their educational careers would come to an end after the community learned that the couple was making pornographic content on OnlyFans to supplement their income, despite her efforts to avoid being found out. Now, first of all, I think if you're a teacher and on your own time you do OnlyFans, I think that's okay. I think you should be allowed to do that because people have to pay for the content. And as long as you're not promoting it inside the school, I think what you do in your free time should be yours.
Okay.
I mean, I get the argument that like, hey, it could make the school look bad. It damages your workplace's reputation. So I'm not saying it should be illegal for them to fire her. But if I'm running the school, I probably let her keep working. And maybe, look, I get it. I can't get my hands dirty as the dean or whatever I am. But at the same time, I don't have to stop the rumors. You know, hey, over at Jefferson High, they got a fucking smoking hot teacher who's got an OnlyFans. That might draw in a little extra enrollment, little more money from the state.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Interesting.
I might allow it. I mean, look, it's not like I'm damaging these kids' education. You see what they're fucking teaching them now?
Yeah.
And what they're not teaching them?
That's tame, actually.
The OnlyFans shit, at least I can spin that into like an economics lesson.
Yeah.
And a health class.
Health class for sure.
All kinds of options. Because like she's probably on OnlyFans spreading it so far you can see all her organs anyway. So I could use that as like a human diagram. There's the kidneys. It's the pancreas.
Anatomy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's what got Patrick Swayze. That's the pancreas right there. Poor guy. I needed a little caffeine in the morning. Sorry, guys. However, the woman lost her job at the Arizona at the Havasu school. At the center of the controversy was the fact that Peer created a video inside a classroom. While Peer admitted to doing so, she said the video was made on a weekend when no children were present. Well, then what are we bitching about? I mean, yeah, she came into the school on her day off and used the building to rub her pussy all over everything, but, why such prudes? Now,
imagine being those kids that, like, the next day, the Monday morning science class, they're like, hey, Bob.
You guys, we having fish for lunch today? What's the deal? Oddly, you know what?
You remember the teacher told us?
You know what I'm getting here? Imitation crab.
Yeah, remember the teacher told us when we were dissecting those pigs we shouldn't be flushing the parts down the drain?
I think we flushed the parts down the drain. Mm-hmm. It smells like rotten pig cunt in here. On November 13th, Peer announced on social media that her OnlyFans accounts were both deactivated and that she was blocked from making any other accounts. The account remained disabled as of this report. So I think OnlyFans Terms of Service states that while they can give notice to creators who are at risk of losing their accounts, the website also reserves the right to suspend or terminate accounts immediately and without prior notice. So what I'm thinking is, like, they felt they were exposed legally.
Probably, yeah.
Because of how she exposed herself at the school.
Yeah.
Because that could be illegal. Highly. And so OnlyFans said, look, we're going to cut ties with you. That way, if this school comes after you.
Protecting themselves.
Yeah.
Just watching their own ass. Yeah.
We're blameless. We acted, so to speak.
Back.
What was her name? It was Chloe Carter. Let's see. I think we've looked her up when this story first broke. Oh, yeah, I remember. She was not the greatest. Okay, she's got they're flesh colored. I was like, oh no, are those nudes? That's her. She's got her underpants. Oh, no boobies. She got her boobies covered. Yeah, she's got. That's not. I mean, I'm not subscribing. No offense to Miss Carter. I mean, I couldn't. She's been kicked off, but still. No, thank you. W-Man with $5. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that with the $5 super chat. 185 into tomorrow morning's goal. W-Man says, your intro is awesome. What program did you use to make that? Did you do the music too? No. I went to copyright-free music and just picked one. That's it. And as far as the intro goes, our boy Kevin from Why Do I Podcast made the video part of it. So thank you to him. April says, stop making this sound so fun. I know, right? I created a great OnlyFans episode for that teacher. Skeezy says, so much for no boners before 9. You're welcome. Was Aaron a porn writer in a past life? Look, man, I got some I got some things about me. I got talents that I don't let go for a walk that often. And scripting pornos is one of them.
I mean, it's always an option.
Orange Boy says she stuck a Bunsen burner up her ass. Oh, yeah, you can't do that. I mean, that's just in poor taste.
Light your farts.
Yeah. April says, now I understand why Chad wants to stay in high school. Blazing Blue Tongue says, oh, yeah, getting barium in your pussy. He says, is that how the Hulk is made? Yeah, it's, again, Hulk or Rocky Dennis. It's kind of a crapshoot. Ball Steve says, Chloe Carter. Ooh, shit, Chloe Carter. I like a stroking reference. Brown Candy says, you need to become a porn director, Steel Toe Productions. Who knows? The Happy Plague Doctor says they were fired for being heterosexual. Yeah, you should have just said you were gender fluid. They would have let you stay.
True.
They weren't thinking. That's why you always talk to a lawyer. Fauci's Pangolin says, and you think other teachers were in there sniffing the seats beforehand? Mm-hmm. Excuse me, Miss Carter? Yeah. Would you let me know when you're going to leave the room so I can smell your chair?
Usually it's a janitor.
You know, the sick stereotyping of janitors, I've always said, needs to stop. And you know what, Oz? It can end with you and I today.
Okay.
We can choose to be the better people in this whole thing. But you're right, it probably was him. Dub says, I'm so old, I remember the first bush I saw in the sandbox during lunch when a classmate in first grade showed me a piece of paper from his pocket. It was half a page of Playboy he ripped from a magazine. Oh, and there was Bush? Well, Kraken Slappin' says, schools are always complaining they have no money. They could just ask for 50% and now they can afford books. That, you know what? That's the way to go. If they would have just taken a piece of the action from her OnlyFans, God, you guys are good. Do people really pay for booby pictures? Stevie J, OnlyFans is way more than booby pictures. It's straight up porn. I mean, it's just, you can fuck on OnlyFans, put it up there, and there's no middleman. It's one of those weird things where, like, you know how Lisa Jordana's fans are like crazy simps? Like steroid simps? Nutty is all get out? OnlyFans, you can do that. You can feel like you're connected to the person and you can watch them fuck. So I believe that's the draw. Citizen M says, imagine watching a porn live stream with someone playing teacher, but then you hear a pipe bomb, stray bullets through the wall, and you realize it's an American public school. Oh my God. What a terrible porno. They're in the middle of fucking. They're about to have insertion, and then all of a sudden a school shooting breaks out. Oh, the worst OnlyFans I've ever seen. I want a refund. Turtle says, finding porn in the woods was a rite of passage in the 90s. I came up right in the middle of Playboy and internet porn. Like, it was, the transition was happening when I was a kid. Like Sable. Oh, somebody mentioned Sable on Playboy. Yeah, Sable from WWE on Playboy, on the cover of Playboy, was like the biggest thing in the world. But then right after that, the internet kind of hit everybody's households in the late 90s. So, of course, Playboy started to die a slow death after that.
Is that still a thing? Like, I wonder. I don't know. Like where they're at, like as far as financially, you know.
A lot of their stuff they do online
being gone now and everything. Yeah.
As a kid, I was always interested in girls a bit older, those with cans, says Dub. Yeah. When I was 6, I was dating a 17-year-old. Some say I was advanced, but I just had game, you know. There's nothing I could do about it. Gotcha says, internet porn is too easy. I like my magazine pages stuck together. Oh, that does not sound enjoyable, sir. Not in the least. Well, guys, I have some news for you. Are you enjoying daylight savings time? Do you like it when they send the clocks back like this?
I think it needs to go. I think it's dumb.
You think we need to set them forward an hour and call it a day?
Yep.
Okay, so you don't like which one is it? Fall back.
Yeah, because the days become way too short.
Yeah, you're a spring forward kind of a guy.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you like daylight savings time, I have bad news. You're a white supremacist.
Oh, well.
Yes.
Wow.
You are. Yeah.
Wow. I mean, that could be tied to a lot of things. I didn't realize it.
Well, you didn't know you were. Well, you said you don't like daylight savings time, so congratulations, Oz. You're a progressive. Yes. I gotta say, there's going to come a day where we're going to stop making everything political. I mean, I'm not saying it won't end with the whole country nukes itself.
Okay.
It will end.
Sure.
Somehow, some way. I'm hoping it ends with all of us looking at where we're at and going, okay, we're being really stupid.
You would think. But
yeah.
That means people have to be self-aware, and you're asking a lot.
Right. I think it might end with Burgess Meredith emerging from a bank vault and breaking his glasses. I think that's the only way we're going to end up, on the straight and narrow. It's just after it's all...
Sure.
Then we'll figure out that we done wrong, but hopefully it's before that. CNN wrote a piece yesterday informing us that daylight savings time is, in fact, survey says, racist. CNN is out there publishing stories that are calling lack of sleep racist because it somehow disproportionately impacts people of color. Now, I'm about to read from this CNN article. I'm going to guess that CNN's argument is something, we're actually racist, but we don't realize it. Like they're going to take some stereotype of black people, endorse the stereotype, and then say that daylight savings time hurts them because of the stereotype they're projecting. That's how these stories always go. Yeah. It's like Amari Stoudemire, the former basketball player for the Phoenix Suns. He's now running around saying, the Phoenix Suns mascot is racist against black people. The Phoenix Suns mascot is a gorilla. It's not a person. So if you're out there saying that a gorilla mascot is racist, you're the one kind of saying that black people resemble gorillas. None of us said that.
Unknowingly they are.
Right.
Yeah.
The mascot is a gorilla. He is not saying black people are gorillas. He's not saying black people look like gorillas. The mascot is an animal that exists in the world. You're the one making the black people connection. It is so weird how you go so far into I don't want to be racist guy that you actually kind of become racist guy.
Yeah.
Like there was, remember when Harambe got shot?
Yes.
And then people were like, oh, you can't make Harambe jokes. It's racist towards black people. And all of us making Harambe jokes were like, what? Wait, no, wait. Black people was never about any of this. You wrote that in.
I thought the bitch was white.
Yeah.
God damn it.
God damn it. Right. That was
a little more.
Yeah, nobody was saying black people. You did the black people thing with Harambe and then projected it onto us.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Lemmy says, we were just trying to say dicks out for Harambe. Yeah. That's all. Yeah. But I'm interested to find out why daylight savings time is racist.
Here we go.
Would you like to know?
I am, boy.
More than anything in the world, right?
Yes.
As the United States rolled back the clocks 1 hour this month to observe the end of daylight savings time, they literally murdered black people. No, I'm just kidding. They didn't say that. Many people got a bit more sleep than usual, but not as much as others. Uh-oh, black people don't know how to sleep. Is that where we're going?
Oh, boy.
You see, black people don't understand that pillows. Like, what if CNN just went really weird David Duke into it? They were like, you see, black people don't understand the concept of mattresses, and they don't know how to sleep on softer surfaces. Growing evidence shows that lack of sleep and sleep disorders, such as obstructive sleep apnea, remain more prevalent in Black, Asian, and Hispanic or Latino communities, and those inequities can have long-term detrimental implications for physical health, even raising the risk of certain chronic diseases. Okay, look, just because those things happen to happen more in minorities does not mean that the act of turning back the clock is racist. In order for something to be racist, it has to be something that is targeted at a certain community because of your prejudicial notions. You can't go, oh, this thing happened. Oh, and it happened to affect this group more than that group. Well, therefore, it's racist. No, I'm sorry. Racism has to have some kind of intent or consciousness to it. Otherwise, say it with me, it's just a coincidence.
Coincidence, yeah. Yeah.
Growing evidence shows that lack of sleep is more prevalent among Latinos. I'm sorry.
No, rolling back the time, though, wouldn't it be less likely for you to be late?
See, and I don't know what he means by that.
Right.
So how can it? I don't know what he's trying to say.
Right.
There.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
This is just a random thought that came out of his head. And yes, that's true. If you turn back the clock, you'd have less of a chance of being late, which is great for everybody. You know, gives everybody a chance to be on time for things.
I agree.
Is that what you meant?
Totally.
I thought so. And those inequities can have long-term detrimental effect in chronic diseases. Experimental as well as observational studies have linked sleep to these health outcomes. Therefore, sleep could be an important contributing factor, the doctor said. I also called up that doctor, and the doctor said, no more monkeys jumping on the bed. And I said, are you sure you want to go with that line?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Shame on you. Yeah, I did. I shouted it at her.
Shame on you! Do you do your job? No! 27 years, neck deep in shit!
You know what she told me?
What?
You got me. Hand in the cookie jar.
Omaha.
Therefore, sleep could be an important contributor, she said. Fortunately, sleep health is largely modifiable. Yeah, like she's acting like black people, Latinos, Asians, the people in this study, like they can't just choose to go to bed earlier or later.
Yeah.
Well, you see, black people are like werewolves, and they cannot sleep until the moon is out.
It's just so funny how he's saying one thing, trying to be one, but he doesn't realize what he's actually saying.
Right. That's the thing about these, like when they try to make everything racist, is like you have to do the racist legwork first and then come to your conclusion.
Yeah.
Well, seeing as black people, Asians, and Mexicans don't know how to go to bed earlier, they're not as healthy as white people. Like, whoa!
That's kind of what it sounds like he's saying.
And daylight savings time can make them less healthier than white people because they're too stupid to figure out the time change. No.
Yeah.
It probably has to do with something else. It's probably more on some kind of genetic level or something. As for the inequities seen in sleep health, it's not that white adults don't also experience a lack of sleep and its health consequences, but people of color appear to be disproportionately experiencing them more. And that's largely believed to be due to social systems in the United States.
Jeez.
And there's the jump that I cannot abide by, is that, oh, yeah, you know, all these diseases they're getting, you know, white people sleep about the same amount of time. Well, then guess what, stupid? It probably has nothing to do with the sleep. You probably have to look into other factors. Jackson added that she often reflects on how the shooting death of Breonna Taylor and the shooting of George Floyd's 4-year-old grandniece in Houston on New Year's Day both happened when they were asleep, and how systems of structural racism in the U.S. can cultivate conditions that make such incidents more likely to happen in black communities. This would require more research, she said. She's actually trying to put it out there that because some black people were killed at night, black people don't want to go to sleep.
That's quite a jump there.
Again, you are the one who has to kind of do the racist legwork on all this in order to get to that conclusion. Whew. I have to say, that might be one of the most impressive reaches I've ever seen.
Yeah. Yeah. That's... Talk about left field. Yeah.
Or as Jesse Lee Peterson would say, that's amazing. So, because these black people got shot at night, black people don't want to go to sleep. It's also why I don't ride in the back of Ryder trucks. I'm afraid they'll blow up outside a federal building.
Oh.
Yeah. It's exactly what it is. It's why I never vacation in Waco.
Oh.
That's, I'm terrified.
Right.
I'm terrified that I'll find myself as part of a cult and then get firebombed by the United States government. That's
good to know.
Big reason why I don't do any of that stuff. That's, wow. What did I tell you? They were going to try to make it like some kind of racial reach that they had to make, and then they were going to take their bullshit racist assumption and put it into an article so they could say daylight savings time is racist.
Yeah, somebody asked me to go on a boat the other day. I told them Titanic.
Someone asked me to go on a boat. I said, excuse me, Natalie Wood? I don't think so. I know what happens to us whites.
Wow.
When that whole thing happened.
So they definitely, that was the best reach I've seen.
Freddy Krueger killed a lot of white people in their sleep. That's why I don't sleep very well.
Yeah.
Because I don't want Freddy to get me. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Gene Malaprop. Oh, my God. Well, look, I think the only way to settle this is to stop changing the clocks. It would be spring. So spring forward, and then we'll be done. How's that?
There we go.
Because look.
I mean, I don't want to be racist.
I don't want to be racist either. I'm not sitting here trying to hate a bunch of black people. Just one of them.
That's why I refuse to put my clocks back.
Right. In solidarity. In fact, when it's time to fall back next year, I'm actually going to stand right next to my clock and just go like this.
Yes.
I'm going to say,
resist.
Not today. It takes one of us to make a stand.
Power to the people.
Yeah. And then I'll be an hour late for everything. And people will go, what are you doing? I'm like showing solidarity with my black brothers and sisters. And they'll go, oh, because black people are always late. And I'll go, oh, this backfired on me.
No, because I didn't do my clocks back. Yeah. Get it right.
Sorry. Some backfired terribly. I'm an hour late to stand with black people. Like, what did this motherfucker say? No. It's a daylight savings time. It has nothing to do. Why? Is there a stereotype that you people are always late? What do you mean, you people? Oh, shit. You know what? I haven't fucked up this bad since I wrote that porno for that school teacher for their OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Oh, I should be doing a better job. Scotty Faye says, you would think they would be all for turning the clock back. They get to sleep an extra hour. Now we all like that. We all enjoy that. My dad was actually big time for daylight savings time when I was a kid.
Yeah.
He used to tell me, I wish we could turn the clock back 400 years. I don't know what he meant by that. I wasn't sure.
It's weird.
He was always adamant about it. Every time. The most common reason black children don't sleep well is they are staying up until daddy comes.
Oh, boy.
Why? I like that John Doe liked the 400 years joke. Thank you, buddy. All right, let's go into... you want to go to Portland?
Sure. What's going on in there?
The usual. Degradation, robbery, destruction of property, homelessness, needles, heroin.
Sounds like Portland.
Junkie school kids, shitheads running around. Actually, Bob Levy had a tweet about Portland not too long ago. It was actually some video from Portland, Oregon. I want to see if I can find it. It was a woman and her lovely boyfriend taking a walk.
Okay.
In Portland. I'm gonna scroll down here. Oh, by the way, rest in peace to Pat from Moonachie. If you were an Opie and Anthony fan, you were probably aware of Pat from Moonachie. He was kind of in their rogues gallery of characters. As diabetic guy, famous for the baby bird clip. If you want to watch that later today, Pat from Moonachie passed away yesterday. Very sad. I was a big O&A fan, so to hear of his passing and that he's not with us anymore, but Lady Di is, that kind of sucks. Let's go. Oh, you want to listen to a clip of Bob and Kevin shitting on Elisa Jordana?
Yes.
Bob Levy posted that yesterday.
Man. You don't have to just be like, oh, my show stinks and it's going to continue to stink. You don't have to do that. There's so many.
Yeah, it's working as a stink. The Brennan stink. You've never heard of the Brennan stink?
Yeah. But you don't have to keep that stink forever. You can.
You do.
You don't.
I branded myself as the Brennan stink.
I think you should unbrand yourself as that.
And get all cleaned up.
And get all.
Like it.
No, I think they would like to see. They like an underdog.
Oh, she's awful. She is unfucking bearable.
That voice.
Oh, it is so bad. And again,
nails on a chalkboard.
Oh, I think this is where Bob hammered her. This is another clip from that one.
I never deal with them. I don't deal with trolls because I'm good to people.
No, because your show is smaller. That's why. There's not as many people checking it out.
First of all, Elisa, your show is smaller than Kevin's, than Uncle Rico, than our show. You're the smallest one out of all these people. So stop acting like you're so special. She was awful in this. And as much as we pushed her to the edge, they finished her off. And now she's not doing her show anymore, which I think is great.
Ow, that's the truth. So once you have a bigger show, you're going to have trouble.
I have 1,000 fucking Patreon people.
All right, I mean, whatever.
Okay?
I mean,
but you're running on Andy Dick's dick.
All right, you're running on Kevin, who didn't even know who the guest was today.
That means nothing, you stupid. She is a 9-year-old girl. It's remarkable. I got to find that trip through Oregon that Bob Levy posted the other day. It was too fucking good. I'm getting close here. Bob doesn't tweet too much, so I should be able to find it in a second here. April responded to it. It should be fucking up there. Son of a bitch, Bob. Where did your Portland thing go? Where the woman is, I don't want to say it because in case I find it. No, I'm past it. Son of a bitch. It was somebody dragging their boyfriend behind on a leash, and he was wearing like a pink underwear thing and a collar.
Jeez.
And it was just, hey, what's going on with Portland? That's what's going on with Portland. I'd rather wake up to Bob Levy than her, says Red-Faced. Clumpy Cat Litter says, I'd rather wake up with Chino. Oh, that's very sweet. So let's go check in with Portland ourselves. I have a hard time feeling bad for people who are still stuck in Portland because A, anywhere is better. And B, you guys kind of helped make it this way. This is why I get really nervous about all these people who are moving to these red states from these failed experiments like Portland, like LA, like San Francisco, because I'm worried that they're going to bring their politics with them. Now, so far, we haven't seen that. Texas was solid red. Florida had one of the biggest governor blowouts of all time. Rubio also won by like 17 points. So maybe these people are learning their lesson. But one business in Portland decided not only to shut its doors and move, but also post a big treatise on its door as to why.
Oh, okay.
Only problem with this stuff is, and it's encouraging to see, and it's wonderful. But like, I thought about this yesterday. I'm like, imagine all you're leaving behind is the people who want to loot, rob, steal, and pillage. So even though it's good that these good people are getting the hell out, what kind of hellscape are you going to be leaving behind? Because every time a good person leaves, that balance tips further in the favor of the scoundrel.
Yep.
And I guess the only thing you could say is Portland will become a ghost town and will get completely picked over like it's in The Walking Dead. And it'll just be a shit town with nothing in it.
I can see that happening.
I mean, at this point, it's kind of like that's the best case scenario. Or maybe these people figure it out eventually and they start, voting in some different people. I'm not sure. But here's one restaurant or a business owner story out of Portland.
One Portland business owner says after 5 break-ins during the span of about 3 weeks, she's made the decision to permanently close.
That's about twice a week.
Yeah, it's more than average.
Twice a week you're getting broken into. Yeah, you can't make money that way.
No. Insurance company is going to drop you.
Oh, for sure.
For joining us for K2 News, I'm Deborah Knapp. K2's Megan Allison joins us live outside of Rains in northeast Portland. So, Megan, is that business moving?
What is this news network called? The Plain Jane Network?
I was going to say that slim pickings for news anchors.
I mean, you're Portland, for Christ's sake. What, do all the hot ones go to Seattle?
Well, they're more portly.
Portly Indian. Do you think maybe this is like the Channel 12 news of that market? Like maybe this is like the one that you have to go to, like when you used to have to crank the dial. This would be like 45.
Yeah.
That was kind of the off-brand news where only worn out moms could read the news.
Moving out of Portland altogether?
Mennonite.
Yeah.
Well, Deb, the owner tells me things will have to change to open the store back up. She put up...
So in other words, the store is not opening back up.
Yeah.
I saw the results of the last election. You might as well keep the boards up.
This sign after break-in this week and said that there's a letter to customers as well saying that small businesses just cannot sustain business in Portland's current climate.
Marcy Landolfo says her store was broken into 15 times.
Okay, no offense, but Marcy looks like someone who's probably been progressive her whole life. She has endorsed all the shit that has caused this. My biggest worry with these people is they're not going to put 2 and 2 together. Look, God bless them for finally realizing it's an untenable situation. The rest of us knew it a decade ago. But God bless you. Look, I'm a better late than never guy. When somebody admits that it ain't working, I'm not going to sit here and bury them.
Right.
It's just like, thank God you're noticing it. My biggest problem with these people is I'm worried a lot of them aren't connecting the dots as to why it's a shithole. And I'm hoping that she's doing that.
In the last 18 months, the last 5 break-ins.
I'll give you a hint. It has something to do with daylight savings. Sorry.
Happened in the span of 24 days. Lindolfo tells us she's paid tens of thousands of dollars out of pocket. Despite this being the start of the holiday season, the owner was adamant in her decision to close this week.
It's just too much of a gamble in a city that is, it's unsafe. And the thing with my employees, I can't put them in danger.
So I'm all for smash and grabs, though, because, those jewelry stores are just wealthy and everybody should have the wealth.
Look, I want to be really progressive and I want disadvantaged people to have an advantage. Could they break into somebody else's store?
Yeah.
That one's owned by Jews. I bet you they're real well off. Like, hey, whoa, come on.
Goes back to the whole NIMBY thing, not in my backyard.
Right. I want to be really progressive until it affects me.
Yep.
No way.
Lindolfo says during those break-ins, people targeted expensive winter products. She worried staying open through the holidays would only lead to more stolen inventory.
It just gets tiring and exhausting when you see, no change in the future or...
Yeah, but they need coats because it's cold out. So
right. You should be giving those needy people your coats. Mm-hmm. I mean, they're only breaking in and stealing those things so they can stay warm for the winter, living on the street, injecting heroin. How fucking dare you? I mean, what are they supposed to do? Shoot up and then be chilly?
I'm just going to throw out something really, really crazy controversial right now just by this paused picture of her.
I agree with you. We could open the camps probably within 6 weeks.
Okay.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I got ahead of myself.
Probably not didn't vote for Trump.
You don't think so?
I'm going to I know.
That's mighty. I got to be honest. That's mighty presumptuous of you. Mm-hmm. I think this woman looks like a hardcore Republican.
Not moving forward, not making positive changes.
The owner here tells us insurance did help during the first 3 break-ins. Since then, she's taken on the bills herself or just boarded up the windows.
Insurance helped
with the 3-strike policy that got a little expensive.
Yeah, insurance helped with the first 3, but after the 4th one, are you fucking kidding me? Yeah. Get out of there. Yeah. What are you doing? No, we're not insuring you.
We're going to go ahead and take your policy and just...
Just want to call, let you know. You got
to give you a refund for the rest of last month. And, good luck to you.
Yeah, best wishes.
Saying there was little justification in making repairs.
Over the last few weeks, I did speak with the mayor's office about the steps they're taking to help small businesses. I'll show you how the...
Basically, we're doing this. We're mailing them a bag of shit and saying, sorry, suckers, you're on your own. We side with the junkies.
Jake from State Farm was quoted saying, fuck this shit.
Yeah, Jake from State Farm says, I can do nothing for you, son. That was the official statement from Agent Rooster Cogburn at State Farm Insurance. I can do nothing for you, son. Happy Days says, we are at the epicenter of Yimbies and Nimbies. They vote Democrat, but they hate the repercussions. That's my problem, is that are you putting 2 and 2 together? Because it's one thing to say, I realize we have a very serious problem here and things need to change. But are you putting 2 and 2 together? And I'm not convinced they have yet.
Nope.
Brown Candy says, what? What are we supposed to do? Ruin their high and kill the vibe? Exactly.
Yeah.
I tell you what, you go to Idaho and pull this shit. A couple of owners with shotguns put an end to the shoplifting pretty quick.
Yep.
Couple of people get porthole-sized wounds in their midsection, and they go, maybe breaking into that coat store isn't the
best idea.
Yeah, it's probably not worth it, I don't think. Salvatore Martoni says, hasn't Portland learned from that documentary RoboCop? By the way, I have a controversial statement to make on the show today.
Yeah.
I finally decided to watch Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Which one?
No, the Raiders of the Lost Ark, the first one.
Oh, okay.
First indie movie.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Nah. Boring.
Oh.
I was bored by Raiders of the Lost Ark. I don't know if it just didn't age well because of like the...
Maybe, because I liked it back. Of course, I didn't watch it.
Well, yeah, when's the last time you watched it?
Probably 20 years ago.
Yeah, because April told me, she goes, I love Raiders of the Lost Ark. It's a good movie.
Especially when that guy's face melts off.
Well, I never.
Sorry, spoiler alert.
Well, and we started watching it, and she even said yesterday, she goes, "Yeah, it's not as good as I remember. It was very meh." I was bored.
I do like the part though when the plane is turning around and the guy gets pushed into the blade. He turns around and the blade.
Clumpy Cat Litter says Raiders doesn't hold up well. Yeah,
I can do Crystal Skull though. That was.
Oh boy. Look, I can't protect you now. If you say you like Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, I can't help you with what they're about to do to you. Because I don't think that's a very popular one.
No, I didn't.
They're saying Temple of Doom was better. Is that the indie Cover Your Heart?
See, I don't remember Temple of Doom.
Or is that fucking Die Hard with a Vengeance? Hulkamasha Baby says, I've said it before. It ends the same with or without Harrison Ford. Nazis find Ark and die either way. Happy Days says, if you were 10 years old watching it, you'd think it was cool back then. Lemmy says Crystal Skull was fucking awesome. Okay, there you go. Never a good sign when your state has two very serious secessionist movements, Greater Idaho and State of Jefferson. Oh, is that Oregon? Or they have people trying to break off and join Idaho? I think that's awesome. Temple of Doom sucked. I loved Crystal Skull. You know what didn't hold up well? Or you know what held up well? Secret Wars 2. I don't know that one. Crystal Skull was so... Never mind. I haven't seen any of them and don't plan to. Says somebody. All right, people are on board with Crystal Skull. I was wrong. I thought people were going to savage you for that take. But here you go. They didn't. You want to watch a woman get mad because her coupon didn't get accepted?
Let me get. Is this a Karen?
This looks. Oh no. This is more of. Let's call her Kareniqua.
Okay.
Right. And I believe it looks like they're at a Walmart or some kind of large big box store. And this woman had an expired coupon, and the store wouldn't take it. Now that does surprise me because most stores will be like, "What? It's a month old."
They can care less.
Yeah, I don't fucking care. Fine, it works for me.
You just said you won't punch me in my mouth. No, come punch me. Come do it then. Come fucking do it then.
Wait, is that a white? Oh no! Look, her little kid is behind her with her head in her hands.
Yeah, that's how embarrassing that is.
She's humiliated. Okay, let's point out some obvious.
I mean, she is humiliated.
First of all, is this a biracial or a white person? I think this might be a white girl. But I can tell you who the father is. I mean, I can't tell you, like, his name.
Sure.
But I can kind of point out. I'll say this. Number one, single mom, right off the bat.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
No doubt about it. Second of all, if there were camps and it were okay to relocate certain people into those camps, I would never do it by race. I would never do it by religion. I would never do it by anything like that. I would do it by behavioral characteristics.
Yeah, fair.
One of the people, CNN would write articles about me nonetheless. One of the characteristics, anyone who goes like this, gone. Anyone who does the clap talking is gone. They gotta go. We catch you doing that one. If I catch you going, you don't disrespect me, whoop, people just come by, they blow a whistle, they throw you into a van. You're living somewhere out in Kansas. That's where my camps would be. I kind of rip off George Carlin's idea, and I'd square off some boxy states.
I get it.
And do that. It's just more cost efficient.
I'm doing my job. Did you just threaten me? I'm doing my job. Oh, what's going on? She just threatened me. No, punch me in my face. All right.
Yes, because between these two people, I definitely see the woman behind the counter as the threatening one.
Yeah.
This poor girl is embarrassed of her mother because she's wearing skin-tight Puma pants that she shouldn't be wearing that probably reek like bacon. And she's wearing an awful shirt that she probably got from some 5K she didn't run. Take a shower, fix yourself up, make an effort before you go out.
Jump over the counter. Leave, bitch. Leave. You drive me. I'm doing my job. You see my kid? I'm doing my job.
You see my kid? That's fucked up.
Here we go.
No, I agree. That is fucked up. But you are blaming the woman behind the counter because she wouldn't take your coupon. You're jumping like you're a Jiffy Pop that's been in the microwave for 2 minutes. Most exercise she's probably gotten this month.
True.
So good for her there.
Is she picking up her purse or is she picking up a weapon?
I don't know, but she's telling that woman to leave so they can fight. And it's
about time for her to start throwing stuff, I think.
Yeah, where's the throwing stuff?
You say you're going to punch me right there. Come get you some. Come on, bitch. You don't want it. I promise you. All right, get out. You No, you can't be getting I'm calling the police because I'm already calling the police.
I'm calling the police because she threatened me. This little girl is crying. I got to take her away. I got to take her away to some kind of facility, and I got to send this kid to like a gay couple that can't have children or something like that. But then I repeat myself.
I mean, some people are really into couponing.
Oh, this poor little girl. She's probably nice too. That's the thing about a lot of these little kids that have like dog shit single moms like this. They're usually like really sweet kids.
Yeah.
They're like beaten dogs. Like you'd have to convince them that every time you reach out to put a hand on your shoulder, you're not going to. Yeah, exactly.
They don't whimper.
Cower like that. I feel, that's just fucking miserable. And you know, the saddest part about this is like if you could get this kid away from her, there's still hope. But she's going to end up just like her.
Mm-hmm.
That's these children.
They learn by watching.
Yeah, these children of single parents, they learn too late, unfortunately. So she's going to end up just like her. And no, guys, the guy in the background, I thought the same thing. That is not the dad.
You just said. You just said. Hi. You can say. So y'all.
Kid's crying.
Yeah, the kid's crying, and she goes, "Look, my kid is crying." It's like, yeah,
not by any fault of yours,
right? Because of you.
She's crying because you didn't take the coupon. No, that's not why she's crying.
Yeah, I don't think the kid's going. But I wanted the 2-for-1 shirt deal. No, it's mom's embarrassing us again.
See, here's the funniest part.
Now I'm definitely not getting a dad today.
Is finding out how minuscule the coupon was. Let's say it's like 50 cents off of like a purchase of $50 or more, something really stupid.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree with Why Do I Podcast. White trash.
Yeah.
White trash. Roland of Gilead says, hell, she'll probably smell like the inside of an ass, but not bacon. I think it's stale bacon smell. Wydat says, this is why I stay home, but if I do go out, I go strapped. I wish the Hunger Game era would come, says Dinosaur Fuel. Yeah, I feel the worst for that kid because like it's hard to watch someone who still has hope now, but know that their future is
dwindle away.
Yeah, like over time it just dwindles away. Redface
like a candle in the wind.
Redface says this dude streaming with Aaron looks like Charlie Kirk when he's 55. Congratulations, Oz. You're 55-year-old Charlie Kirk.
All right.
There you go.
Good to know.
Brittany Martini says we truly are the Jerry Springer generation. Dude, I was listening back to what I think might be Weird Al's greatest album, Running with Scissors.
Yeah.
And they had I didn't realize how fucking if they were released today, how problematic Weird Al would be. The Jerry Springer song with all the trans references in it.
Mm-hmm.
And what was the other one? Pretty Fly for a Rabbi. Like they would think he was having dinner with Kanye tomorrow.
Yeah.
That song came out today. That's a solid album. No one knows where the dad is. H says, I clapped my hands like that during my employee review and my manager freaked out and gave me a 10% bump in pay. They were terrified you were about to be violent. Yeah, anyone who goes, you need to listen to me. I'd be like, no, I don't.
Yeah.
I can't take someone seriously who claps like that. That's something kids would do.
Yeah.
I can't watch someone
Don't you ever do that again.
Yeah. You need to hear me. I do not. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were doing a thing.
Yeah.
It's my fault. She's crying because mama going to give her the pending beatdown. Yeah. It's your fault I didn't get the coupons.
Yeah, she probably would take it out on her, too.
It's your fault your father left. I live in NYC this too often, even in my own family, says Brittany Martini. Well, it sounds like you need to beat your family members more. Omega Dreads Gaming Channel says Omega Dreads was just going to holla at her. Stand down, bro. Yeah, don't holla at that. Unless, you know what? Here's when you can holla at her. Ready?
Yeah.
Sweet. Yeah. There. Then you can holla. That's all right. You with the recluse with a terrible joke says, I go strapped too. Strapped for cash. Coltrane says, have you seen the prices of bacon? She doesn't smell like bacon. All right, fine. That's fair enough. Microwavable bacon. There you go. Redface saying that wasn't an insult, saying you look like an older Charlie Kirk. They're saying you look like a distinguished gentleman.
No.
I just know if it were me and I got compared to Charlie Kirk, I would take it as a personal insult. That's all. Cantu Adrian says, we only act like this in America. If we were to head over to a different country acting like that, they'd commit us to an insane asylum. Well, I wish they'd get on it here, you know? Pound Smith says, what if it was Brock Lesnar? Well, then he can do whatever he wants, clearly. You think I'm going to beat down Brock Lesnar for clap talking? No, Brock Lesnar can clap talk right in front of my face. Yeah. I ain't going to do shit about it. Redface says, Terry Nee, he's an older Charlie Kirk. He also looks like Mike Lindell from MyPillow. Hold on a second. Let's see. I'm not seeing it.
No.
Could you brush your hair up a little bit out of your forehead?
Oh, sure, yeah.
And put it more up?
It's not like it's going to go that way.
It's not good. Yeah. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing the Mike Lindell resemblance. Oh, well. Maybe older Charlie Kirk. Generous Lover says, bro, twins. I didn't see it, but hey, look, I'm not the be-all, end-all.
What do you mean we're twins?
Maybe work on it. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Maybe work on it just as the kids
I will
say.
practice.
As the kids say, work on it tiny. Work on it tiny. I see the resemblance in the track marks, says Skeezy. I told you to hide those.
Yeah, sorry.
God damn it, you guys.
I'll wear long sleeves next time.
Yeah, I'm not going to say I've mentioned it before, but I've mentioned it before. Hey, guess what? Minnesota was at the epicenter of a scandal in the Joe Biden administration.
Oh, really?
This week. Yeah. Do you remember that the nuclear waste guru guy who looks like trans Matt Damon?
Oh, do I remember?
You remember this guy?
I think so.
Yeah. That's the person who's in charge of our nuclear waste and what we should do for it. I guess we could bury it in my asshole.
Apparently he's been hanging out by it.
Well, that's where the hair went. So anyway, this
Okay,
person.
that explains a lot.
All right. I feel like I should tell him who runs Bartertown. There he is in drag outside the Capitol. That's good. Who wouldn't take this guy seriously when he talks about nuclear waste? I mean, it just sounds like, you know.
Next time you're around the spent rods, wear a suit. A nuclear suit.
Look at this. I know what happened to the nuclear waste.
Oh.
He had it for breakfast, like you said.
Yeah.
Oh, Mike. Oh,
what
my.
Ever living.
Oh, subscribe to my OnlyFans. Well, anyway, this guy was part of a scandal at the Minneapolis airport over the weekend. Joe Biden's non-binary drag queen nuclear waste guru, Sam Brinton, 34, is charged with theft after they were caught on camera stealing a bag from the Minneapolis airport's baggage claim. The non-binary drag queen, who has been working in a nuclear waste job in the President Biden administration, has been charged with felony theft after they allegedly stole a bag from the baggage claim at Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport. Sam Brinton, whose full title was as the Department of Energy's Deputy Assistant Secretary of the Office of Spent Fuel and Waste Disposition, is accused of taking the bag in September. He is currently on a leave of absence from his DOE job. If found guilty, they could now face 5 years in jail, a $10,000 fine, or both. How about we just give him one sentence? You got to pick a gender. You got to choose. Look, we looked at the pictures. I know it's hard. I know it's difficult to pick one.
It's definitely not hard.
I'm just going to have to ask you to pick one. Brinton made headlines earlier this year after proudly announcing on LinkedIn that they had become Deputy Assistant Secretary of Spent Fuel and Waste Disposition at the Department of Energy. Anytime someone tells you that we have too big of a, a bureaucracy, and we have too many people working in government, just show them this job and go, I think you're wrong. I think we need to spend more on these different jobs. They're saying the nuclear waste cures monkeypox. See, I didn't know that. You guys are going to find out later today, though. You're being very stupid and very ignorant, as they say, because there's no such thing as monkeypox anymore.
Oh,
Yeah.
just went away, huh?
They changed the name.
Oh,
Problem solved. Why didn't we try that with AIDS?
yeah.
You know? We sat in our homes for 2 years because of COVID. I didn't know we just had to change the name. God, rebranding, guys. Always with the rebranding.
Sniffles.
Generous Lover says, do they have cancer or something? Great job on the pronouns, buddy. Look at you knocking it out of the park. SC Motorsport. Yeah, people are surprised they didn't get picked up for tapping the foot in the bathroom like Senator Larry Craig did.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that happened at the Minneapolis airport, too.
Yeah.
That senator tapping his foot underneath. By the way, if you watch interviews with that guy from back in the day, how did you not know he was gay? That Senator Larry Craig, where he calls Bill Clinton a nasty, naughty boy. That's during the Clinton stuff. He was Senator Larry Craig. Oh God, nasty. Let's say nasty boy. Bill Clinton was a nasty, naughty boy. Here we go. So this is the guy that ended up being the foot tapper in the bathroom. Let's not play a fucking Bill Maher clip because you're going to get popped for that. All right, here we go.
It certainly can bring about a censure resolution, and it's a slap on the wrist. It's a bad boy, Bill Clinton. You're a naughty boy.
Okay, not done yet. But I mean, right there. Do you not go, hey, I think that guy's gay?
You're definitely leaning.
Yeah, in a bathroom stall with your foot leaning underneath the rest of the way.
The American people already know that Bill Clinton is a bad boy, a naughty boy. I'm going to speak out for the citizens of my state who, in the majority, think that Bill Clinton is probably even a nasty, bad, naughty boy.
Cue the Janet Jackson music, I guess.
Yeah.
He's just a mean, nasty, bad, naughty boy. I think he needs to be pissed on as punishment. I don't know. I mean, Senator Glory Hole, I don't think it should have came as much of a shock that senator turned out to be on the prowl for ass at the airport. You couldn't wait till you got to your hotel.
That's pretty, especially airport bathrooms are nasty to begin with.
Even a bad, nasty, naughty bathroom. People are saying, oh, you know what? I'm wrong. They did change the name of AIDS. It used to be called Grids. That's true. But then people stopped eating grits for breakfast. So they were like, oh, shoot.
Oh.
There was, we've talked about this before. There was an AIDS diet supplement.
AYDS?
Yeah. AIDS,
It was candy.
Yeah. It was like it was a diet candy that you'd eat so you wouldn't be hungry. And you would lose weight.
Turns out you get the real AIDS, you lose just as much weight.
That was the issue.
That's why it went under.
Yeah, that's why they went under, because a better AIDS came in for weight loss.
I've tried fad diets, powders, pills, still my weight.
Homosexual heroin addict cock. Only one of them worked.
It's been up and down like a yo-yo until the AIDS plan taught me how to take off weight and help keep it off.
AIDS may taste like a candy, but AIDS can...
Oh, it certainly does. It tastes like a nasty, mean, naughty boy. AIDS may taste like a candy. AIDS may feel like a good pulsating dick at the time, but...
And help keep it off.
AIDS may taste like a candy, but AIDS contains one of the most effective appetite suppressants you can buy.
The destruction of your white blood cells. Oh.
And there's no stimulant in AIDS that could make you nervous.
That's right. You'll be out of energy constantly with AIDS. Yeah. I'm sorry, I can't get AIDS. It makes me nervous when I take it. Mm-hmm.
I ate less, so the weight came off. To help keep it off when I sometimes want things loaded with calories, AIDS helps.
Saw that one coming.
Oh, we raced each other to that one.
Helps put me in control.
Let the AIDS plan teach you how to take off weight and help keep it off. Try peanut butter AIDS.
That's right, folks. Try peanut butter AIDS. That's really racist. That sounds like AIDS you get from a Hispanic. I don't think we should call it that.
Peanut butt.
We need peanut butt AIDS. It's when you fuck an ass that has shit in it. It's peanut AIDS.
Try new nutty AIDS.
Oh, these jokes are 40 years too late.
Yeah, 82.
Yeah. Oh, is that the end of the commercial? Wow, this guy really does 40 seconds of his own artwork. Boy, talk about sucking your own dick. I'm surprised his channel doesn't have AIDS. Holy shit. Well, anyway, that's we got there from fucking the nuclear energy guy. That's what it was.
Weird.
CNFT says AIDS was a better weight loss than the candy, so it won. Right, better products. That's how capitalism works. You get a better product and it takes over. Tastes like Mr. Unknown for Real says it tastes like Freddie Mercury poisoning. What would you have rather had in 1987? Mercury poisoning or Freddie Mercury poisoning?
Oh boy.
Which one was more deadly?
That's a good question. I don't have any basis of comparison other than the one that the Freddie one didn't turn out very well.
No, see, that's what I'm thinking. Redface says, sure as Toe Rogan is the best name for him. I think, why do I podcast? What do you think of Aaron as Toe Rogan? No, that's not a good joke. But I appreciate the effort. Don't stop trying. I want you to keep coming up with good stuff. We got to throw out our bad ones before we get to the good ones. We've got Informal Warfare saying, we found the winner of the Didn't Age Well Olympics. Yeah, I think the AIDS, AIDS, the AIDS epidemic would have been a better epidemic.
Yes.
For this country.
Because it's controllable.
Don Lemon's AIDS says, I prefer citrus AIDS. Yeah, I mean, look, everybody's got their own favorite flavor of AIDS. Scotty Faye says, I tried peanut butter AIDS. It got stuck on the roof of my mouth. Bill Bixby says, hey, the annoying gay is gone. I can watch today. Which one of us is the annoying gay? Is he saying Johnny is a homosexual? How dare you? He's crippled, but he's not gay.
You know, I heard a good place to get the AIDS to, by the way, back in the day was called the Blue Oyster.
Really? Because I found it to be a punk club called the Rusty Bunghole.
Oh,
it was a wine bar.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, Redface says, go capitalism. Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh. Rest in peace, Freddie Mercury. Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's been a while, but yeah, shout out Freddie Mercury. Is that what we're supposed to say? I suppose.
When did he pass? Early 2000s?
Oh, no. I don't even know if he made
early
it to
90s.
90.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Freddie Mercury died a long time ago. I don't even remember Freddie Mercury being alive in my lifetime. November 24th, 1991. Yeah, I was 4.
Okay, early 90s. That's for sure then.
I was 4 when Freddie Mercury died. Who else died of AIDS? Why am I blanking on all the famous people? Oh, I think Rock Hudson. I think he might have died of AIDS. I could be wrong. I can't recall. Kane B says, Bill Bixby, when you asked about the gay guy, I naturally assumed you meant Aaron. I mean, look at him.
But see, HIV.
Oh, Eazy-E. I'm sorry. Eazy-E died of AIDS. So they're saying Jenny from Forrest Gump. Yeah.
No, actually, that wasn't how she died.
They said
it was hepatitis. Yeah. Yep.
The directors even said that. The author of the book said, yeah, hepatitis.
Yep.
Everybody thought AIDS. But
I did too initially. Yeah.
It makes sense. All the drug use and everything. Getting hep. Yeah. I hear you.
But see, HIV is no longer a death sentence. Everybody can just be living with it now.
That's what I keep hearing.
I mean, ask Charlie Sheen.
# no longer a death sentence. Isaac Asimov, Eazy-E, Tom Hanks. No, that was Andy Beckett in the movie Philadelphia. I'm sorry, No Morio. I didn't mean to spoil it for you. Tom Hanks is not really dead. He was playing a character. Yeah, Tommy Morrison. Arthur Ashe died of AIDS. Wasn't he too old to have AIDS? I guess it shows you're never too old for AIDS. As long as you're...
It knows no age.
Yeah, AIDS knows no age. Tom Hanks in Philadelphia. Yeah, Matthew McConaughey. No, Matthew McConaughey did not die of AIDS. He was in a movie where his character died of AIDS. I think I understand now. All right. So that guy's going to be in a little bit of trouble for stealing. Imagine just that's such a white woman crime. I think he should have to identify as a female now.
Yeah.
Like if you're stealing people's bags at the airport.
Well, it depends upon, he's going to figure out.
Certainly is. Dirty girl.
He's going to figure out what sentence is going to carry less punishment if he's a guy or a girl. So he'll just go with that.
Right. That's what you should identify as. Women usually get more lenient sentences.
Yep.
So just identify as a chick that day. Shave the mustache, wear your best blouse.
Why'd you do it, sir? Well, I was just having a crazy day.
Oh, I was all eggy from my period. Oh, my menses was making me crazy, so I just had to steal somebody's bag. They had nicer makeup than I did, so I had to steal it. I don't know. I was just feeling all crazy because my man left me, and I'm a single mom. Just lay it on thick. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For our friends at All Care Towing of St. Cloud. We brought them some Casey's Pizza yesterday. So if they were out on the road even quicker than normal, which is quick to begin with, then you know what that means? That means that All Care Towing was fueled by our Casey's Breakfast Pizza. All Care Towing, of course, if you go in the ditch, you get in an accident, look, snowy here in central Minnesota, use our friends at All Care Towing. Nobody quicker than them. Also, Oz, I think you're working at this one. There's a gun show coming up here locally where we're from in St. Cloud, and they wanted us to tell you about it. December 10th and 11th, the Minnesota Weapons Collectors Association has a gun and knife show at the River's Edge Convention Center in St. Cloud, where you can buy, sell, and trade new, used, and antique weaponry, firearms, weapons, vintage sporting collectibles. It's Saturday, December 10th from 9 to 5, and Sunday from 9 to 3 on December 11th. $10 per person. Go to nwca.org for more information. That's nwca.org. Travel up no matter where you're from. These gun and knife shows, these antique shows are...
Bring your guns to get engraved, too.
Awesome.
I'll be there.
Yeah. I think the only rule is, no loaded weapons.
Right. Just make sure you
I believe was the
leave
rule.
the ammunition in the car.
Leave the ammo in the car. But yes, of course, nwca.org.
And we'll be there with Midland Armory, too.
Yes, Midland Armory will be there as well. Rex Dart parody account says, All Care Towing, the original tow guy. Oh, yeah. Oh. You know what I keep hearing?
Everybody's a buzz about the tow guy.
Everybody. Guys, I'm going to exhaust you here for a second. Prepare to be exhausted. Yeah, I'll exhaust you, and then we'll get to Kanye.
Okay.
How's that sound? We'll exhaust the shit out of you, and then we'll play Kanye walking off Tim Pool's show. I'm reading a headline. This is not coming from me. The next major COVID variant is poised to be more deadly, doctors warn after studying patient who harbored Omicron for 6 months. This is one of those stories where I want to check the date on it.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, November 28th, 2020? Is that what that is? Oh, the... Guys, I don't care if this version of COVID was a literal worm that crawled up everyone's dick while they were using public urinals. We can't be afraid of it anymore.
Yep.
Like, you've tried to scare us so many times, and like so many of those scare tactics ended up, look, I'm not going to use any kind of language that's going to get you in any kind of trouble on YouTube, but I will say that there were certain predictions and warnings you guys gave out where the reality happened to come up short.
A little bit.
Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's fair to say.
I'm not saying you were lying. I'm not saying you were bullshitting.
No.
I'm just saying you would tell us one thing about this strain, and then a different thing would end up
It's almost like you didn't know anything about it. Weird.
Right. Anybody can get it wrong. You know? Doesn't mean I don't think you were misinforming anyone. But to come at us now, we're pushing 3 years now.
Yep.
We're pushing 3 years later. And for you to come to us and go, oh, no. This variant is the one. Look, man, whenever this variant, if this variant ever does come, I'll promise you, it's going to wipe out everyone. And the reason it'll wipe out everyone is because you have cried wolf so many times that nobody's going to buy it when an actual big one comes.
Yep.
And we're all just going to...
I like to see what they're doing over there. A lot of ballsy people in China, too, because they're out on the streets, protesting we're not getting locked down again. They finally had enough. But it's ballsy to do that because, they'll kill you for stuff like that.
Look. Can I give you a spoiler alert on how that's going to end?
Yeah.
They're going to kill enough people until they stop.
Probably.
Remember, it's a communist government.
Yeah.
One thing a communist government, and especially China communist, like China gives less than a fuck what the world thinks. Like the Soviet Union still kind of played in the world game.
Yeah.
A little bit. So they couldn't go like too overtly dog shit. They had to hide a lot of it. And there was no internet back then, so it was a little easier. But now, like China, you'll be filming their cops beating innocent civilians, and they'll just take their nightstick and smack the fucking phone out of your hand and start beating the shit out of you.
Yeah.
Oh, they don't care at all. We've got a story coming up later today on how they're handling the China stuff right now, the protests.
Yeah.
I'll give you one piece, and White Ad already says it in the chat. They're welding people into their homes. They do. I'm telling you guys, China does not give a fuck. I think it's so cute to go on these websites like The Blaze like Glenn Beck's website, and they have this thing where they're like, oh, here we go. Here's the uprising that's going to topple the Chinese Communist... guys,
no.
The Chinese Communist Party will start killing people until these people stop. They're not going anywhere. They're not going to end up, changing anything. Nothing. They're just going to wipe out, beat, and savage protesters until they go home.
There you go.
And guess what? The protesters will go home because they're used to it. I mean, it's not like their government took over from a really friendly and fair free government. They took over from another despot, Chiang Kai-shek, back in the 40s and 50s. It took over for them. It's not like if a totalitarian regime, perish the thought, ever took over America. I mean, we're as close as we want to get right now. But imagine if an actual one took over America. You would have millions of Americans who remember what freedom and all that stuff was like. Yeah. And maybe they would be a little tougher to nail down and defeat. But if you've kind of gotten conditioned throughout your country's history that there is no freedom, I think it's a lot easier to break those kind of people because you never saw it before. Benton J.A. says, and if people are being sealed into apartment buildings, would you suspect those to be people considered to be political enemies of the government or not? Well, all that matters is they do. Like the Chinese government considers them that. So, and it's so stupid too because it's all over this zero COVID policy, which is a stupid policy.
Yep.
We're going to lock everybody in their homes with no food and medicine until we have 0 cases of COVID. Well, you can't say that COVID is now going to be around like the flu is and then say you're going to have 0 COVID. It's idiotic. It's like saying you're going to have 0 flu. Never. People are going to get sick. Benton J.A. says, I'm 47, and the fact is I had more freedom in this country when I was 10 years old than I do now. Well, I mean, look, I caution people against this. The romanticizing your childhood. Doing this thing like, oh, it was so much better when I was a kid. Well, yeah, it was better when you were a kid because you were a kid. You didn't have bills to pay. You could do whatever the fuck you wanted. You rode your bike with your friends to the Quick Stop, if you're me, and you bought Airheads and Dr. Pepper, and you had a gay old time. It was great. But to me, I think about it, was my childhood... Like, because I was born in basically 87. I was born with a week left to go in 86. So I was born in 1987. Let me tell you some things that happened in my childhood that are worse than what's going on now. Waco, Ruby Ridge, Oklahoma City, like all of that stuff. Boom, boom, boom. From the time I was like 3 to the time I was 7. That shit happened. 9/11, the Patriot Act. All of that stuff, like reading people's emails, storing people's text messages as metadata. Like all that stuff happened when I was a kid. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend the government was more free or better or, wiretapping, shit like that. They were doing all of that stuff. And if you grew up in the 60s and stuff like that, they were wiretapping Martin Luther King's phones. They were wiretapping Malcolm X's phones. Like if you tried to do a thing where you tried to make black people and white people equal, the government was going to tap your phones because they basically saw you as a domestic terrorist. So I don't know. I understand romanticizing when we were kids, but I think a lot of that is because we were children. I mean, if you want to make it the 80s, in your growing up days, you could look at what we were doing in the 80s. Here,
Challenger.
Challenger, or we were taking crack cocaine from Central America and we were flooding the inner city streets with it because we thought it would, do terrible shit to black people, which it did. I mean, look,
wow,
it's because we were kids and we didn't know about all this shit, I mean, the government has always used whatever technology there is to kind of limit us further as far as freedom goes. So, people saying we need to go back to the 80s. I mean, you think we're at war and involved with a lot of countries now. Jesus, in the 80s, we had our finger in every revolution. We had our finger in every, what do they call that? Regime change and all that. We were getting involved in fucking Grenada and Panama, for God's sake. Why? Kraken Slappin says, internet just makes everything more in our face. Ignorance is bliss. We just know more now. And that's what I believe. Yeah. And again, I could be wrong. Like, I could just be like trying to write it all off as, we were just kids. But I mean, to me, I don't know how free we ever were to begin with. Benton J.A. says, that's my point. We were less enslaved than we are now. I never said we were free. I don't feel, I got to say this. I don't feel enslaved. I feel hoodwinked, bamboozled, led astray, run amok. I didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on me. I do a good Malcolm X, don't I?
Yeah, that's pretty much on. Yeah.
I like, a lot of people told me when I was a kid, they're like, you remind me a lot of Malcolm X, especially in the eyes. So I like to sometimes do the impression so people go, oh shit, that guy is just like Malcolm X. Anon Rex says 615 people watching, world record steal. Look at us, just blowing up in the world. I tell you what, guys, do me a favor. Why don't you hit the like button? Why don't you subscribe to the channel? That helps us out a ton. You guys want to hear an email I got from a Kermit and Friends person? Yes. Check this out. Good morning or afternoon, as the case may be. I have just finished watching your stream with Wheezy. I have to applaud you for bring out the all-out general bullshit that goes on in that Kermit and Friends world. Speaking from my own personal experience, there's one guy in there that has been coming at me personally with outright lies and fabricated nonsense. Elisa does absolutely nothing to stop this crap. I just lost my spot. Elisa does nothing to stop this crap. This jackass has, in fact, contacted my neighbors, my landlord, my relatives, among others, to try to feed them this line of crap. He does live streams making phone calls to random people that he has found on sites like People Finder and thinks that they are related. So he calls them, and if they hang up, he calls them right back. The most recent incident being Monday, when he called my landlord's place of employment and tried to feed them garbage. Worst of all, Elisa has done nothing to stop it. He brags it up on her Kermit and Friends Discord, and her response is that he's just this way and shrugs it off as being amusing. Yeah, I mean, she's a giant piece of shit, and I won't say your name because I want to protect your anonymity. But yeah, I mean, and I'm sure that I know who you're talking about. I know who it is, and I will email you back. I will contact you about this. And you're right, she does absolutely nothing about it because I think she's terrified of these people. I think she's made an audience on very damaged human beings, and she's terrified of them. It can't be what she said on Misery Loves Company yesterday, where she goes, I just like the positivity. That's that vapid cunt LA bullshit. Like that, I just love the positivity. You can't sow negativity into the world, and then when those seeds grow into toxic plants, go, I don't know, I'm just going to walk away because, I'm just into positivity. That is a vapid 8-year-old's way of looking at the world. That is the most brain-dead horse shit. And to be honest with you, I don't know if she's smart enough to know how stupid she is. I don't know if this is a gimmick, or I don't know if this is just... I've been saying that she uses mentally damaged people this whole time. I'm starting to think that maybe she's the most damaged of all of them.
Oh.
I think she might be the most damaged ones. I might have had this backwards the whole time. This might not be her using people beneath her. This might be birds of a feather flocking together. I know. I think that could more be the case. I could have that part wrong. But as far as like that guy goes, if he says the name that I'm thinking of, I'm sorry. First of all, like this person says, it gets planned in her Discord, it gets said openly, and she does nothing about it. And then when you call her out on it, like Misery Loves Company did yesterday, like Kevin Brennan and Bob Levy did, she goes, what am I supposed to do? Speak out against it? It's like the least you can do. It's the least you can do. Elisa is a glowing example of how far a hard 6 can ride the wave. Bravo. Bravo. Harry's Models, I think that was your email we just read, buddy. I have a question for you, Harry's Models, and feel free to say it out loud. Is it Botter? If it's not Botter, email me and tell me who else it is, because we can start gathering a list of the people who do this. And believe me, Steel Toe doesn't let go, Harry. We have a long, rich history of once people start fucking with us, we annoy the shit out of them to the point where they're like, oh, we should have never done this.
Yep.
It's happening with Zumak, although he's just fun. But yeah, if you want to gather all the names in her Discord who are doing this to people, I would absolutely love to take all of that information to the authorities and start locking down who these people are. 100%. So put it out there. And Harry, if there's any other people in Elisa's community who feel this way but are too scared to speak up, you tell them that they don't have to be afraid with me. I'll keep their anonymity unless they don't want to. I will gather all the information. We'll class action the shit out of this thing. We've already killed Kermit and Friends. In fact, I think April and I today should go to the store and we should buy a toy Kermit and have like its head hanging off, and that's our trophy. And we'll just start putting trophies up here.
Sure.
And that's Kermit and Friends. We killed that show. She now goes, I'm an IRL streamer now, which is like this close to being off the internet. So she's doing that sad thing now. Get the word out in Elisa Jordana's community. This is like one of those commercials about, vaginal mesh or mesothelioma.
Class action.
If you or someone you know has been victimized by the Kermit and Friends Discord and you don't want to, and you don't want to speak out there, you speak out to me. You come to me, you write to me. I'll get in touch with you. If it's Twitter, at Aaron Imholt on Twitter, tell me, just tweet me, tell me to follow you. You can DM me. I'll help you out. I will help you out. We'll put a stop to this shit. You trust me. Oh boy, we're getting some other names. This is interesting. Your only option is to befriend Steel Toe. Look, man, I'll reform all these Kermit and Friends people. If they want to get away from that toxic sludge and they want to come over here and have some fun, I mean, yeah, we tease hard.
Yeah,
we make fun of people hard, but it's always making fun. You know? Like, anybody presses me on Chad Zumock, I'll say, I don't have any hard feelings or any ill will towards Chad Zumock. I think he behaves like a buffoon, and it's fun to tease him. He's a jock stuck in the high school days at 50 years old. How is that not hilarious? I have to laugh at that. But I don't hate Chad. I don't dislike Chad. I don't dislike or hate Opie. I think he's silly. I love Brendan Schaub. I don't hate DSP. All of this stuff is for fun, for a gag, for a goof. But when it comes to this Elisa Jordana, like, she's enabling hurting people. And I think the more she's exposed, the more people kind of fall by the wayside when it comes to her. April says, if that's the Bob guy, he was in our chat last night laughing that we thought it was Botter. It's probably multiple people. And I'm sure that this Botter fella is just one of them. Like, we got the guy that we thought it was, and he's spilling all the goods on Botter. Like, he's telling them all of okay, one of the worst is that guy. Okay, I think him and the other guy are absolutely working together. 100%. And I'll say it, the guy's name is Trumpster Bob. I mean, you got to out these people, because I'll tell you this. Very rarely can the cops find these people.
Yeah.
Very rarely. So my job maybe is I just got to be as far as public shaming goes, I got to be worse than the cops. I'm up to the challenge. I'm up to the challenge. So yes, if you guys put it out there, if you're part of Elisa's Discord and you think it's going poorly and it's going badly, you come to me. I'll respect your anonymity. We'll help you out. 100%. Grank Nutterbutter says, friend of mine who knew all of them and never lies says she has a wart bushel between her toes.
Jesus.
Happy Days says Chad steals from old men. Right, and he stole a credit card from a 70-year-old man. That's hilarious.
Jeez.
I don't hate the guy. He's just silly. Trumpster Bob had issues with Mersch and Royce years ago. Well, look, I like Royce and Mersch, so that's extra motivation. LL Cooley says, what's up, towheads? I made that up. Oh, really? Oh, man, here I thought that was branded.
Everybody's a buzz about the toe guy.
There you go. All right. Harry says he's been a drunken sot for years. It's called wet brain, and the years of abuse is taking its toll. All right, guys, let's move on with the show. This is very interesting. Harry, thank you very much for that information. And if you want to work together, we'll work together on that. And let everyone else know in that Discord. Aaron's like the mesothelioma lawyer.
Yeah.
If you or someone you know has been disaffected by Elisa Jordana, call the law firm of Steele and Toe.
Everybody's a buzz about the Toe guy.
And we'll get a settlement for you. All right. We'll all work together on this. And if she thinks that just running away from her show is going to fix it, you got another thing coming. So this next major COVID variant, as I was talking about before.
Oh, yeah.
Before you
this
took
is the big one.
Before you took a little break there and let me read Harry's email. This is the real deal. Like, I know there was Delta, Omicron. I think there was one in between those two. But this is the one that's going to get everybody.
Okay.
That's the world's next major COVID variant is poised to be more severe than the mild strains that are currently world dominant. The ultra-infectious Omicron strain emerged almost exactly a year ago, and its mutated spin-offs have risen to the top in virtually every country in the world. So, like, this is the Rhoda to Omicron's Laverne and Shirley.
Did they name this one yet, or is it called Unicorn? Or
it's called. Let me scroll here. Let me find it. I think I've got it. Oh, yeah. Overhyped sack of shit.
Oh.
That's a weird thing to name a virus.
Yeah. It doesn't seem very effective.
Yeah, I would have picked something else. But overhyped sack of shit is what they're going with. It's a joke, YouTube. It's a joke. As they are far milder than the older versions of the virus, and many researchers believed they represented a kind of end game for COVID's evolution. We're in the end game now. Which, like many viruses before it, mutate to be more mild so they can spread more easily. But researchers in South Africa say the virus still has the potential to get deadlier after Okay, wait a minute. I'm about to tell you the patient they got this information off of.
Okay.
And then I think we can pretty much be done with any seriousness with this article.
I have a feeling.
They're saying that this one's going to be more deadly and it's going to be the worst ever because they examined a patient who was immunocompromised and had HIV and harbored the virus for a half a year.
Well, it's definitely COVID then.
Why is it that we have to stick to the rules of science on everything, which is mass data collection and analysis? But when it comes to COVID, for some reason, if we have one outlier, we have to behave based on that. Mm-hmm. Anything else, we got to find tens of thousands of cases, study any commonalities they might have, and decide whether it's causation or correlation, and then make our hypothesis based on this. But when it comes to COVID, it's like, we found a strain of one guy who was riddled with AIDS and had it for 6 months, and guess what? He died. I'm sorry, but if there's a strain that takes 6 months to kill a guy with AIDS, I'm not thinking too much of that strain.
No.
A cold kills someone with AIDS faster than that. Over time, the virus evolved to cause more deaths, cell death and cell fusion, leading to increased inflammation in the lungs. These effects more closely resembled those of the ancestral COVID strain than the Omicron strain. The patient studied is one of the largest known sufferers of Omicron, which itself is believed to have evolved in someone with a severely weakened immune system. So they're saying that this one might be the most deadly one yet. But what are they finding out? Really sick, immunocompromised people die from it.
Weird.
Guys, you're going to have to tell me when the breaking news comes. I mean, the rules.
They must really think we're stupid.
They really do. The rules of science that we've been willing to break for this fucking disease, while also saying that we need to trust the science, is remarkable to me. And by the way, if this disease keeps mutating like a fucking knuckleball, that like no rhyme or reason, doesn't follow other diseases, doesn't that just more lend its credence to the idea that this was probably created in a lab?
Yeah.
Oh, man, well, normal diseases go like this. This one goes, yeah. Wow, almost like it was manipulated genetically. Not that I can confirm such a thing. I mean,
no.
and why would I want to? Right? I mean, why would I want to confirm something like that? Jesus. I mean, it's like you said. They must think we're just fucking stupid.
Yeah.
They must just think we're the dumbest.
And it's the whole cry wolf thing. You damn right it is.
Like the dumbest motherfucker who ever lived. We were sitting in the bathtub. We're farting in the bathtub, laughing our ass off. LL Cooley with $5 says, Elisa Jordana helped me find myself and better my relationship with my parents. Nah, just kidding. She's a dumb trick. Very funny. Thank you. By the way, guys, no goals until tomorrow morning. No tonight, no today, nothing. Overtime for free. And you guys are 190 into tomorrow's goal already. So thank you guys very much for your generosity and your contributions to this dog shit program. So there you go. You got a new variant coming, and it's going to kill everyone. I wanted to show you guys this. I saw this today. Elon Musk posted his bedside table on Twitter. That can't be fucking real. He's got a flintlock pistol. He's got a beast. What is that? That's not they don't call that one the Judge. That's looks like is that a 45 or a 50 Taurus? I was thinking it was a Taurus.
I don't know. I'm not sure on that one.
Elon Musk is too rich to be buying a Taurus, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
Elon shouldn't be buying a Taurus. No, that's not the Judge. That's something else. Does it not have a trigger?
There's a lot going on there.
There's a lot going on in that photo. And caffeine-free Diet Coke, the man's got to be stopped. Why don't you just drink water, you fucking weirdo? This man is autism personified. A flintlock, George Washington, whatever the fuck that is.
Derek will know what that is.
I thought Taurus, too, when I first saw it. But then I thought, you can't be a billionaire and have a Taurus. You know? That's got to be some... He's got to own...
probably some kind of a Gucci gun.
It's probably a lighter.
Yeah.
And then, caffeine-free Diet Cokes. The man needs to be stopped. Now I'm with the liberals. Now I'm with the lefties on that one. I don't think you can go drink caffeine-free Diet Cokes and be for free speech.
That's true.
You've got to be a New World Order guy if you're drinking that shit. Let's continue on here. You guys are going to get crowded for talking bad about Fauci. Love, Susan W. We were being very, measured, I think. LL Cooley says that's a 357 Rhino. Okay. Elisa Jordana got me through NoFap November, so there's that, says Snub Nose Media. Drew Zilla says that's just the night table gun. He's got better ones. All right. Derek says that looks like a Chiappa Rhino. Okay, so that's multiple people have now said it's a Rhino. So we're going with that?
There we go.
All right. Binary Recoil says, so he is going too fast here. So he is messed up because he's addicted to man-made sugar and high fructose corn syrup. I was just being funny.
Jeez.
I was just being silly. I just wanted to be goofy on my
a nerve there, bro.
Little podcast that I have.
And struck a nerve.
I didn't. Look, I misjudged clearly. I didn't know that the caffeine-free Diet Coke Brigade was going to come after me. I've heard about you guys. You're world famous, but you're kind of like Bigfoot. Nobody ever sees you.
Yeah.
Until he bites you. And that caffeine level rolls over non-caffeinated. I'll never drink a diet soda again. Sorry.
You need a bigger glass.
Cordless says, Aaron, stop acting like you know what you're talking about. Oh, come on. You could say that every second of every show I do. Why choose now? Dub says he owns the gun from character of film From Dusk Till Dawn, mounted on crotch sex machine. All right, so he's a complete psychopath. David with $4.99. David, stop. Enough is enough. You're too kind. He says, this is a test. Tried to super chat Chrissy asking when or if April would be on. Had to delete last name to get it to post. Just testing here. Has Chrissy banned my last name in her chat? I'm just kidding. Don't go to Chrissy and say I said that. That is not what I mean. So wonderful
Chrissy
human
Mayer?
being. Yeah, the lovely and talented Chrissy Mayer. David Chandler with another $4.99 says, sorry about that. All right. We're $200 into tomorrow's goal already. Jesus. I've only got 180 left. No, Imholt can't be banned in her chat. Oh, you know what? I wonder if she didn't do that because of all the swatting and stuff, and she didn't want April's name being put.
Could be safe. Yeah.
Oh, that's actually remarkably nice if she did that. That's a really sweet move if she won't allow April's name to be said in her chat. God. Sometimes I see people do really nice stuff like that, and I go, maybe I'm a bigger piece of shit than I thought because I don't even think of stuff like that. Right. Like, I always think of myself as a fair but firm person. Like, I'm a nice, generous guy with, like, my friends and people close to me and whatnot. Yep. And I know I come off as, like, an abrasive dick, and I do. That's understandable. That's totally fine. But then there's times where, like, Chrissy does something like that, and I can understand the motivation behind it, and I go, oh, like, I'm a piece of shit, not because I don't do certain things, but because I don't even think to do certain things. Like, I'm like, oh, a real good person would think about shit like that. Happy Days says, you're not alone there, Aaron. I feel alone. Will you come to my home? Cook me a meal? Tell me I'm pretty? Pretty, please? Balls Deep says, you're a Lenny with higher functions. I'm starting to believe it. Lenny, I would go... For those of you who have seen the HBO movie Ricochet with John Lithgow and Denzel Washington, I'm like a good guy Earl Talbot Blake. Wait, no, what? No. Brittany Martini says, Jesus, get some references, Aaron. That Jaws 2 days ago in a row and 2 Fargos in one day. Look, you're lucky I don't do 19 Fargo references a show. I'm obsessed with that movie.
Oh, by the way, Wednesday, I'm into it. It's a good series.
Is it really?
Yes.
It looks fucking terrible.
There's a lot of stuff going on that's behind the scenes that's kind of piling together that you would never thought would happen.
But, like, my problem with Wednesday is the Addams Family is campy. It's not like dark and sinister and this and that. It's campy, it's light, it's fun. And they're making like Wednesday Addams like see, they're chewing off the guy's dick. I see what that resembles. Okay, she's this. I don't know. Lemmy says she loved it. You said you love it. So I haven't seen it, so I'm in the minority.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good. I'm looking for the second season.
All right. Fuck me to death. Everyone's saying it's a good series.
Jenna Ortega that plays Wednesday, she does such a phenomenal job. It's actually
you know her
good.
name. What are you fucking?
She's like 15, dude.
I asked what I asked. I asked what I asked.
Oh, and the guy who plays Thing, the Hand, he's actually really good at it too. So
the Hand of the King, Ned Stark. It didn't end well for him. All right. Oh, God, no, I'm too old to raise another one. Oh, yeah, April said, David gives so much she feels like she should give him a child. Whoa. You mean like adopt one and give it to him, not watch how you say that. Skeezy says, Oz liked the last Ghostbusters. His opinions should be disregarded. That's true. I mean, you should be punished and chastised for that. Yeah, multiple people in the chat saying, Oz enjoyed Afterlife, so I mean, you should have to answer for that in front of a tribunal, like in Nuremberg. Push Up says you're not a Regan fan. I'm kind of triggered. Are you saying Reagan or Regan, like Brian Regan?
What's going on with that?
I'm not a Reagan fan. Why? Because I pointed out that we introduced crack into the black community to fuck with black people. That doesn't mean I'm not a Reagan fan. That just means that was fucked up. Look, you don't have to like everything somebody does. He cut the shit out of taxes. That was cool. But, here's my big problem with Republicans in general. They always cut the shit out of taxes. They never cut the fucking spending. So we end up with these big deficits because we cut the shit out of taxes, which is great. I'm all for that. I think that's cool. But you also have to slash the shit out of spending, too. Otherwise, what's the point? Because that deficit is just a tax later on. Cordless says, Aaron, once again, watch before you judge. Fuck's sake. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm not that big of a Regan fan. Very big Negan fan.
Yes.
I think we could elect Negan and do a good job. All right, this is going to be an undertaking. Do you want to watch Kanye on Tim Pool's show?
Oh, is this where he walks off now?
Yes.
Okay.
This is where he walks off.
I'm in.
It's about 20 or 25 minutes in where Kanye walks out.
Okay.
We're not going to watch 15 minutes of a fucking Tim Pool episode.
Fair.
I refuse. But I think this episode, to me, exposes everything about Tim Pool that I've ever thought. Tim Pool, people overuse the word grifting to mean you ask for money. That's not what grifting is. We're beggars. There's a total difference. Grifting is where you present yourself as a certain thing, and that money means that you support that certain thing, but you're not really about that. You're just using it as the tool to make the money.
Okay.
Like this show, we do a fun fuck around comedy talk show a couple times, and that's what you're paying for. That's it, if you want to. But guys like Crowder and to an extent Shapiro, and especially guys like Tim Pool, who are like, we're fighting the mainstream media, and we're fighting this, and we're fighting that. No, you're not. You're trying to entertain as many people as possible so you can make a good living. And there is no, I don't know why these guys are ashamed of that. There's nothing wrong with going, I'm doing a show, it's on a certain topic, and I want to do well for myself, and I want to gain a big audience. That's how you should be doing it. But to tell these poor people, and it's kind of goes back to the Elisa Jordana thing, to tell these people that you're like solving problems or that you're curing all these different things. They complain about these SJWs and these trans drag story hours and shit like that. Well, there's more of them now than ever. So if you were really working on that problem and stopping it, you would have had something to show for it.
Okay.
So I don't like it when these Tim Pools and these Steven Crowders paint themselves as some kind of crusaders against new media. Meanwhile, YouTube's allowing them to do a show and make shitloads. I mean, Tim Pool made a shitload of money last night. There's nothing wrong with that. But don't do it under the guise of, I'm helping the country and I'm assisting. That's where the grift comes in. And my problem with Tim Pool is he will buy in enough to make himself, he's like an undercover police officer. He'll do enough to make himself look credible. But there's certain lines he can't cross because he's scared.
Oh.
Like with Kanye yesterday. He wanted Kanye on. Kanye will draw super chats. Kanye will draw money. But if it gets too into the Jew shit, Tim Pool, I don't want to be seen as, I want Kanye on my show, but I don't want any Kanye Jew stink on me. I'm sorry, but if you're going to have Kanye on your show, you got to talk to him. You got to let him talk. And the part that caused Kanye to walk off Tim Pool's show yesterday is Tim Pool was trying to empathize with Kanye, but he was too fucking nutless to say what he meant. And Kanye kind of sniffed out that bullshit. Well, and he's a psycho.
Yeah.
It's both. Don't get me wrong. It's both. He's a psycho, and he sniffed out Tim Pool's bullshit because Tim Pool said something to the effect of, and we'll play it.
Okay.
He said something to the effect of, I think I think they have been very unfair to you. And Kanye went, who's they? And Tim Pool went, the corporate media? And Kanye's like, fuck this dude, I'm out of here. Because, to me, Tim Pool, he's one of those guys, like I said, like an undercover cop. He'll walk up to the line. But the minute you need him to grab like a knife and stab somebody, he can't do it.
Okay.
Because he's undercover. I'm not saying Tim Pool's like an inside job or anything. He's a grifter. He's on the skin level. He doesn't go in. Now, neither do I. But I also don't play it to people like I am. And if that's the real Josh Denny in the chat, by the way, hello, welcome, sir. I'm glad we could put at least partially put our horse shit behind us. However, if it's not you, it wouldn't be the first time someone's pretended to be you in this chat.
I'm sorry, Kanye. My hypocrisy only goes so far.
Man, won't anybody talk to me about the Jews? I'm your Huckleberry. Tim Pool. I'm sorry. I'm not as based as I let on. Tim Pool, this is for real conservatives. You don't need to involve yourself in this. Now, that is a hell of a thing for you to say to me. I got 2 beanies.
Yeah.
One for each of you. Oh, boy. Josh Denny says, Tim Pool is the hand job of intellectual honesty. Yes, Tim Pool, in my opinion, people are going to go crazy for this one because people who have listened to this show for a while. Tim Pool, worse than Crowder. Oh, thank you, Noodles. And I agree. But Crowder to me is, I don't know. Crowder to me is like, his lie is I'm fighting YouTube and I'm fighting social media, yet he can't fucking wait to get back on YouTube all the time. That's pretty minor. Tim Pool is one of those guys who goes like, I'm fighting the good fight for all of you, and we're going to bring Kanye on, and he's being treated unfairly. But then the minute they go, all right, Tim, it's like he's going, yeah, I'm down with you guys. I'm down with you guys. All right, hit this pipe. And then he brings it to his lips. He's like, oh, I can't.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, so let's play some of this. I've been babbling for long enough. Kanye brought with him Milo Yiannopoulos, who, when the gay conservative thing fell apart on him, he decided that he's not gay anymore. He dyed his hair black, and now he's a straight Christian or whatever.
Yeah.
And then Nick Fuentes, who I will say this about Nick Fuentes. I'm not so concerned with like the positions people take, if that makes sense.
Sure.
I just want to know it's coming from a place of what you actually think. Like my big thing with Tim Pool is he always stops when he's about to get in trouble. Nick Fuentes blows right past that fucking exit on the highway, pushes the pedal to the floor and goes, let's talk about the Jews and the blacks. And it's like, whoa, fuck. Like Nick Fuentes for me, I mean, my politics, it's pretty skin deep.
Yeah.
Like I don't dive into all the issues, and I'm not going to try and fix it because I'm not smart enough. But like this Nick Fuentes boy, he's elbow deep in based blood. I mean, he's the butcher who's willing to carve up the parts that nobody wants to touch. I mean, he is Nick Fuentes is hardcore.
All right.
So one of the one guy or the two guys that I can't really criticize for being phonies in this, in my opinion, I'm going to say Kanye and Nick Fuentes. The rest of them, Let's go ahead and check out some of Tim Pool's interview with Kanye West. Oh, I'm sorry. Yay.
Tweet a bunch of people that have been canceled, like Alex Jones. I started getting in contact with other people that were now on the inside of the matrix.
Boy, how awesome is that Ye is now in contact with Alex Jones.
Oh, boy.
All right, Kanye, you need to come on. Wouldn't it be funny if Kanye's too based for Alex? Like Alex, like, all right, listen, Kanye, I'm going to have you on the show. We're going to talk about the New World Order. We're going to talk about the Illuminati. We're going to handle all of it, buddy. Don't you worry. You're going to come on InfoWars, but I need you to calm down on the Jew shit. Like, even Alex is like, look, you're a bit of a hot button for me to touch. You don't believe that any kids that were killed were fake, do you? Because I really don't need that smoke.
Yeah.
I have learned my fucking lesson. You can come on. We can drink my new bourbon together. He's got a bourbon called Conspiracy that's coming out.
Yeah, well.
It's a little too Alex Jones.
Anything to make a buck.
Me. Yeah. Look, no, I don't think anybody can begrudge Alex trying to make a buck right now.
No.
He needs to raise some funds. So Kanye and Alex Jones together, I like this idea more than I like fucking Tim Pool.
And Alex Jones, producer, said that Milo wanted to contact me. And here we are.
I mean, usually I don't do that because, I don't want him all trying to finger my booty hole. But, he says he's straight now and fucks pussy. So here, ready for the flip? Milo starts fucking Kim Kardashian. Heel turn, Milo.
So that's how you guys got in contact?
Yeah, originally. And then I suggested that we bring in Nicholas as a enormous extra brain firepower that he is.
Say Jew hater. I had to bring in another guy who's not real fond of the Jays. Yeah, Tim Pool sees Kanye come in and he goes, fuck, okay, this could get us in trouble. Then he sees Fuentes come in behind him. He goes, oh, come on. Are you trying to fuck me? And Milo's like, excuse me, what?
Most extraordinarily brilliant political commentator of his generation, and he's been treated just about as badly as anybody, so I thought he deserved to be in the room too. And that's pretty much how we got together.
So I have some questions about that, but look,
I will admit, Milo's toned it down.
Okay.
Milo's toned it down a little bit. Ugh, look at this guy. Fucking guitar behind him and then a sword and a flintlock. Jesus Christ. And I thought Crowder was overcompensating with his shoulder holsters.
We'll get through the dinner portion of, how exactly this happened, what went down. So
no, you won't.
This is how you get in contact, the three of you. How is it that Nick ends up invited to this dinner? And what happened?
Well, he was rolling with me. I was impressed with Nick, and I was like, just come to the dinner. And we had Karen Giorno pick us up from the airport. And there was a lot of...
The pizza lady?
Weird.
Karen DiGiorno. I wouldn't think that she'd be involved in shit like this. I love
self-raising.
I love that Kanye's finding like the most banned, like blacklisted people on the internet, and he's like, I fucking love the guy. He's great. Like, look, I know they took a lot of his money from him, but he's still worth hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
And like this guy who's worth hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars is just like, yeah, you know what? Any port in the storm. It's like, this is what happens when you try to take everything away from a guy and you don't, and he doesn't take it back and he doesn't apologize. You force him to congregate with other people who have been treated like him, and then you try to play this game where you're like, well, we've cut Kanye off from everything. After he said if he criticized us, we'd cut him off from everything, so we kind of proved him right. And now he's hanging out with all of these canceled, degenerate people. It's like, well, yeah, because that's the only world he can live in now. Mm-hmm. Like, you've relegated him into this shadow realm of shadowy, scary figures, in your opinion, and then you get you get all nervous and you get all surprised when these are the people he ends up hanging with. This is what we always say about about speech, about freedom of speech and all that. The more you try to censor it, the more you try to control what people say, the more you sweep it under the rug. These people find each other in a basement, and because of their experiences, they have all this rationalized, I won't even call it paranoia. They share their experiences, it matches up, and now these people form these alliances. And now, lines are clearly drawn. Instead of all you had to do was let this guy say what he wanted to say. And then you could say, oh, I think Kanye's full of shit. And you guys could have had a back and forth for a couple of days. We would have been over this. But you need control so bad. You try to control people's speech so hard that, it's the bar of soap analogy. You squeeze it so tight, and the harder you squeeze it, the more it slips through your fingers and goes and hangs out with Nicholas J. Fuentes. I hate that. I hate when I squeeze my soap in the shower and it flies out of my hands and Nick Fuentes picks it up. And I go, Nick, I told you for the last time, I don't want to shower with you. But he doesn't listen.
Weird.
That's the weirdest part. He doesn't even live in Minnesota.
Back and forth. There's another gentleman named Jamar Montgomery that was with us. It's a
running back for the Chicago Bears, I believe.
He's an engineer at Boeing.
I was close.
And
I'm telling him just we should raise everyone's volume.
Okay, cool.
That's a good thing to interrupt a big interview with Kanye for. We should raise everybody's volume. A good host.
And we sat there, and it was like when Trump came in, I said, do you want to sit alone? He's like, no, bring your friends in. So a big thing is Trump had no idea who Nick Fuentes was.
In fairness, nor should he.
Right.
If Trump knows who Nicholas Fuentes is, he's 2 balls deep in the internet to be running for president.
But this whole, I just got to go right to the heart of this anti-Semite claim.
It's just, you know what I love about Kanye? No matter what you ask him, it's coming back to Jews.
Yep.
It's just, all right. Well, anyway, about the dinner, I think as a joke, he ordered lefse, or latkes. Fuck, my Swedishness is coming out of me there. He ordered potato pancakes, and I thought that was real Jewy of him. And I want to talk about the banks for a second.
That's happening. This is something, if you read the definition, it says you can't claim that there's multiple people inside of banks or in media that are all Jewish or you're anti-Semitic. And that's the truth.
Jeez, dude.
Just goes right for it.
It's a guy, he's Rocky in Rocky 5. He keeps getting knocked down. He gets up and goes, I didn't hear no bell.
Yeah.
He's just anyway, the Jews. What am I supposed to do? It's staring right at me.
It's the truth. What are we talking about? And
elaborate. What do you mean? You mean?
I'm saying.
See, every time Kanye starts getting into Jewish stuff, Tim's got to. Well, what do you mean? Clarify. Tim, do you want him to clarify, or do you want him to just tell Kanye, I want you to expunge me of any guilt I have by association. Tim wants to be close to the fire, but he don't want to touch it.
Nope.
But he still wants the respect of the guy who touches the fire.
Saying I've been labeled anti-Semite, right? So there's different beliefs about our bloodlines, the documentary that Kyrie posted, and in general, America has been left ignorant and history has been changed. So when we start questioning things that question the indoctrination, then you immediately get, you said debanked or what did you say happened to you, or
demonetized, deplatformed?
All right, let's skip ahead to where he walks out, because like I said, it's 20 some odd minutes. I think if we go to about 14 minutes is where Kanye starts to talk. We might have to skip ahead on this one too, because it is about 9 minutes later, but Kanye starts getting into some stuff about what happened to him. And I'm sorry, man, I listen to what Kanye says and then I watch what happened to him. And it's kind of like that guy who overgeneralizes about a race of people, but it's after that race has robbed him like 9 times and beaten him up. You're like, look, man, I think you're operating here with a sledgehammer instead of a scalpel. Like you're casting a wider net, than maybe you should. But I can 100% understand how he got there. Like everyone wants to beat up Kanye, like, oh, he's being crazy and unreasonable. And it's like, well, no, I see how he got there. 100%. Like, look how he's been treated for criticizing people.
And nowhere to put the money, like literally making $300 million cash, but you're just like a high-priced, we're not going to use the S word just because it's just like too passe to use it, but it's like
it's the S word.
Next year I was supposed to make $500 million in royalties, and like no one needs this amount of money. But when I would work on homeless shelters and ideas, I'd have a contractor, we won't say what race.
That's mighty kind of you, Kanye. Look, I'll say Jew every other word, but for this contractor, you guys can guess. Fuck.
And they'd be tearing down the contracts. It's all about, position. It's not about the amount of money that you have. And, to come in here, I feel like it's a setup to be like defending. I'm not going to go through another, like I'm literally going to walk the F off the show if I'm sitting up here having to, talk about, you can't say that it was Jewish people that did it.
So this is about 6 minutes before he walks off. He's given the warning.
Okay.
If you make me explain what I fucking said 19 times already, I'm walking off of here. If you try to, Kanye's tired of being used as a prop for other people to virtue signal.
Sure.
Because people bring Kanye on their show and they interrupt him 100 times and they go, oh, see guys, Kanye says this about Jews. I don't. Look at me. And that's my problem with Tim Pool. He LARPs. And then when it's time to go, oh, well, let's, you said you wanted to be Mr., say anything, do anything. Here's your chance. And he always ends up falling short.
Every sensible person knows that. I mean, Jon Stewart knows what happened to me, and they took it too far. It was like American History X. Like my head was on the side of the curve, and the exact
curb, but that's fine. I like, my favorite show is Curve Your Enthusiasm.
Oh, yes.
People that I called out kicked my head. We found out that my trainer was a MK Ultra Canadian intelligence.
He worked in the defense research and development in the Canadian military, essentially working on PSYOPs in the Canadian military. This is Harley Pasternak.
Yeah, that's actually Kanye. When people say like MK Ultra and shit, they sound crazy. But Kanye's not wrong. Like his trainer was in the Canadian Special Forces as a PSYOPs guy. And he was also the guy who had Kanye drugged up when he said he wanted to vote for Trump and had him committed to a mental institution. And then Kanye produced text messages of this Harley Pasternak saying, I'll drug you up so bad you'll never come out of it next time, and your kids will have to see you from behind glass at a mental institution. Like he threatened Kanye after he started all this stuff up. That Harley Pasternak is a bad dude. And to show you that he's way more of a mind control guy than a good trainer, you know who one of his celebrity clients is?
Oh, who?
Lizzo.
Oh.
He better be fucking good at that shrink shit and that brain control shit, because
he's got a lot of shrinking to do on her.
He's a lot of shrinking.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, look, they tried to medicate me. I was exhausted. They wrongly diagnosed me. And they when I asked them how much lithium did you want to put me on exactly, it took them 4 days to answer because they were embarrassed about the amount, right? And I refused to take this, right?
He was full of so much lithium, he's actually currently powering 3 Teslas.
Oh.
People don't know that about Kanye.
Oh.
You understand that if I had taken the medication, I would not be here, and it would have been, he was deeply troubled. We miss him. We love his music, though.
Well, they would have Britney Spears too. I mean, look at
they would have Michael.
Okay, first of all, terrible example. She is legitimately fucking insane.
Yeah.
I mean, she is nuts. Let's not say Britney Spears was a victim
Let's
of
not
anything.
generalize.
Yeah, anything other than Britney Spears. Well, and whatever happened to her in the Mickey Mouse Club.
Jackson,
or worse, yeah.
So look at what they did.
Look at what they did to Britney. When she went in, she was tired, she was exhausted, she was in a bad way. But 10 years of that medication wrecked her brain. You can see it now. You can see there's not much of her left.
That's true.
You mentioned Pasternak was the name.
Yes, Harley Pasternak. That's the text message that he posted that we were talking about before.
Here's the lobotomy
thread.
Yeah. Before the show, obviously, I'm getting a bunch of messages from people. People are hitting me up, and they're like, "You shouldn't host them. They're anti-Semitic. They're white supremacists. They're racist."
What I fucking hate about this guy, he's got a signal. You know, he's got to go, oh, you want to know what happened to me? This motherfucker has had over $1 billion taken out of his pocket. I understand, though, that this has been really hard on fucking beanie-wearing Tim Pool. Tim, by the way, it's not that cold in your house. You're embarrassed that you're bald. Just be bald, dude. This is what I can't stand about broadcasters. You have to be 100% honest and open with your audience, or it's just going to come off as really phony. And the beanie may seem like a small thing to you guys, and maybe I'm being very autistic with this, but you're ashamed that you're bald. You can keep the beanie on. You can keep wearing it. Just tell everybody why. You're insecure about your hair. Look at this hairline I wear every fucking day. I wear this thing every fucking day. Is this a good hairline? It looks like the lobotomy scar from the guy in Planet of the Apes, for Christ's sake. But I wear it every... You monsters! You've cut out his brain! And now Tim Pool's sitting there going, people told me not to host you guys, but look how brave I am for doing it. I mean, I'm Tim Pool. Kanye's about...
But watch what you say.
Kanye's about to make him earn his fucking badge here in a little bit.
Racist. I do find the idea, I do find it funny or weird or whatever that, Nick, they call you a white supremacist. You're here working with or for, one of the most powerful black men, one of the wealthiest and most famous. But...
well, look, I wish you would stop reminding me of that because I have to forget it every time we hang out. It takes... Look... Before I hang out with Kanye, I always take about 30 minutes and just look in a mirror and go, he's not really black. He's not really black. He's not really black. He's not really black.
A lot of people were saying on the right, specifically, don't platform them. Mm-hmm. And I said, well, I want to understand what they're thinking and why they're thinking it. They're involved in what may be the biggest news story of the past week, and we have an opportunity to sit down and talk.
Because the red...
Wow, you're a hero, Tim. That wasn't even a question for Kanye, by the way. Did you notice that?
Yeah. Yep.
That was Tim Pool talking about how fucking brave he is for having them on his show. God damn, man.
Blowing his own smoke.
Media controls both sides. It just said it as simple as possible. Jared Kushner was next to Trump. Ron Emanuel was next to Obama. But see, since 1940... Go ahead.
I was going to say, isn't that an issue of these individuals? Like, you're extrapolating...
Here we go. Kanye's going into the Kanye shit about this Jew is next to this guy, this Jew is next to this guy. And no matter how you think about that, you said something to him. Let your guests talk. But Tim gets so nervous when the Jew thing comes up. See, Tim is all about free speech. Tim is all about, saying triggering shit. Tim is all about, we're dangerous, man. We're living on the edge. We don't say what the mainstream media says. But the minute Kanye goes, let me play connect the dots with Jews, Tim goes, let me interrupt so nobody thinks that I'm saying anything bad about Jewish people. Isn't it the case of just a couple of individuals and not a...
I'm going to order... with the last of my money that's available in a different account, I'm going to order a PJ before I sit and have another Lex Friedman setup conversation when I'm literally they're trying to put me in jail for my opinion.
But I get that.
I'm not going to have that opinion. I don't care about people. Those are bots that are trying to tell you. We realize, look at Pence. He sold Trump out. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I would have never wanted to do anything that hurt Trump. I'm on Trump's side. Trump said things that hurt me. He lied about me, but I mean, he's known for lying. And when people used to tell me that
I don't want to do anything that would hurt Trump, he's known for lying. I love him. I don't know.
He's a liar. It's like, I went into the trenches for Trump. That's another conversation. There was no one in my position that wore that hat.
You got to give him that.
And all of my surroundings.
Dude, they sent him to the fucking mental hospital and shot him up with lithium for voting for Trump. You know how quickly I would have voted for Hillary once I saw the lithium needle coming? I'm a fucking coward.
Yeah.
They would have said, here's a bunch of lithium. You're going to sleep. All right, I'm voting for Hillary. Do I at least have the option to stay home? Here's a smaller dose of lithium. All right, I'll go vote.
exhausted me. It was like death by 1,000 questions. I know I'm jumping to another thing, but what I'm saying is, I know you got a rep for your people online, but it's you got a person in real life that I'm not with it, bro. I lost the money for the freedom of speech, and that's what makes me the only American that we know that really deserves to run the country. Because
well, I wouldn't go that far, but I like that he's calling Tim Pool out there saying, I know you got to do this for your people online. But what Kanye's doing is he's drawing the clear distinction between him and Tim Pool. Like, your free speech for pay. I'm willing to pay for my free speech. We are not the same. And that is 100% accurate. Tim Pool is on the free speech money train. Kanye is losing. Money is flying off his train for free speech.
Everyone else, your boy DeSantis, Trump, whoever they raise in a petri dish over on the Democrat side is going to play the game.
Look, and, here's what I was trying to get to. You went right into the anti-Semite thing. I think it's something that should be talked about. But if you start bringing this up, you're going to ask my opinion on it. I'm going to disagree with you.
He didn't ask your opinion. He didn't ask your opinion. You got scared because he started going that way. You had Kanye on. And then this is what all these fucking hosts do. I want Kanye on for the clout. Kanye starts saying the shit that Kanye's been saying. And then these hosts go, not the Jews. Then don't have him on.
Don't book him,
Don't book him. If the minute he's going to start saying what he wants to say, you're going to jump in there and get all nervous and start interrupting him, then don't have him on. I've never respected Tim Pool, but I've never really gone after him on this show. But this was such a high-profile display of how goddamn phony he is that I had to bring it to you guys today.
I didn't ask your opinion on it. You jumped into it. But I don't care about your opinion. I like your opinion on how we win an election, but I don't care about anybody's opinion, bro. I lost. They tried to put me in jail. They blocked $2 billion I had. Like what I told Farrakhan, I said, look, is it anti-Semitic for me to say his name out loud? Like I told
minister.
The minister. Like I told
Obama met with him too.
Oh, he was. Yeah, I mean the Jewish people allowed Obama to meet with the minister. So Farrakhan said, well, did he have the money? The contract for the next 4 years, if I hadn't done anything, would have been $500 million a year for 4 years. What I was fighting.
Wait, that can't be right. We'll never
$2 billion.
We'll never know now because. I mean, look. Say what you want about what Kanye said, but it's like Dave Chappelle said. If you wanted to connect some dots, you could get to where Kanye got.
Yeah.
If you wanted to connect the dots, I had 500. I personally think it's 500 million over 4 years, but he could be right. It could be 2 billion for the 4 years. I suppose if it was a licensing deal for his music, you know what? 2 billion sounds right then. But he had that until he said, boy, Jews seem to run a lot of shit. And historically for black people and black artists and black actors and whatnot, they've been, so these companies have kind of fucked them over historically. And now the $2 billion is gone. $2 billion was there. I criticized Jewish management in Hollywood and entertainment, and the $2 billion is gone. I'm sorry, but you don't have to be crazy or mentally ill to connect the dots there. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm not saying that isn't what happened. I'm saying the only statement I'm making here is that you can see how a guy who's going through that could connect the dots.
Was the IP, so my children could, I'm sorry, just sometimes I think about 7 thoughts at one time because anything I see, I come up with 7 answers.
Fine, we're autistic too, Kanye.
To it and then just choose what it is. But the thing is when I said my children, the reason why my brain kind of blocked because it's like God is saying, your children are going to be okay. Baby mama's got money, right? God is using me. He's breaking me down, removing all of the richest person, all of this, so I can serve him. And the more and more those things are taken away from me, the more I can be empty and be a vessel and be able to be used. And right now it's like,
I want to say this about the guy. He doesn't, and people can disagree with me, he doesn't sound crazy. You don't have to.
I'm picking up so far, no. Yeah,
I'm not telling people, I don't like telling people how to think. That's gross to me. I don't know what I think about all this stuff. I don't really value how I think about this stuff. It's why I don't get into the, being a political commentator game. I'll get my opinions on politics, but I don't think people should follow it because I don't value much what I think. But I don't think it's fair to call this guy crazy. I think he's got a point of view. And like the rest of us, he could be right, he could be wrong about his point of view. But I don't think it's right to just write him off as crazy because I don't think he is.
Like, you're not going to take... If we can't, you're not going to take my pain away, right? The Jewish people say, it's the Holocaust, this happened, and you can't say anything about it. We can't take their pain away. No one's going to denounce the fact that they tried to lock me up. That's what, because every time I'm just holding stride, and it's like, I thought I was more Malcolm X, but I find out I'm more MLK because...
Look, one thing you can always count on Kanye for,
Yeah.
Humility.
Sure.
He's always a humble giant. Yay. Look, I thought I was this heroic black activist. Turns out I'm the more well-known revered black activist.
He's humble.
I don't know, man. I've never seen anybody like Kanye before. I mean that as a compliment. I don't think he's MLK. I don't think he's Malcolm X. I think he's Ye. Because he's probably more Farrakhan than all three of them. He's probably more Elijah Muhammad, I would say.
As I'm getting hosed down every day by the press, and financially, I'm just standing there. And when I found out that they tried to put me in jail, it was like a dog was biting my arm, and I almost shed a tear, almost. But I still walked in stride through it. Yeah.
I think they've been extremely unfair to you.
Okay, here's the part that's going to cause Kanye to walk off. Now, remember, he has warned Tim Pool, if you make me go over this again and defend myself, which now he has had to, because Tim Pool had to be cowardly and go, no, don't lump me in with this. I just want him on my show for the views and the clicks and the super chats. I don't want to be tied to anything he says, which is horseshit. Kanye said, you do that again, I'll fucking walk. Now get ready for Tim Pool to fucking do it again because he's a rat shit coward.
And when I found out that they tried to put me in jail, it was like a dog was biting my arm, and I almost shed a tear, almost. But I still walked in stride through it. Yeah.
I think they've been extremely unfair to you.
Who is they, though?
Here we go. Who is they, though? This is Tim's fucking nut check time. Kanye is about to have a pinnacle moment in Tim Pool's career where it's, all right, are you about this fucking shit or are you a pretending grifter? And there's nothing wrong with being a pretending grifter. Lord knows a lot of people do it. We're filthy beggars. We're not grifters. We don't say your money's going to do anything other than support the entertainment you're watching. But Tim Pool is going to get the gut check time. Do you talk about this shit just so you can kind of loiter in that circle so you can kind of profit off it, which again, fine. Or are you an honest, square dealing broadcaster who's going to, because right now what he's trying to do is agree with Kanye, but not say he's agreeing with Kanye. He's trying to middle road the shit out of it. Old middle of the road Timmy here.
And I almost shed a tear, almost. But I still walked in stride through it. Yeah.
I think they've been extremely unfair to you.
Who is they, though? We can't say who they is, can we?
Press. I'm not using I don't use the word as the way I guess you guys use. I'm talking about.
It is them, though, isn't it? I mean, because because when you think about it, consider it. In 2018.
What do you mean it's not?
What do I mean? Like, okay, so how about?
Are
you leaving?
Yes.
Are you afraid of the press?
Because you're full of shit.
Oh.
He detected it. He warned him twice. He said, I'll get the fuck out of here. So I don't use the word like you do. I'm not going to get into that. Well, then why is he here? That's my biggest thing. If you don't want to talk about that, Tim, if that kind of shit shakes you up, and Lord knows I understand it, because I watch what the fuck I say when this Kanye shit comes up. I do. I wouldn't have Kanye on this show. You know why? He'd walk the fuck off.
Yeah.
Because I would go, I can't, I don't know. I can see how you get there. I understand, but but Tim Pool wants the cake and he wants to eat it too. Oh, Kanye, I'm your buddy. I'm your free speech guy.
Yeah,
they've been unfair to you. Who's been unfair to him? I don't think the Scientologists were taking money out of his pocket. Actually, they're probably trying to recruit him now.
Yeah.
But like, who, Tim? The corporate press. Who have I been saying the corporate press is, Tim, if I'm Kanye? Oh, I don't use the word like you do. I don't know. You know what Kanye did there? He sniffed out a fucking coward and a pretender and he left.
Yep.
And that's exactly what happened. And you know what? Again, whether you agree with what Kanye says or not, I think Tim Pool really got exposed as a complete phony, a complete jackass there. And I did enjoy watching that yesterday. We had a shitload of chats coming in. We had a Happy Plague Doctor with $5 says, hearing someone tell the truth about Tim Pool is worth my subscription. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Altruistic Germ says, oh, trust me, there are clips going around. Yikes, buddy. I'll be nice and say, I get being excited. Kenya answer. I think he means Kanye answers back when you text him, but I'd pump the brakes. Me? Yeah, no, I can't. I can't interview Kanye because he'd walk off on me too. But again, I'm not going to try and chase the clout of having Kanye on the show just for the numbers like Tim Pool did, because it's not worth getting embarrassed the way Tim Pool got embarrassed. I can't do that. I can't look like
Plus
such
you
a
have more to lose than he does, because if he said something that got the channel banned or something, well, he's sitting pretty good financially, so he wouldn't.
If he gives me $10 million, I'll say whatever he wants.
Yeah. Free speech money.
Need Trump says, I believe Kanye has nothing to lose, so we might as well put it all on the table, is what it sounded like. Yeah, that's where he's at. Paul Polito says, or is he speaking in code, dog biting his arm? Was that dog a pit bull? Would that make him black? What is he trying to say? Why Do I Podcast says, Ye was very pleased with himself there. Yeah, he was. I mean, well, Ye's been pleased with himself throughout this whole thing. I mean, he's never not been confident in this whole thing. Skeezy is writing, say Jew, say Jew, say it! Josh says, clips of lying podcasters that have hated me for a decade. I'm sure they're completely unbiased. I have no idea what that's in regards to. I'm guessing you guys are talking to each other. Be nice to Josh, you guys. SH says, if you don't want to have the conversation, you don't invite him there. Exactly.
There you go.
What did he think? You were going to have him on and you were going to talk about stem cell research? No, he was going to say Jews a lot. If you ain't ready to say Jews.
Fair.
Yeah. Farrakhan. Look, here's the rule, guys. Going forward, whether it's Crowder, whether it's Rachel Maddow, whether it's Cenk Uygur or Hassan Piker or Ethan Klein or fucking Ben Shapiro, no matter who, probably not going to be Ben Shapiro, let's be honest.
Okay.
If you're going to interview Kanye, he's going to want to talk about the Jews to an incessant level. If you're not ready to talk about Jews at an excessive level, don't bring Kanye on your show. Me, I don't want to do a 1.5 hour Jew interview. I don't need that smoke. So I'm not going to have him on. That, and he doesn't know who the fuck I am. Mark Atkinson says, I listened to some of Krigler's story about Tim and Lydia. I already didn't care for Tim, and that just reinforced my opinion. Yeah, it's been a rough week for Tim Pool, because Tim also had a producer of his leave, and then after his producer left, he started spilling some of the secrets about Tim Pool, and I guess he's still spilling them. I mean, it doesn't surprise me, because I had that guy figured out from the beginning. It's like, oh, this guy's a fucking doofus. And he's still a fucking doofus. But look, he got the Kanye interview. I mean, he fucked it up, but I don't think he cares.
No.
You know, I think he just wanted the interview and the views.
Look at the amount of views he got out of that.
Yeah, it's lights and clockwork with that guy. Need Trump says that's what Kanye is doing, is exposing the idiots for who they really are. Well, I mean, Tim Pool, you didn't need much of a shovel. Josh says he's talking about me, Aaron. Who? I don't know, though. My chat's moving to... Josh, I don't look at the chat. Give Josh the fucking number. He can call in. I feel bad for how we treated Josh in the past and everything he's going through with those fucking comedy shows and then believing all the bullshit that Red Bar threw out about him. I apologized to Josh for that a while ago. I feel terrible for that. That wasn't nice of me. It wasn't fair of me, too. I was getting one side of the story, and it wasn't accurate. Then I see him, teaming up with Gavin McInnes and Anthony Cumia, two guys I respect, and he's out there booking all these comedy shows for him and taking all the heat and taking all the cancellations and all this shit. He didn't deserve that. Be nice to Josh Denny. I mean, I know he doesn't fucking care. He'll argue with anybody, but be nice to Josh. JC says, I'm mostly on Kanye's side, but on the other hand, if Kanye is serious about getting into politics, he needs to be able to take any minor pushback. The thing about Kanye is more like, he doesn't want to play politics the way everyone else does. He'll just do it however he wants to do it. And ironically, he wants to get into a popularity contest while not caring about how popular he is.
Oh,
it's fun. Traffic in African says, why do I podcast? What will you do when he expects you to join him on the Jew bashing? Why do I podcast? Yeah, Kevin's a Jew. Who gives a shit? Why do I? Like, to me, I think there's a big difference between going, yeah, I definitely noticed there's a disproportionate amount of Jewish people in management and entertainment and banking and things like that. And between that and saying, every Jewish person I meet's a bad guy. Like, I don't think noticing those things informs you on individuals. You know what I mean? I don't think that noticing those things can tell you anything about an individual Jewish person when you meet them. They're still an individual Jewish person.
Yes.
But I'm not going to bring Kanye on and tell him that. Because he don't want to fucking hear it. I'm well aware of that. Paul Polito says, less Tim Pool, more Sam Hyde. Oh, I'm down for that any fucking time. Are you kidding me? Stevie J says, Fuentes said about 5 words the entire time, then followed his massa out the door. It's not wrong. Altruistic Germ says, Aaron always thinking everyone talking about him as though we are on his show or something. Well, no, I was just reading my chat and they were saying stuff, so I didn't know if they were talking about me. Forgive me for thinking that maybe people who are in our chat might be saying something to me. Brian says, not saying I agree or support what he says, but I respect the man for being man enough for actually speaking his mind openly. I mean, you kind of have to, right? You kind of got to respect him for that. Altruistic Germ says, I'm being nice. It was some constructive criticism. Are you guys still having a fucking fight?
Children.
Jesus Christ, you guys. I'm continuing. I'm just trying to catch up with the chat. You guys, it's really going crazy right now. Your logic is basically saying Kanye is right, Brian says. Kanye goes to lengths that are more rooted in what he's experienced. I don't think I've experienced what Kanye's experienced that I'm qualified to have that opinion. As far as I'll go is this. Jewish executives in music back in the 30s, 40s, 50s, and for a while, like really took advantage of the fact, especially with black artists, that they were dealing with poor, undereducated people from impoverished conditions. And they had them sign contracts with a lot of money up front and nothing on the back end.
Okay.
And they signed it with no representation. I mean, and then there's, just shitty business practices. But again, that's not just Jewish executives that have done that. That's that dirty fucking business. It really is. So I would say this. I'm not letting anybody off the hook, but I'm also not blaming someone 100%. Put it that way. There's enough blame to go around. John Jay says, I would love to have Aaron interview Ye and have Ye say, wow, you're over the top. I would hope that wouldn't happen. Help Me says, how do I buy a Nike steel toe tee? I'll be honest, these are from our softball team. These are our fucking 2 year in a row league champion softball team, by the way. So we had these made. I mean, we can put them on the shop someday, but I don't know. All right. Josh says they're talking about me talking with Ye about business. Obviously, we're talking less now that he's in campaign. Oh, you've spoken with Kanye?
No.
Oh, that's pretty fucking cool. I don't see why why do we have to fight over that? Like, why do we have to fight over someone says, oh, I talked to Kanye? Yeah, fuck it. It's like, well, I mean, if someone says, oh, I talked to Kanye, oh, that's pretty cool. He's a really famous dude. I don't really see where that needs to be a fight. Oh. Josh says, Kanye talks to everyone that's been canceled. It's not special. Owen and he speak daily, I think. I would pay an unlimited amount of funds to listen to Owen Benjamin talk to Kanye fucking West.
That could be interesting.
Kanye, what do you think about the moon? Yo, man, whatever the Jews say about the moon, man, I'm in the opposite. Justin Dabbler says, yes, get Owen Benjamin and Ye on steel toe. Ooh. Owen and Kanye podcast? Call me. I would do it in a heartbeat. SC Motorsports. I'm going crazy out there by the stream. God, I got so much shit. I'm skipping around. Don't Hate says, when Kanye said MK Ultra, YouTube stalled for me and started back up again as he walked off. Coincidence? Bum, bum, bum. Ask him if he's going to fire Milo. Oh, yeah, I think Milo's born. I think he comes from a Jewish family. I'm not sure. Altruistic Germ says, yeah, but he was LARPing as though he was giving a billionaire business advice. He's just saying he's talking to the guy. I think a lot of you, look, there's a lot of people who watch this show who are reformed Red Bar people. And they're still holding that Josh Denny grudge from Red Bar. Guys, as someone who's let that go, you're going to feel stupid once you decide to move on from all that. I don't know, other than what listening to Red Bar, I can't really tell you what Josh Denny's ever done to me that's been bad. He just hasn't. If you don't like the way he conducts himself, don't watch his comedy. But I don't really see why that would cause you to dislike him personally. Cantigo says, so Kanye is right. You just wouldn't say it. Sounds just like Tim Pool. First of all, I also said I wouldn't have him on like Tim Pool did. Also, I'm not sitting here telling you guys that I'm some kind of free speech activist who's, crushing, the corporate media and all that like Tim Pool is. I don't pretend to be in the same arena that Tim Pool is. So I can be, a coward. Fair. I do a fucking comedy talk show. I can be a coward. You can't, if I were to step into the arena of I'm going to war with the media, free speech, this and that, I can't be a bitch now. I can't be a coward. I can't be halfway in. I got to be all the way in. If I'm skin deep and I'm making fun of people and making AIDS jokes and shit like that, that allows me to be a coward. And again, I'm a coward when it comes to shit like that. If someone says, hey, you want to get into a deep conversation about the Jews? I'm like, not in the fucking least. I don't even want to talk about I don't even want to talk too much about conservatives and progressives. That shit gets too deep. And I'm like, you know what? I think I'm going to go make fun of some people.
There.
If you don't mind. Josh says, I have receipts for everything Red Bar calls lies. I'll show them when he shows Jules' birth certificate. That is one April and I have talked about before. Even when we were still kind of into Red Bar and everything, we were like, and again, I hope I'm not on the hate Mike David train. I hope he heals. I hope he gets better, everything else. But April and I have talked before, I'm a little iffy on her age. When did they meet? What was she I don't know. I will take a bet that Milo is looking at a complex problem is no different than him looking at a Veg. Hey, he's straight now. Why would you say that about Milo? He's clearly a heterosexual. Listen to that voice. If you don't hear husky man in that voice, you are lost in the darkness. All right. Help me says, what made you turn on Red Bar? I didn't turn on Red Bar. Here's the best way to put it. I grew out of it. He took a year off. I found other stuff to listen to. I went back to his show and I'm like, you know what? Here's what it was. It's a little too angry and vindictive for me in terms of where I'm at now. I didn't turn on the guy. I mean, he did attack us in the BBG and said, don't listen to that fucking show. And that guy's I don't know. What was it? I'm a Red Bar tribute act, which is horseshit. I'm funnier and shorter than 45 minutes. Yeah, I never did. I never turned on Red Bar. I hope Mike, like I said, I hope Mike David's fine. I hope his show does very well. It's just not for me anymore. Some people in the chat are saying he became unfunny. That's just a matter of opinion. I like to go with, it's just not for me anymore. Someone says I became friends with Gino and that's why. Not at all. That has nothing to do with it. We were talking about that long before we made nice with Gino. It's just basically, look, it's not as sexy as a story as a lot of you want it to be. Mike and I were never directly connected with each other. We've never so much as spoken. Nothing. Basically what it is, I started listening to other shit. I kind of fell out of love with the Red Bar show, not Mike David. It's fine. Atticus Flynn says this show is Red Bar light, though. I would make the argument, Atticus, that Red Bar and us are kind of Opie and Anthony with our own kind of spin on it. I don't think this show is Red Bar light. I think if you're going to say because we make fun of people that we find funny is like Red Bar, then everything's like Red Bar. And Red Bar is not even like Red Bar at that point. More like Red Bar and O&A had a bastard child, says Paul Polito. They're saying Red Bar is Opie. I don't agree with that. Don't Hate says Red Bar Radio is a stoned grandfather lecturing you for 8 hours straight. People are allowed to have their opinion. April's Parents Hobby Farm says Oz seems very uninterested with this stuff. Oz, do you care to address that horseshit?
Yeah. Where do you get off?
Oz despises the Jews. No, I'm sorry. Was that not supposed to be what I'm sorry. I should stop defending you, and I should start letting you defend yourself.
I never watched, Red Bar, so I don't. It's fine. I'm learning as I hear.
This show is going through a new era of bringing people together. We're gonna make all the peace so we can all make fun of different people together.
Yeah,
we're gonna all come together so we can mock the real bad guys. Katniss, don't forget who the real enemy is. Chad Zumach.
Yeah,
just kidding. He's just a silly goose. Oz doesn't have interests or passions, you guys. Citizen M. They're saying Oz is Fez. He's more of a standalone fruit.
There we go.
There you go. You're a standalone. It's a standalone fruit. What did he say that about? Atticus has Fez as a fucking avatar. He'll remember. It was the kiwi. Oh, that's one of the funniest fucking bits on radio. They Ron and Fez had a segment where they were talking about stuff, and out of nowhere, one of the co-hosts, and he was in the middle of having like an existential mental breakdown in his life.
Okay.
And he had no confidence in anything he would say. And he decided to chime in, and he goes, now the kiwi is one that has to work with other things. It's not a standalone fruit. And then everyone was quiet for like a minute after he said that. And oh boy. Oh, poor Fez. Oh, it was blueberries were a standalone fruit? No, I'm pretty sure it was the kiwi. All right. We're going to have to look it up.
Deep dive.
All right. Standalone fruit. We'll look it up. Here we go.
You know, we can't bring up fruit juices without playing a clip.
Which clip is that?
This clip.
Now, the blueberry is...
Fuck! I thought it was the kiwi. Oh, no, he says the blueberry like the kiwi, I think. God damn it, you guys beat me. I lose it. Ron and Fez bingo.
The blueberry is one that can't work on its own. It has to have something with it, like the kiwi. It's not a standalone fruit.
Wasn't that Freddie Mercury?
No, he had a band.
Oh,
why isn't that fun?
So everybody was just silent. Nobody, and that's the thing that always made me feel bad about that clip. Nobody would help poor Fezzy out. Like, he obviously said something that was dog shit, and Ron just made poor Fezzy sit there like a dog who had just made wet on the carpet. He just put his face in it and made him stay there.
Yep.
So I wasn't wrong. It was blueberry and kiwi were the standalone fruit.
Mm-hmm. It was half-truths.
Yeah, it was half-truths. Yes. Not very autistic of you, Aaron. You're right. There was also a moment where Fez lashed out at everyone in the studio and told them to shut their cake horn.
I mean, that makes sense, right?
Oh, and then that was during the days where O&A were really huge, and cake horn was like the #1 trending thing on Twitter that day because of poor Fez. I can't imagine why the guy went crazy and died young. Oh wait, is he not dead? Oh shit! Did Fez die? I can't remember.
Look that one up.
If anyone is Red Bar Light, says help me, it's Salvo Pancakes. Look, I'll tell you. Salvo Pancakes, you can tell, is still balls deep in Red Bar fandom. That guy is, dude, the mannerisms, everything. 100%. Okay, Fez is dead. That ticker finally got him. I don't think doing those shows added any years to his life. Put it that way. I don't think Fezzy doing Ron and Fez and being involved in that universe helped the old ticker, to be fair. Let's open up these 7 o'clock hour stories here at 9 o'clock. Thank you guys very much. Wonderful show so far. I hope you guys are enjoying yourselves. If you're new to the program, seems like we got a lot of new people today. Go ahead and hit the like button. Why don't I just play this so I can sound like a hack in recording form? Hit the subscribe button, smash that like button, and click the bell to get notifications. Oh, visit our buddies at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. Or, you know what, better off, since most of you aren't in Minnesota, how about MidlandArmory.com? Go to MidlandArmory.com. Derek and Tracy have a great selection of firearms, lower receivers, optics, knives, parts, suppressors, you name it. It's all there at MidlandArmory.com. Of course, Midland Armory can deliver to an FFL dealer near you, and you can go pick it up. When you use the promo code SteelToe, you save yourself a bunch, 10 to 20% on your next order. That's promo code SteelToe at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, but more easily accessible at MidlandArmory.com. You can also contact them from their website or call them for any information or any kind of help or assistance you may need. Derek and Tracy are remarkably well-informed experts in the field and can help you out. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, MidlandArmory.com. Brian says, yeah, when did the Smash thing start? I was being gay one day, and then we saved it as a clip. Oh, I have to thank Victor for isolating that Tim Hardaway clip from the other day. We got this now.
You know, I hate gay people.
Andrew says, Aaron, sorry to spam you, but did you see Pat from Moonaki died yesterday? Baby Bird was the best. Yeah, I did see that. We mentioned it earlier in the show. That's too bad. Pat from Moonaki made a lot of us Opie and Anthony fans laugh quite a bit. College football. So there was a football game this weekend between Grambling State and Southern. And I think they're both black colleges. I don't know if it matters for this story, but I figured somebody would point it out in this audience. There was a guy who people thought was lighting a joint right in the stadium and smoking right there in the front row.
Okay.
TV cameras panned to him and everything. Oz, why don't you tell me what this guy's doing?
Peacock. My boy rolling a blunt on TV.
Is that what it looks like to you?
Not really.
What does it look like to you?
Peacock. My boy rolling a blunt on TV.
Oh, he's got a lighter going back and forth. I've seen that much.
Okay, so does it look like that to you?
Now it's kind of starting to look like
Okay, I'll play it one more time.
My boy rolling a blunt on TV.
So that thing in his hand right there and the lighter, does that look like maybe he's...
Yeah, I'm starting to pick up on that.
That's what you'll go with?
Yeah.
All right. Well, it turns out the man was not rolling a blunt on TV. He was heating a rib with a lighter. This guy fucking rules. He had a piece of a rib and he had his lighter up to it and he was cooking the son of a bitch.
You imagine how wonderful that has to taste.
Oh, don't you love a good butane peppered rib? Jeez. That's got to be chemically as all hell.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just the burn marks alone.
Oh, but hey, look, man. You want ribs bad enough at a football game.
I guess.
You bring your own fucking ribs. You line your pockets with plastic. You bring your ribs dry. I mean, if you're not an animal, because, I mean, you bring the sauce in there. You'd be doing laundry for weeks. You bring out your ribs right there during the game. You take your lighter out.
You have to bring them from home, too. You have to sneak them in.
Right. They're not going to sell you cold ribs at the stadium.
They don't sell, I imagine they don't sell them at the stadium, no.
Right. So the guy pulls a rib out of his pocket, takes out his lighter, and he's like campfire cooking it. It's fantastic. And by the way, you know the inside of that rib did not get hot.
Oh. Just when you think you've seen it all, you haven't.
He got like a reverse Hot Pocket situation.
Yeah.
Where the outside of that rib was burning his mouth and the inside was ice cold.
Ice cold.
Oh, poor guy. And then people said, this guy went from, what did they say? He went from shady character to absolute hero in a matter of moments, which I'd agree with. But someone said, where was it? They're saying, unfortunately, it was just a rib. No, I think it's a cooler story that the guy was heating a rib in his football seat while he was watching the game. And by the way, we're going to see an explosion of this. I think we're going to see a lot more people bringing the lighters to the game.
Oh, yeah.
Different
Get
foods
you on
to the
TV.
game. Yeah, sure. Also,
your hot dog gets a little cold, we'll heat it right back up.
Also, it's an awesome idea that none of us have thought of. I mean,
for obvious reasons.
Any idiot smokes weed now. Weed is hack at this point.
Weed is whack.
Yeah, if you smoke weed, that's kind of hacky now. You should be doing coke like an adult, but look, that's a different show for a different day. So if a guy's sitting at a football game and he's rolling up and he's smoking, like that's whatever. Oh, weed, bro, we get it. You look out for this guy. But if you're pulling a rib out of your pocket and you're heating it with a Bic lighter that you just got at the gas station, that's not only cool. People could also go, is this guy going to sharpen the bone and stab me in the neck with it? Like, am I dealing with an axe murderer? A man who will pull out a cold rib and heat it with a Bic? I might be. There's an element of danger sitting next to a guy like that I think is enthralling.
His buddy asked him, he's like, hey, I'm going to go to the vending area and grab some hot dogs. Do you want something? He's like, brought my own cue, bro.
I like to bring my own to the stadium. What are you doing? Roasting a rib. Just holds it over there. Now, the key is to do it for about 45 seconds on each side, and then you got to sear the ends. That's the
burn tips.
Got to bring the torch lighter next time. That'll give you a little more force with the heat. If it's a Zippo, you could probably set it down on the ground.
Oh, that'd be the worst flavor.
Okay. All right.
But one of those crack torch lighters, those would work really good, actually.
Those might work. They really scare the shit out of the people at the stadium. Do it with a gun lighter.
Yeah.
You bring that out. You're like, ah! The section clears out. He goes, what? Starts making a rib. Yeah, Redface nails it. The guy was freebasing a rib. Why Do I Podcast says, you've never even done coke, you noob. Oh, yeah? Fucking Pootie's wedding like 4 years ago. Buddy of mine, we were in the bathroom jerking each other off. And he's like, oh, by the way, I brought some coke. Would you like to try some? And I go, yeah, I'd love to. I took a bump, and I found out that day that cocaine is not for me. I am not a coke man.
Maybe too high strung for that.
It was way, way too much. And it was just a little spoon guy.
Oh,
right in the nostril.
Yeah.
And I did that, and I just went too nuts. A little. I sat there with a buddy of mine.
The feeling of not having control.
I sat there with a buddy of mine, and my leg was just bouncing up and down for a solid 45 minutes while my friend and I talked about how we'd just done coke. No, thank you. And then I started thrash dancing with a bunch of white friends to California Love, screaming every word of the song, spilling drinks on the dance floor. It was a fucking nightmare.
It sounds like it's not for you.
I am a goddamn amateur when it comes to... I don't need cocaine. I don't need weed. Like Leonardo DiCaprio says in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, my booze don't need nobody. Gino says it's going to be like George with the Baby Ruth candy bar and a fork and a knife. Yeah. Just sitting there eating and just chewing on it. I can't get over how cold that inside was, though.
Oh, no.
Any port in a storm, though, I guess. Also, not exactly like the least stereotypical thing to see at a game between two black colleges. It's just a guy pull ribs out of his pocket. One guy's sitting there with like a bucket of KFC. The other guy's got ribs, and you're like, guys,
heating up a wing.
Guys, tone it down just a little. Let's go to somebody. He says all Aaron needs is a Coke and some Casey's Pizza. Yes, a nice Coca-Cola and a Now I want Casey's Pizza this morning. I'm getting my tooth fixed finally today. I'm excited about that. It's one that's been giving me problems for like a year. Finally crowning the son of a bitch.
Good. Get it all capped off and be done with it.
They have done everything. They have drilled away and hacked away at that tooth. And I was finally like, why don't you just pull it? And they go, we don't want to pull it. It's a good tooth. I'm like, it doesn't feel like a good tooth. Yeah. They're like, no, like we did a root canal. We've shaved it down to get it ready for the crown. The part that's left of the tooth is great. Oh, thank you. Yeah, they took me into my last appointment and they go, your teeth look fantastic. I'm like, they feel the opposite, but thank you. The water picking is helping. If I could help you guys with one thing, get a water pick. Game changers as far as your dental health goes. This is oh, wait a minute. What's this is the Russian roulette one, right? think so. Yep. Okay, here we go. Let's hit play on this. I wanted to make sure I wasn't hitting play on the wrong story and looking like a complete idiot. Here we go.
Feel so hurt. Like, so hurt.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm still on the rib story, I think. By the way, this is about a story about a 12-year-old who was playing Russian roulette and died. If we were playing the what race is it game, I would have lost.
Yeah, that's true. That's not really, yeah.
To me, a game of Russian roulette is always like redneck white kids.
Yep.
But they always do it with a double barrel shotgun. It's like, guys, this is not going further than one person. I don't know why you're deciding to. I only loaded. I guess what you could do is you could do a double barrel repeater.
Sure.
And then you could play that way, but not a pleasant way to go. God, your life before that, like if you survive a game of Russian roulette, who you are before that click and who you are after that click, in my opinion, would be two different people.
Absolutely.
Like as soon as you go, you'd have to give me a room. I'd need to scream for about a solid 7.5 minutes.
I'd definitely play the lottery ticket.
After you clean the shit out of your pants.
Well, yeah. I mean,
let's not be unreasonable.
There's things have to happen in order.
Yeah, we're not going to holiday with shit in our pants, for God's sake, to buy our lottery ticket. But yeah, before that click, and like you do the whole life flashing before your eyes thing, like Bruce Willis in Armageddon, and then tick, you hear that metallic click, and then you go, oh. What's that stain, Aaron? I shit myself. No, the other one. Oh, I came. Holy shit, that was weird.
It was exciting.
God, I didn't. You want to go again? No, not in the least. Never again. In fact, I feel like I should be able to retire with a full pension from whatever job I'm at.
To the point that I don't even want to be here, but I got to.
The suspects in a shooting that killed 12-year-old Markel Noah appearing in court on Monday.
They couldn't have had no type of love for my baby the way they did him, and they hung around him every day.
Look, they just lost a child, so I'm not going to critique it.
No.
I will say this. You know how in the Olympics where the gymnasts will do the vault and one of them will do like a triple spin and they're like, holy shit, that's impressive. That's how I feel about triple negatives.
Oh.
Just point that out.
A detective with JPD testified saying that Noah was shot while tussling with the suspects over a gun. Noah was reported missing the day.
Why is a 12-year-old fighting over a gun? That's my question. Where did the gun come from? Why can't we? Oh, God. Whenever kids get a hold of guns, I just go, we should, like, obviously the people who pulled the trigger should be held accountable.
Yeah.
But can we get these parents in prison, please? Like, can we at least arrest them and try them and see what we can? Because if your 10-year-old or 12-year-old is getting a hold of a gun in your home and someone's getting hurt with that gun, 100% the responsibility should be on you. Yeah.
Day after Thanksgiving before being found dead later that day outside an abandoned home on Audubon Place.
But we just feel like my baby just was the target and the victim. He got lured out the house. My baby was at home Thanksgiving. We enjoyed Markel for Thanksgiving. We ate, we laughed, we played.
A 14-year-old and 17-year-old Eshawn Green, both arrested and charged with murder and tampering of evidence. A judge set the bond at $1 million for the 14-year-old and $2 million for Green.
I don't think they're coming up with that.
Get to the reason I played this story for people, though. Like, this just sounds like a murder story. It's more than that.
Both were given another bond of $100,000 for the tampering charge. The detective says Noah's body was moved in an attempt to hide it, which led to these tampering with evidence charges.
I don't feel.
So the kids were playing, the news won't fucking say it. I don't know, it says it in the article, but they were playing Russian roulette, and this kid, I mean, clearly lost, and they thought they were going to get in trouble, which you are, but then they moved his body. I don't know, to make it look like something else, to try to hide it. I don't know, but like, once
Good luck with that.
Yeah, once you decide you're going to play Russian roulette, you got to just accept the fact that you're fucked.
Yeah.
And this is the end of it. Because, I don't know, though, if you hadn't moved the body, you could at least make the argument that, look, man, he had the gun, he shot himself. Like, I don't know what you could charge those guys with.
For the person who presented the gun in the first place would be the one in trouble.
Right. But, like, as far as that guy's death, you can't really charge anyone with anything because they're all minors, and the guy
and then he offed himself, so,
right?
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
It's one of those stories where, like, people did the wrong thing, but criminally there's nothing you can do.
Justice. I don't feel like they should have a bond. They shouldn't even have the opportunity to even get out of jail, period.
21-year-old Kaylin Owens charged with accessory after the fact to murder, given a bond for $500,000. The detective says Owens helped clean up the crime scene. The family of Markel now fighting for justice in his death.
Well, I'm fucking getting out of this video and going right to the article because the news won't even say what this was. They're trying to make it look like a cold-blooded bushwhacking. A detective with the Jackson Police Department testified during the court hearing that Markel Noah was shot while tussling with the suspects over a gun. JPD officials had previously said Noah died while playing Russian roulette. Well, both those things can be true. I mean, you don't get the Russian roulette idea and then go, oh, yeah, it never happened. Like, that's not usually something you come up with and then go, nope, pulled that out of our ass. They were playing Russian roulette. They were fighting over the gun because whoever was next did not want to go. And look, I mean, you play with fucking guns. Again, you play with guns. It
never ends well.
Right. It never ends well. To me, I think the only thing the other kids did wrong, if that's the way it went down, was they moved the body. Otherwise, it was just a bunch of stupid people got together, got a hold of a gun. Whoever gun it was should be held accountable too. But a bunch of stupid people got together and somebody ended up dying for it, which it could have been any one of them. Speaking of terrible, deadly things that we need to absolutely be keeping an eye on, Monkeypox is going through a rebrand. Remember Coke and New Coke and Old Coke and all the switching around they did? And Crystal Pepsi and all these different things. Well, Monkeypox, I guess the World Health Organization decided needed a rebrand. You see, there was this disease called monkeypox a few months ago, and it was going to be the next big scare that the media could use. You know, the next big COVID, was going to be monkeypox. Well, then a thing happened with the media. They found out that only gay dudes were getting it, and more specifically, they were only getting it when they would butt fuck a bunch of other gay dudes. Okay. So if you were a monogamous gay guy who was with another monogamous gay guy, probably not getting monkeypox. In fact, definitely not getting monkeypox. So they found out that it was a bunch of gay people getting monkeypox. Then it died down a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Then a dog and a couple of kids got it after the media had admitted, yeah, you get this from men having promiscuous sex with other men. And then as soon as a dog and a couple of kids got it, the media went, shut it the fuck down. No way. We are not getting involved in this one. I am not. Look, we got Kanye out there right now saying shit about Jews. I'm not dealing with another theory that's out there right now. No, thank you. Well, they've decided to go the next step now and rebrand monkeypox as now. Would you pronounce this Mpox or Mpox? Mpox. Stick it in now, pox. Right in my ass, pox. Doop da doo.
It's very Hansen-y.
Yeah, it's a very Hansen-y disease. Ironically, I would say all three members of Hansen probably at risk of monkeypox. So it makes sense. We named it after Hansen. Mpox is now the name.
Whatever.
I mean, if you wouldn't try to make such a big scare about it in the first place, we wouldn't have to go through all this shit. But you wanted it to be a big smoking gun disease story. You didn't wait until the facts. Wow. What the fuck was that? You didn't wait until all the facts came in. So then you were stuck holding the bag once you found out about it. You're like, oh shit, this doesn't fit our narrative. And now we got to backtrack from it, which ends in, we got to change the name.
Well, at least they didn't make it G-Fox.
G-Pox?
Yeah.
G. I say. I just did a fucking foghorn. I'm falling apart today. What do we got left? An hour? We got an hour left? I just said, I say. Can anybody isolate that, please? I've never spoken like Foghorn Leghorn in my life. And I would like it isolated and sent to me. I say. One thing, I'm glad that they decided to change the name to Mpox because...
Tupac?
Tupac, Mpox... One pox, he's pocked, who's pocked, none. The thing about changing it to Mpox is clearly going to save a lot of lives.
Yes.
I mean, there's going to be a lot of people not getting monkeypox now because of Mpox. It's, And unfortunately, they missed a great naming opportunity, branding opportunity. Sean Waltman's very upset because they could have named it Xpox.
Oh.
As multiple people are saying in the chat. People also saying Asspox would have been better. Gaypox would have been better. But, I'll say this.
Buttpox.
Gaypox, probably a little on the nose, I'll say. Or in the ass, in many cases. Gina says, or Stuttering John's lawyer, Michael Popox. There you go.
Balloon pox.
Balloon pox. Cumpox. I don't know. Ate some pox. There's all kinds of options.
Wind socks.
Well, now we've gone off the beaten path, haven't we?
Yes, we certainly have.
Balls Deep clipped it. Let's see if we can get it. Here we go. Big smoking gun disease story. You didn't wait until the facts. Wow. What the fuck was that? You didn't wait until all the facts came. So wait, did I do the squeak and the foghorn leghorn in the same 30 seconds? Let's see. So then you were stuck holding the bag once you found out about it. You're like, oh shit, this doesn't fit our narrative. And now we got to backtrack from it, which ends in we got to change the name.
Well, at least they didn't make it G-Fox.
G-Pox?
G-Pox, yeah.
G. I say that. Dude, that was effortless. I'll never do that
awesome.
Again. I'll never be able to do that again.
No.
I say that.
You hit it right on the, yeah.
I'll say. Holy shit, I've never been able to do that before. I for some reason became born on the bayou right in the middle of that sentence. I just did a fucking foghorn. I'm falling apart today. Oh man. How the hell did that happen? Sister blisters, people are calling them. Oh boy. Okay, I think we can move on from all my various blunders. Mpox is going to be the name of the disease. Again, there's multiple reasons why they're changing it. I think the most racist reason they're changing it is like they're saying that it's that calling it monkeypox is racist towards black people. And I'm like, you're racist then. Like, because you're the one equating monkey with black people. Yep. Monkeypox is talking about the origin of the disease. But it came from Africa and there's black people there. Yeah, none of us are saying that black people are monkeys, unless Gino's still here. None of us are saying that at all. And they were like, oh, well, people could take it that way. No. You took it that way.
Yeah.
And then they always try to blame, like, right-wing people or whatever. They're like, well, right-wing people will take it. How do you know right-wing people will take it that way? You're the only ones who have taken it that way.
You're the first one to bring it up and think of it.
Right.
Yeah.
Mark Atkinson says, well, if daylight savings time is racist, then everything is. That's true. That's true. Then the other one was with the monkeypox deal, they wanted to change it because, well, it's now got a stigma that it's just about gay people. I'm like, that's not a stigma. That just tends to lean toward medical fact. I mean,
really,
98% of the people getting this are men who have sex with other men.
How dare you draw that conclusion?
Yeah, and the other 2% are dogs who licked those guys' asses. I mean, I don't think that's really a stigma as much as it is medical advice.
I think that involved Jiffy.
So they just decided to now rename it Mpox, and we're going to go from there. And again, that should solve everything.
Good.
So, we talked about that Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey movie that's coming out. They're making that, like, Winnie the Pooh just hit the public domain recently. So now you can use Winnie the Pooh and you don't have to worry about copyrights or anything.
Oh, it ran its course, huh?
Yeah, they made a Winnie the Pooh horror movie where Pooh and Piglet go and murder sluts.
Okay, I'm in.
Yeah. Well, Christopher Robin.
It's going to be as good as Zombievers?
Yeah, well, this is probably better.
Okay.
Christopher Robin, the whole point of the movie is Christopher Robin abandoned all his toys. Piglet and Pooh took over, murdered everybody in the 100-acre wood. Now they're coming for everybody
This definitely took a dark turn.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked up. Well, now they're going to do Bambi. And I have to say, again...
Let me guess, Bambi goes after the hunter that shot his mom.
Dude, I am all for this. I am all for, like, as all these Disney movies become public domain, just completely shitting all over them and making them something they were never intended to be.
Perfect.
Like the little...
Well, they deserve it.
Yeah, The Little Mermaid is just a complete trollop, like a single mom, pregnant all the time. King Triton's trying to hide her. She's like the Hunter Biden of that kingdom. Many childhoods have already been traumatized by Bambi, the classic Disney animation about a young fawn whose mother is murdered. Now, two filmmakers are seeking to continue the upset for adults with a sinister remake which rethinks Bambi as a vicious killing machine.
Okay, this is cool.
Scott Jeffrey, the director responsible for such work as The Curse of Humpty Dumpty. Okay, we have to... Hold on, guys. I have to go see The Curse of Humpty Dumpty. Just so we can get an idea of what we're dealing with here, how this Bambi movie might get made. Let's see The Curse of Humpty Dumpty trailer. OBS disconnected. We're going to have to wait just a quick second here. Oh, everybody. That was real quick. Everybody just hit refresh. OBS disconnected for just a second. So if you're having any problems, you'll be fine.
Any problems? No, I don't think so.
My grandmother had dementia. Didn't she, Mum?
Did she? There's no point babying Mum until she needs it.
I am not babying Mum.
We've got everything.
Dude, are we going to get a murderous egg? Is this where this is going?
I'm hoping.
The Curse of Humpty Dumpty. All right.
Need right here in the house.
But we are here to care for her. And she can't manage in this big house all by herself.
It's going to be a fucked up Bambi movie.
It can't be. How did it get here before us?
Oh, there's something off about this.
Oh, that's Humpty Dumpty. You don't bring that into your house. I don't care if you don't believe in curses or Chucky or anything like that. That goes in the fucking garbage post-haste. The minute you see it.
But then it ends up back on your doorstep afterwards.
Oh, shit.
There's something about that doll. And I just need to remember why your father and I got rid of it.
Uh-oh. Ah! Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Wasn't Humpty Dumpty just a clumsy egg?
Yeah, he had a great fall.
Yeah, he was never nefarious. He was never... There's not a backstory of Humpty Dumpty where he's just murdering bitches. By the way, the guy who makes these movies probably doesn't get along with his mom very well, because all these movies he makes, whether it's this, the Bambi one coming up, the Winnie the Pooh one, all these different movies, they're all just murdering whores. Every single one of them. Just skirts dropping by the dozens. No. All the king's horses and all they're just doing the nursery.
That thing? So you got rid of that thing a long time ago after... Wendy, how much do you remember?
Uh-oh. Couldn't put Humpty together again.
I saw it! I know what a dream is and I know what reality is. I'm not crazy.
But he was a very special doll. One that everyone adored.
What the fuck? He's just walking down a hallway and there's a doll sitting there.
How's Humpty? Has he been behaving himself?
Oh, Humpty's got fucking teeth, dude. Holy shit. That still looks terrible. Still looks like unmitigated dog shit to me.
Now I need to see the Winnie the Pooh one.
So he's got Humpty Dumpty and The Bad Nun are the movies he's done. He will team up with some guy named Waterfield, who wrote and directed the Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey movie. The film will be an incredibly dark retelling of the 1928 story Bambi that we all know and love, Jeffrey said. Bambi will be a vicious killing machine that lurks in the wilderness. Prepare for Bambi on rabies. You're not on rabies. You contract rabies. Bambi the Reckoning, which is scheduled for release around Valentine's Day next year, was reportedly inspired by Netflix horror The Ritual, about 4 men tormented by a mysterious creature on a woodland hiking trip. You've never seen Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey?
No, I don't think so.
Let's show that one to everybody then. I think this one's out. And again, watch. Just slags. Just a bunch of tits.
I ever shown this place to.
And why am I so special?
Because soon we'll be Christopher and Mary Robin.
Oh, see,
Should be
Christopher
close
Robin.
now.
We're not going to find them.
We will. Pooh, Piglet, Eeyore, we were friends for many years.
Look at that, the 100-acre wood written in fucking blood.
Go out.
Based.
So he's neglected them. Eeyore, rest in peace.
We need to leave. Now.
I really need to find out what's happening there, okay?
Have been abandoned by Christopher Robin.
Oh,
so
that's a bad idea.
The whole premise is that Pooh and Piglet developed serious rage and daddy issues. Because Christopher Robin was a, well, I won't say it. Oh, shit. Did Pooh just break that girl's neck?
Sounds like it.
Naughty honey addict. It's the sugar. He's got diabetes. His blood sugar's low, and he starts killing broads. I mean, he is a bear.
This place is kind of cold.
Look. It's a house full of skirts.
Here we go.
I mean, I don't know what it is with these guys who make these movies, but they are really into murdering bitches. Which, again, I'm not sitting here like it's a bad thing.
It's like the movie Scream is the same way.
Yeah, I ain't judging the guy. But Zombievers, same thing. Yeah. They killed the guys in that movie, too.
Mostly girls, though.
Mostly bitches with their tits out.
Mostly beavers.
As a pool.
Oh, yeah. Tits and pussy out. Now here comes the bear to kill you.
We need to go.
If you put that snatch away and dressed a little more modestly, maybe, the bear wouldn't have smelled your period and came and killed you. That's what happened. Wouldn't that be great if that was the premise of the movie? Like, it's like Pooh's just like, okay, Piglet, we're going to go in there and I smell them bleeding. And we're going to knife these bitches to death so I can drink their essence, Piglet.
I think there was a Jaws that had the same similar thing.
Oh, where the girls would leak in the ocean and then the shark would, I think that was Shark.
They'd have doll's eyes.
Jaws 7.
Sharknado.
Laura's dead. There's someone else outside.
Someone or something. Oh shit, Piglet's a wild boar. Oh shit! Piglet's swinging an axe, motherfucker.
They always end up in the pool somehow.
Yeah, now who's pork chops, bitch?
We used to be friends. Why are you doing this, please? I would have never left, I swear.
I don't think you're going to talk your way out of this one, bro.
Yeah. My name... Oh, shit. I can't think of the name now. My name is... And y'all ain't talking your way out of this shit. Yeah. God, what does Samuel L. Jackson say in Pulp Fiction? My name is... And y'all ain't talking your way out of this shit.
Oh, that's when they're in the apartment.
Yeah. Winnie the Pooh. Blood and honey.
His name was Pip.
My name was Pip, and y'all ain't talking your way out of this shit? You might be right. See, instead of honey in the jars, it's blood.
Oh, well.
Oof. What do you think?
That's a way to take a really beloved character, a child's character, and just 180 it. Same with the Humpty Dumpty one, man.
Yeah. Ooh. I'll say that. I say. I just did it again. My name is Pitt, and y'all ain't talking your way out of this shit. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. But yeah, the Winnie the Pooh movie, the Bambi movie, I want to see all of that. I want to see all the Disney movies where they turn them into just like voracious murderers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think of all the other, like the Fox and the Hound get together and go on a killing spree.
Yeah.
Lady and the Tramp become like Bonnie and Clyde. Oh, there's some options here. Belle just becomes a slut and gets deep dicked by Gaston and half the village while they go and murder the Beast. No. The Beast goes and murders everyone in the village because they've been having their way with Belle. Beauty and the Beast becomes like Black Snake Moan. Belle's been fucking every dirty dick in her French village. Beast comes down and rips them all apart and keeps her chained to a radiator and retrains her to be a proper lady.
Ariel and that lobster dude ended up going on a killing spree.
Sebastian,
yeah.
Frank Pellegrino at 1999. Thanks, buddy. He says, good morning. Happy to see Steel Toe and Josh Denny getting along. Please use this to get your co-host a new haircut. Frank hates your hair.
I am due for a haircut.
Well, there you go. See, now, look, when you own it, nobody can hurt you with it now.
Mm-hmm.
How do you like that? Thank you, Frank. Frank was better. Where is April now? Or is that where April is now? Yeah, she's chained to a radiator. And then I'm gonna sing a blues song to her. It's gonna be a really good movie. John Sotera says Gaston is gay. I don't know. Would a gay man sing and prance along like that?
True.
I think you know better. All right, so they're gonna do a filthy, dirty, murderous, slutty Bambi movie.
I mean, you got to give him credit.
Ooh, here's something interesting. Will Smith was apparently on The Daily Show last night, and he talked about the slap. And I think we were right about the slap. I think it was I've misdirected rage at his awful wife, Jada.
Yeah,
who's horrible to this man and has broken him.
Right.
Like, he's not the same Will Smith anymore. He's not. Oh no, you did not shoot that green shit at me, Will Smith. He is a broken man who has this weird Stockholm syndrome where he defends her even though he clearly cannot stand her. Like, he's empathized with his captor in a weird way, and it resulted in him slapping Chris Rock. Let's listen to a little bit of this. I won't show the video only because it's Trevor Noah's show and Comedy Central can be fucky with that stuff.
What has the journey been like since that day? Like, because everyone speculates, everyone just sees it and goes, I think this, I think that, I think this, I think that. What has it been like for you?
Well, I've noticed that the Jews are a very manipulative. Whoa! Jesus Christ, Will, where did this come from?
It's very left field.
I wanted to bring out my new best friend who's helped me through this whole thing. Yay. Wait till I get...
That was a horrific night, as you can imagine. There's many nuances and complexities to it, but at the end of the day, I lost it, and I guess what I would say, you just never know what somebody's going through. In the audience right now, you're sitting next to strangers.
And he could take out a rib and just start cooking it with a Bic lighter right in front of you. You have no idea. He could pull out an axe and cut your fucking head off. It would be funny. Will goes into this thing where he just tries to make everyone not trust each other because he's fucked up. Right now, you're sitting next to someone. They could pull out their keys and carve out your neck.
What?
You gonna pull out your keys on me, bro? Wasn't planning on it, but I guess one of us has to.
Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth.
And somebody's mother died last week, somebody's child is sick,
Will Smith trying to put curses on people? What the fuck is going on here? Somebody's getting AIDS in here soon. What?
You will be getting AIDS.
Somebody just lost their job.
Will, why are you burning
incense? Somebody just found out their spouse cheated. It's like...
Uh-oh. Why did you chuckle a little bit during that one? I think there might be something going on here. I think this is misdirected anger at the spouse. I think he can't hit Jada, so he hit Chris Rock.
All these things, and there's strangers, and you just don't know what's going on with people, And I was going through something that night, and not that justifies my behavior at all. No, I would just say, you're asking what did I...
It's so see-through. If you would just get away from this chick who has been beating the shit out of you, figuratively speaking, for years, you're going to be a lot happier. Aren't his kids pretty much grown up now?
I think enough where they can be on their own.
Yeah, get the fuck out.
The funny thing is, remember watching that and then watching her initially laugh, and then she decided she didn't like it, so then she looked at him like, you can take care of this?
She commanded her robot to go up there and hit Chris Rock.
Like, initially she laughed.
Yeah. She's one of those women who will always get you in trouble. Because like, are you going to let them talk that way about me? Oh, bitch, are you going to fight when this whole thing goes down? If I go over there and punch him in the... I'll tell him to cut the shit and knock it off. Oh, so you're not going to hit him for me?
You can see who wears the pants.
Yeah, bitch, are you going to fight with me?
And it's that...
I'm not saying you shouldn't fight for your woman. I'm saying she's the kind of woman who would put you in that situation.
We just got to be nice to each other, man. Wow. It's like, it's hard.
Yeah.
And I guess the thing that was most painful for me is I took my hard and made it hard for other people,
So he's had a year to think about this, and the conclusion he's come to is that we need to be nice to each other.
Well, he's did some research on that one.
Will, I tell you what, don't let anyone tell you didn't knock it out of the park, buddy.
No, and it's like I understood the idea when they say hurt people.
Yeah, it felt like this was Will Smith for the first time going, okay, is this how you want me to respond or not?
Yeah, nah, it was, you know, it was a lot of things. It was the little boy that watched his father beat up his mother.
Oh, Jesus.
You know, it's, you know, all of that just.
Wait, is his dad Chris Rock? Holy shit. Maybe it was Tony Rock.
Bubbled up,
yeah.
Maybe it was Johnny Rock.
In that moment, you know, that's not who I want to be.
Right.
You know, you've known me for a long time, so you know me personally, so you know. But you know, y'all might not know. You know, it's like that's not who I want to be, man. I'm trying to, you know,
I also think that's not who you are. I'll be honest with you. I think it's not who you are. I think everybody can make a mistake. And I think...
Oh, for God's sake, he bitch slapped a guy. Get a hold of yourselves. He didn't rob a bank. He didn't kill anybody.
Jeez.
He's not Mike Tyson going to prison for rape. He bitch slapped a dude. The dude took it standing. It was a wacky moment. But Will's sitting here like, you got to understand, hurt people. And I have all these emotions, and you don't know what people are going through. And then Trevor Noah being the... You know, that he is. He's like, and you want that person, and you're stronger now because you've gone through that. Jesus Christ, I know I turned on James Corden, for God's sake.
Ugh.
I'm getting a lot of estrogen coming through my screen.
Carpool karaoke, here we come.
Yeah, Will Smith's going to sing Getting Jiggy with it in a fucking Ford Focus. It's going to be great. But yeah, you bitch slapped a guy. Like, if this would have happened, like, let's say Marlon Brando was giving out an award and Jack Nicholson came up and slapped the shit out of him, like, that's done that night.
Yeah.
We're just like, holy shit, did Jack Nicholson just slap Marlon Brando? Yeah, and then they yelled at each other about it, and they called each other all kinds of words you can't say nowadays, and they went and had some drinks together separately, and everyone was fine. But now we got Will Smith acting like a bitch a year later on TV, and, you know, hurt people, and then... Stop it. You know what? You know what Will needs to hear?
You can act like a man! What's the matter with you?
Oh, so he's still talking about it a year later. Gino says, just like being whacked out on Adderall and not being able to hit Chrissy Mayer or your ex Felicia, so you hit somebody else. Why did this have to become about Pat Dixon? Why? I've had Pat on the show. I have no problem with either of you. Gino, being friends with you is hard. There's a lot of people where I have to go, I like Gino and I like you. Here's the thing. I say to someone else, I like Gino, and some of them go, ugh. And I'm like, stop making that face. I tell Gino I like somebody else, and it's, yeah, it's fine.
Sure.
I will say that. Gino, usually if I go, look, I like this guy, he's like, who gives a fuck? I'll tell you why I hate his fucking guts. It's fine that you don't. You like him, though. Is Maroon just navy red with $5? Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate that. Very kind of you. What do we got? 45. We got about 13 minutes until we got to get to. What do I have for you today? I have DSP and Opie today. We can pick one. I got DSP talking about his diarrhea. Is what I have. That could be mildly entertaining.
Oh,
otherwise, we got a shitload of stories we can do.
Between that and the snorting, I don't know what the hell.
As well. Yeah, I mean, just all kinds of
coming out of both ends.
Great things we have coming up. Alex Jones' ex-wife claims he's a deadbeat dad. You know what I really love is when couples fight things out on the internet.
Oh, yeah.
I got to be very clear with you guys in case you ever find yourself in this situation. Don't ever post about your divorce. Don't ever post about your breakup. Don't ever post about anything like that on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, none of it. Don't do any of that shit because I know you think you're getting your side of the story out there and you know that you think that you're being the one who's getting out in front of everything. All people see is, holy shit, these two are crazy.
Yep.
It's all they see is they go, because you read it and you go, I shouldn't be knowing any of this.
Yeah, I don't care.
Not something. Tell you, I'll be very clear with you guys. As someone who's maybe gone through these things a time or so, The person who doesn't go around telling people shitty things is usually the person who wins.
Yep.
The person who starts writing things, saying things, doing all kinds of stuff. Look, those people live with that. That piles up. Like, the more you do that, the more that sticks with you. You know that douchey thing you did in high school, and every once in a while you think about it and you think back about it and cringe?
Sure.
That's what you do when you trash people publicly in a relationship or in a divorce, or you post about it on Facebook or Twitter. That stays with you. That doesn't get out. That stays with you. You're like, oh, gross, I did that thing that people find. So, because people will bring it up and they'll say like, oh, this person posts on Facebook about their divorce, and they'll say to you like, oh, it's so cringe when people do that. I just think so much less of people. And you'll hear that and you'll go, oh shit, I did that. Fuck.
Yeah.
Well, if you're the person who can refrain from doing that, in the long run, almost everyone's going to see you as the better person, because they're going to go, look, look, I've been through a thing where everyone I care about, everyone I love, the other person would step over all that and say nasty, horrible, disgusting, untrue things. And I just kind of, I white knuckled it and I went, not playing the game. Not playing the game. Time and history and how I treat people will indicate to people what kind of person I am. I'm not going to let this stuff, drag me into something. And I didn't, and I cannot tell you how happy I am that I didn't play that game. So don't play that game. Don't be like Alex Jones's wife and, release shit and tell people, oh, this guy's a piece of shit. Look, we know that you think he's a piece of shit. You guys are divorced. We understand that you guys probably hate each other. None of this needs to be told to us. And you don't need to tell us any stories about the other person because A, chances are you're full of shit and telling it from your side. And B, I don't need to know. But when it comes to doing stuff like Alex Jones' wife is doing now, there's also kids involved.
Yep.
And so now those things are going to live forever online, and the kids are going to see it.
They'll find it. Yeah.
Fauci's Pangolin says, so you're a shitty person. No, I'm the opposite, dummy. While Kanye West insists Alex Jones is a good Christian man, Alex's ex-wife begs to differ. She says Jones is coming up short on supporting his children. Now, if this only goes back a month or two, I think we can understand where Alex might be missing a couple checks.
Yeah, fair.
He's been going through some things at the moment. Kelly Jones is going off on her ex-husband on social media, claiming Alex is behind on child support payments despite conning Ye to believing he's a Christian. See, now this bitter broad, she should have everything she wants. She got the divorce. She's free. He misses 1 or 2 child support payments. He's a deadbeat dad. He's a piece of shit. He fucking sucks. Your kids are going to see that when they get older.
Yep.
And yeah, maybe while they're under your paw, you can talk them into whatever. But eventually, they're going to start noticing things for themselves, and they're going to go, oh, mom's fucking insane.
They get old enough. That's what happens.
And that's what Kelly Jones is doing right now. In a series of tweets, Kelly alleges that Alex hasn't paid child support for the past 2 months and won't even help buy braces for their youngest daughter, even though she says he has plenty of money to spend on himself. She literally screenshotted emails and put them up on social media. Like, I don't care. First of all, we're only getting one side of the story, so I have no idea what's true. Usually it's what Alex says, what she says, and then somewhere in the middle. But to release this publicly, this tells me that no matter what Alex has been doing the last couple months, she's a way bigger piece of shit than he is.
Yep.
Dear Alex, after you told blank that you would not communicate with me on OFW, I don't know what that is, OnlyFans Worldwide, I started communicating the urgent needs that she has to your attorneys. You have only paid $888 in the last 2 months for monthly child support. You are ordered to pay $2,000 a month. Well, in the last 2 months, I don't know if you know that, he's had over $1 billion in damages ruled against him.
That's pretty cheap, though, for child support for somebody who had the net worth.
The money he does?
Yeah,
that is actually not bad.
I mean, usually those people are doing like 25, 50 grand a month.
It's 10 times that usually, yeah. But, I mean, he's missed by about $1,500 a month. All right, you know what? I bet you that picks back up again. Because they've been divorced for a couple of years now. And this is the first we're hearing about him missing any payments. Again, it's probably due to the fact that he's been going through some shit. It is cold outside. Tomorrow is Thanksgiving, and our electric bill is facing disconnection. Well, it ain't his fucking job to pay your electric bill. I always, like women like this, I always say, then give him the kids back. If you can't keep the electricity on, then give him his fucking kids back. How about that? It's a wonder it hasn't been disconnected already. I have arrived. I'm assuming
she's not working then.
Well, I think she means received. I have arrived 2 disconnect notices, and my gate, which is very stressful for her and me. I don't know what that means. Please wire me the outstanding amount owed immediately. That amount is $3,112 minus whatever change was included in the last payment I received in the beginning of October. Won't you please just pay what you owe so that our Thanksgiving isn't ruined? Will you please respond? You didn't get anything from the divorce? You didn't get a house? You didn't get any money? You didn't get anything like that?
Prenup, I guess, huh?
Oh, wow. She sucks. I really don't like her. Like, she put that out there online. And again, the guy missed 1.5 payments, maybe. Holy shit. TMZ really are pieces of shit, too, because anyone who's connected with Ye now, Harvey Levin, not trying to draw any lines there, Harvey Levin goes hard after whoever's connected to Ye.
Sure.
I mean, it's pretty brutal. Yeah, someone's saying her posts prove irresponsibility. That's awful, man. That's really awful. And look, I'm not saying Alex Jones is like the most stable guy in the world, but at the same time, he ain't pulling this shit on anybody. SH says 100% true. My friend's stepson realized at 12 that she and his dad weren't evil like his mom said. When he said he was going to live with them, she tried to guilt them into staying. Yeah, if you do that social media stuff and you do that campaigning shit, you're going to lose people more than you gain people. I mean, in the short run, you're going to get a lot of sympathy and a dopamine rush and all that shit. But in the long run, that kind of shit backfires on you. Because as you get older, you look at people and you go, oh, that thing I saw a long time ago, I see how that was actually this. Rocky Paboa says Neo put that in his divorce papers. She needs to get a job and not ask for alimony. Who's that? Alex or somebody? I have a hard time keeping up with you guys sometimes. I'll be honest. So Alex Jones' ex-wife is apparently busting his balls. Hey, Christ. Thank God. Like, I don't have that kind of a situation. Thank God I don't have to go through the bullshit Alex is going through. Especially being as famous he is and everybody gunning for him like that. Yikes. Why don't, you know what? You guys want to do, like I said, I have some DSP for you. I have some Opie. I think we might be able to do both. I think we can, no. I don't have the DSP diarrhea clip was not good. I have the Operation clip for you. I forgot about that. You remember the game Operation, don't you? Operation was that game where you had like the water on the knee and you went in there with the scalpel to try and pick it out. And if you touch the sides, the whole board would shake and rattle. Right. We're aware of this. Well, DSP seems to remember that game differently than you and I. DSP seems to think of that game as some kind of medieval torture device. I want to say that I've got 2, maybe 3 clips of his today. I have 2. Okay, I have 2 DSP clips. I have him insulting his viewers again.
Oh, great.
And I have DSP. Here we go. And I have the Operation clip from old Dark Side Phil. Let's go ahead and check it out. Oz, tell me if this was the game that you remember.
Here goes the funny bone. Don't get nervous. I did it. That's $200.
They found the dog. Operation, a game from Milton Bradley. Operation, the only game where children can pretend to be doctors and perform incredibly intrusive, dangerous surgery with absolutely no kind of pain relief or putting anyone under.
That's because it was a board.
And it was a game.
Yeah. I mean, it would be weird if... What do you want him to do, Phil? Give the kids sedatives? Here's Operation. We're going to give you a syringe full of ketamine. There you go. So you can inject it into the cardboard that we gave you. All right. This is a common thing with Phil. Anytime he tries to have a little personality or commentary, you find out how dry of a well he really is.
Because that's what it is. You're operating on a body. See that? And the body's like anthropomorphic, like not anthropomorphic, androgynous. Like you can't tell if it's a man or a woman.
What? You never removed the cock bone from your operation board? What are you, a weirdo? We always created our own.
Sure.
We just cut a hole in it and we just put a big black dildo in it and we would pick it out with our teeth.
In college, we actually played this drinking. Like, so every time you would set the nose would go off, you would have to take a drink. And it got to be a little difficult after a few beers.
Did you guys not have the internet yet?
No, this was pre that.
Oh, the things you did before the internet. You played Operation in college.
Yeah.
But if you touch any of the sides that, by the way, are electrocuted, you should be noted that thing runs on batteries, and you get electrocuted if you touch it. Like you get a
no, you don't.
There was never...
It's a little motor in there with an offset that vibrates, and then there was a red light that was his nose. And what it was you had these tweezers.
Yeah.
The tweezers were attached to a wire. They were metal. And you'd pull the bone out, whatever bone you're after. There's different bones.
Lucky guy.
Yeah. And as long as you didn't touch the side, it wouldn't go off. So it would not shock you, no.
Yeah, I want to know what the hell DSP... I want to know what Phil's parents did to him. That he remembers Operation as the game where you get electrocuted if you touch the sides.
Maybe they rigged it so that you actually plug it into the wall instead of batteries.
Yeah, they removed the rubber off the handle, and they just made him hold a metal thing.
110 volt.
They made him play with his tongue. He would put honey on the tip of his tongue and try to catch him out of there. I bit the shit out of my tongue Sunday, by the way. Ooh. And I bit the side. When you just really, you dig an incisor into your tongue. And you get that bump on the side, and now it's swelling into your teeth. Ugh.
Done that before.
I hate it. Can't stop playing with the little bump. The little clit I have on my tongue now. I got a little clit on my tongue. Yeah, a little clit tongue.
A shock. You got to be careful, okay?
No, you don't.
But yeah, like, if basically what you're saying is you're doing surgery, and you fucked up the operation, and you hurt the person. Because you didn't put them under. Well, they didn't put them under anesthesia. For some reason, they're awake when you're performing.
It's a fucking kids game.
Weird.
It's a fucking... Again, whenever he tries to do commentary, I just look at him, I go play a video game.
Yeah, anything.
Play some Mortal Kombat or something. This isn't... the commentary thing is not for you. Remember Operation, where you were operating on a live person? And remember you wouldn't give the live person sedative? And remember, if you touch the sides, it would shock you and your hair would stand up. No, Phil, I don't know what kind of made in China rip-off, knockoff Operation torture device your parents bought you, but you didn't play Operation, buddy.
Yeah.
Bring the operation, and then you fucking do it, and what? It's just so weird. Who thought this game that's okay? Hey, kids.
It's not really weird. It's the most straightforward game I think that was ever invented. I don't think there's anything weird about Operation.
It's one step above Light Bright.
Yes.
You ever want to just grab operating tools and rip into someone's body who's on an operating table?
Only when I watch your streams. Only when I watch your streams, Phil. That's the only time I ever think of such a thing.
Who's totally not under? Just do it and make them suffer as you fuck up. It's a weird game. But I had it. I played it as a kid. Absolutely I did. But man, it's an odd one, right?
No. The game you're describing doesn't exist. Again, I don't know what kind of Dollar General version of Operation you got, but it is... I don't know if they made you one at home out of shit that was
lying... Yeah, they tried to save a couple bucks.
Yeah, lying around the house, and they hooked it up to a car battery, and you got to learn your lesson. I don't know. What we're learning about you, Phil, is your family hated you.
Yeah, fair.
My family didn't hate me until I got much older. They hated you from a very young age.
So weird. Probably serial killers, right? Probably practice on Operation. How much pain can I cause this person as I'm...
No, they practice on their cat. They practice on wild animals that they find. They don't practice on... Yeah, everyone knows that Jeffrey Dahmer, his parents knew the first red flag is when he started playing Milton Bradley's Operation. That was the big one. Not cutting open frogs and sewing cats' buttholes shut. It was it was when that red nose would go off. They'd be like, "Oh my God, my son's going to be a serial killer."
Ripping the bones out of their body. Here we go. Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, that water bucket on the knee really replicated an ulna very well. Again, just the commentary thing is not for Phil.
Now I do it on Timmy next door. Or the dog, according to the ad.
Yeah, I don't think anybody said that, Phil. So that's Phil trying to have a little fun with the board game operation. We got another Phil clip coming up here in just a second. People are commenting on it, saying Phil had the North Korean version of Operation. He had to.
The waterboarding version.
Yeah, because, my God, I don't know the Operation game he's talking about. Phil's mom has a big influence in his life. Is that why he's such a bitch? Oh, man, this is the level of stupidity and just NPC-like behavior that makes me sad for him. I mean, I would feel sad for him if people were just intruding on his private moments, but he's broadcasting this shit. Like, if we're talking into these, we're all fair game, as far as I'm concerned. And yes, that includes all of us. You can't go out there and go, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to riff on Operation. Remember when it shocked the shit out of you as a kid? What? No, not at all. Let's go ahead and watch DSP insult his viewers and call them annoying and dumb. You know, this is a pretty common thing with Darkside Phil. I don't get into all the, he's bitching about his mortgage and he's bitching about that. Like, that's the easy shit with Darkside Phil. The stuff I get into is when he tries to do bits or his interpersonal communication with his audience.
Okay.
Or the do you want to name a Pokemon thing?
Oh, geez.
There was a thing where
right, I remember that.
Yeah, he was charging his listeners $25 and he would name a Pokemon in the video game after them. It's like, really? $25 to name a fucking Pokemon? Could you imagine being someone who gives him $25 and goes, "Oh my God, that's my name on a Pokemon"? Holy shit.
I've never seen that as a thing.
But then he made rules. He said, if you give me $25, you can't name it anything that I think is offensive. You can't name it anything that's detractor related. You can't name it anything trolly, or it doesn't count.
I'll take all the fun out of it.
Yeah, so there's no way to have any fun. Hey guys, I want you to give me $25 for this thing, but if it's a good time at all, I'm not taking it. I guess enjoy ramen, bitch. This is a segment where DSP insults his viewers and calls them annoying and dumb. Now, as the host of a show myself, I like to think that I show 100% reverence for my audience, for my fans. We let them say a lot of shit about us that a lot of channels would get really butthurt over, and we embrace it. We make it a bit. Getting angry and insulting your audience should be like a last resort, shit's burning down, and they're really being terrible sort of thing. Otherwise, there's just a ban button, and you move on. But let's see how Phil handles it. Mr. Grace Under Fire.
No, the reason I'm ignoring this dumb question is because I already answered it yesterday. I literally answered this question yesterday on a stream, and now there's 10 more people asking the same question like I didn't answer.
Maybe they weren't on yesterday.
Yeah, how dare you fucking think that everybody should listen to every second of the things you say. Here's a good example. Yesterday, our morning show went down in the United States, Canada, Australia, a bunch of countries, because we played a clip from Canada Drag Race.
Okay.
So I trimmed out that segment, but the whole video has to then reprocess, and that took all day. All day I'm getting messages on top of tweets, on top of Facebooks, on top of this, on top of that, of people going, "Where's the morning show? Where's the morning show?" And I just had to answer to each one of them like, "Look, I'm sorry, it'll be up soon, blah, 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 blah." If somebody came to, and then you heard this morning that I once again reiterated that, hey, the morning show's back up from yesterday again. You can watch that if you want to. Why? Because I understand that not everybody listens every second of every day, nor do I expect them to. So he's like, I answered this for one person yesterday, and now 10 people who didn't hear it are asking me. Well, could you answer the question for them? I love how him being a broadcaster is somehow like a chore to him.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Yeah, like instead of him going, oh yeah, I do a show and I have fans and they want to know things and here, I'll answer it. He goes like, oh, God, I hate that I do a job that requires me to sometimes repeat stuff. You guys suck. It's not that big of a deal. Just answer the question again and move on.
So I'm just ignoring you all. You're annoying. You're doing it on purpose. You're spamming my stream with the dumb question, so I'm just not going to answer it.
They just want to know the answer, Phil.
He's not going to answer it.
No, it doesn't sound... Oz, you're right. You know, it doesn't sound that way.
Yeah.
It sounds like he's going to pass on answering this particular question.
He's not going to answer it.
But he will snort into his microphone. Oh, yeah, you wipe those boogers, Phil. Oh, I'm sorry, you guys. Oz, you got to call me out on that shit. I wasn't playing the video. You wipe those boogers, Phil. Go back a little bit there. Oh, yeah, get a good... Oh, yeah, dig in. I bet you got a little crusty in your mustache now. You dig in there, buddy.
My nose itches.
Yeah, because you got some boogers. I got a boogie hanging?
Is it possible you didn't hear my answer? Yeah, but the fact that you sit here and you spam the same question for an hour is really dumb.
The amount of time you've spent bitching at this guy, you could have answered the question again.
Quite easily, yeah.
Now, you're in a bad mood, so you're going to do a shit stream, and people aren't going to support it. And then you're going to say people aren't supporting. And then you're going to yell at everybody for not supporting. Then you're going to rage quit the game, all because you wouldn't answer a simple fucking question of probably, why are you gay? And then you could have went, because dicks are yummy. And then everybody could have moved on with their life.
Would have been simple enough.
Instead, we get perpetually pissy Phil.
It would have been one thing if you asked it once or twice, maybe I would have answered it. But when you spam the chat 20, 30 times with the same question, I'm just going to ignore you because you're dumb.
There you go.
I mean, let's be honest. You're lucky I didn't time you out and saying, you know, be a jerk.
Yeah, you see, you're lucky that I didn't even get more upset with you for trying to get me to answer an important question.
I could have. I already told you I'm in a bad mood. My back hurts. You know, did you miss that part too? My back hurts today. I'm putting up with back.
Your back is being crushed under the weight of your lies.
You called down the thunder.
I told you guys my back hurts. You had too much physical activity. Is that it, Phil? You look like a jogger.
Back pain. I don't want to hear you dumb shit. There you go.
Oh, and there's a laugh at the end because he's uncomfortable because he knows that he just acted like a complete asshole. I got to hear more about this back problem, don't you?
Sure.
Does Snort Hogan have the thing on the back problem? Oh, he hurt his back and he will be grumpy and slow. Could you at least be nice to people even though your back hurts? Like, if I'm in back pain, doing this show would make me feel a little better because I'm joking and having fun. Not Phil. Oh, there we go.
Let's get back on topic. So, welcome to the stream, everyone. Now, I have something to say. Please be patient with me today and for the next several days.
No offense, guys. Stop doing this camera effect. If you can't get a solid chunk of yourself, don't do these backdrops. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. This isn't him. This is Snort Hogan. He's trying to avoid a copyright strike. Oh. Okay, no, then
That's
I understand.
That's why they changed the voice, too?
Yeah, then I understand. Snort, I'm sorry, buddy. He's not doing this. I wanted to shit on Phil for doing it. That would be too self-aware for Phil, actually, because he never makes fun of himself.
Yeah.
It would be too self-aware if he put a nursing home in the backdrop of his bitching about his back problems deal. That would actually be funny. He couldn't do that.
Why? Because I'm going to be a little grumpy and a little slow. Why? Because I hurt my back again. Luckily for me, it's not my lower back. My lower back is where I used to have that debilitating herniated disc injury. It's my upper back. I actually did this earlier this year as well.
Why is it all welfare cases have bad backs?
That's very true.
Right? Like all welfare cases and leeches and shit like that are always like, oh yeah, I can't work. I got a bad back.
It's a sympathy thing.
Yeah.
I don't know how I'm doing it, but you know, I have some ideas. Like for example, yesterday we had the issue with the oven where my wife was going to make dinner, and apparently during Thanksgiving, a bunch of the food we had eaten had spilled or bubbled into the oven, and we didn't realize it.
This is how you hurt your back?
And so we turned on the oven to make our casserole yesterday, and it created smoke in the house. So I ran down during the end of the Pokemon stream, panicked, and basically while the oven was 300 degrees, here I was inside the oven with heat gloves on, you know, scrubbing it out, trying to avoid a fucking disaster.
How does that hurt your back? Are you so out of shape that bending over to the oven for a little bit has caused a debilitating back problem for you? Phil, you need to fucking exercise, buddy.
Maybe it was the smoke.
Yeah.
mean, it's so because they're directly related. Back problems and smoke.
Dude, you got the gamer gut, you got the bad physique, you got the pale, bad skin. You got to go out and do some things, man. And that's coming from me.
And I did. Luckily, we did. I scrubbed the shit out of it. We had some sponges and stuff. We scrubbed it out.
You get them, Phil.
And now the oven's very clean.
Cleanest oven you've ever
But I wasn't
seen in your
expecting
life.
that. And me, kind of doing
Dingleberry.
that, running downstairs and doing that stretching and, could have put my back into a weird position that hurt it. So last night...
This is the definition of the word pathetic. Oh, yeah, my oven, I leaned over a little bit. And just that leaning over caused my back to go, oh, I'm not used to this level of physical exertion. I'm going to inflame. Phil.
I'm going to sleep.
You don't have scoliosis, Phil. Get a hold of yourself. Yeah.
And I sit down on my bed, and usually I sit in bed for a little while, relax a little bit, watch a video or two or whatever. And I go,
take it easy, Phil. You've been working all day, sitting in a chair playing video games.
That's true.
Take it easy.
Taxing.
Yeah, take it easy. Lay down in your bed. Watch a movie. I can't figure out why his back hurts. It can't be due to inactivity.
No.
It has to be that cleaning out the damn oven. You know what Phil's going to learn from this? He's going to learn that whenever he's physically active in any way, shape, or form, his back hurts. So he's got to lay down and sit down more and take it easy. He's just too active now, and it hurts his back.
There you go.
Fuck.
I go to sleep. And I was sitting down to do it. I'm like, I don't feel right. My back just doesn't feel. I feel pain. That's not good.
Good job,
I'm basically
Phil.
just moving in every direction. Like, all right, if I sit this way, it doesn't feel good. If I go on my side like this, it doesn't feel good. So I'm moving around like this is not good. Because when you have that situation and you can't feel comfortable really in any position, it just means what's going to happen is you're going to go to sleep and somehow you're going to aggravate your back further. I know from experience.
How fucking old is this man? Like, do you ever clean out your oven and then have debilitating back pain the next day?
No.
Let me ask you another question. Do you clean out your oven?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Just checking.
Yeah.
Just making sure. I wanted to see if I should do step one before I ask step
sure.
two.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nope.
So I tried like every position. I finally fell asleep and I woke up this morning. I'm like, oh no, my back hurts. So I do. Right now I have radiating pain in my upper back right about.
Radiating pain. Get a load of this guy.
Heating pads next, right?
Oh, I need a heating pad. I need to alternate heating and ice, and I need to do the Rice method of rest,
Icy hot
ice,
patch.
compress, and elevate. Oh, my day of sitting on my fat, pasty white ass all day is really going to be hindered by this crippling back pain that I have. Then go for a jog, pig man.
Here in the middle of my back, and it's radiating out. It's creating some soreness in various joints and problems. And when I have back pain, basically a couple things. Number one, I can't bend over. I have to basically bend my knees. I can't bend over at all or it hurts.
How are you going to wipe your ass, Phil? No ass wiping today? Are you going to be a dirty chocolate monkey? Is that what I'm hearing? You going to have dingleberries for days there, Phil? Ugh.
And basically, I don't feel good. I get grumpy. What can you do?
Well, that should be so different from every other day you're on, yelling at people and being angry and shouting at them and telling them they're not doing enough for you.
I mean, if that's not considered grumpy and now it's going to be grumpy, that's got to be something to watch.
If you on a normal day is not a prick, I'm excited to see what a day with prick DSP is.
Super prick.
Well, he was answering those questions. Well, he wasn't answering the question before. He was yelling at people.
Yeah.
Must be because of his back pain.
When you're in pain, ongoing pain, you're going to be grumpy, You just got to kind of deal with it. All that being said,
make more mouth noises. That's my request for a DSP stream. I need more mouth noises.
We haven't got to snort yet.
Yeah. No, we haven't gotten a... No, I have it here. I have an actual DSP snort. There we go. We haven't gotten one of those yet.
I'm going to be here today.
It probably hurts his back.
Oh, that's true.
Tomorrow. I got 2 more days, consecutive streaming days this week before we have a day off.
He's playing hurt.
Wednesday will be my day off, and likely,
it's a fighter.
Even though originally I was planning on going out and doing stuff, I think I'm just going to stay home and try to relax my...
I told you. Oh, just too much physical activity. Oh, I got to lay at home and lay around more. Phil, the reason your back hurts is because you sit and lay around all fucking day and you don't do anything else. I mean, look, I'm not the picture of health, but I make it to the gym at least twice a week. Why? Because if I don't move this shit around, it's going to atrophy and I'm going to hurt all the time because I'm shining a seat with my ass for 4.5 to 7 hours a day. So, Phil, you got to go out and do shit. This guy is just lazy, man. Any excuse to sit in the house and get whiter, he will take it.
Back, because I'm hoping it's going to feel better by like later in the week. But yeah, it sucks. It hurts. I got pain, and what I'm hoping is the gameplay will distract me from it.
Oh,
so that I don't not think.
Sitting around on his fat ass and playing video games will distract him from the pain.
Sure, that'll help.
It's exactly how it works. See, when your back stiffens up, you just sit there and don't do anything, and then it feels a lot better.
But your tendons out of your pushing your buttons are connected directly.
A dildo.
Think about it constantly. That would be great, and we'll see what happens. If I need to take pain medicine, I will. But I'm the kind of person that I will not take it unless I absolutely need it.
It sounds like you need it. You can take a couple Advil. It's not fucking oxys, you dummy. Jesus. I'm going to be cranky and a prick, and I'm not going to move, and I'm not going to go outside, and I'm not going to do anything all day. But I don't need painkillers yet.
2 Advil would just fix it up, though.
Yeah, it sounds like you need some painkillers, Phil. Just so you're more bearable as a human being. I think no matter whether your back hurts or not, you should pop 2 Advil every morning.
Because when I need it bad,
you mean
I want it to work.
Yeah, you need Midol and a tampon.
I have a splitting headache. If I actually today moving away and I hurt my back even worse, now I want that pain med to be working as best as possible. So I will not take, a leave or Advil or anything unless I absolutely positively need it. And so I'm not going to take it.
You don't take Vicodin unless you absolutely need it. You take Advil if you have minor discomfort.
Right. If my nose itches, I'll take some Advil. That's what it's for, you fucking nothing. Oh, Dr. Phil.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm going to wait. And then if the pain gets so bad, because here's the thing with back pain, for those who don't know. When you have a little bit of back pain, it's a little annoying.
We're forgetting that also the first 5 minutes of his stream have been this, and this is a remarkably dull and boring podcast topic. So we're even forgetting that part just to go over how stupid this all sounds from a mechanical level. But the fact that this is also the first 5 minutes of a stream that he expects people to pay for, oh my God, Phil. Go for a jog.
When you have moderate back pain, it could be very hindering. When you have severe back pain, it's basically like life-changing. Like, when I used to have my back...
Is he saying that cleaning the oven caused him life-changing back pain?
Sounds like it.
Bro, you need to do some yoga, some stretches, some sit-ups. I don't know what the fuck, but you got to sweat that out a little bit, buddy.
In such a bad position where I had a lower back herniated disc, and what that created was either shooting pain up and down my legs where I could barely move, or numbness, in which case you can't even control yourself. The other problem was that disc was the disc that the nerves there controlled my bowels. So imagine...
Oh my God, are you really going to turn this into a shitting thing? If you turn this into a shitting thing, my God, this guy's level of depression, his personality makes Eeyore look like Anna Kendrick. I fucking... Are we going to get him talking about shitting?
I wanted to, because, it's like, well, I got in and I started cleaning the oven.
The oven, yeah.
And as I was, I was like, oh, I was like, what?
And I shit all over myself.
Imagine now you're trying to use the bathroom and it hurts to use the bathroom. That's not good. That's really, really
Take
bad.
Take an Advil if it hurts to crap.
That's the situation.
Yes. I don't take an Advil unless I have to. You can't shit right. Sorry, I minimized the screen. I was so angry. You can't shit properly. You have to take an Advil if you can't shit. You should be going to the doctor if you can't shit.
It hurts to...
I don't take medicine unless I absolutely need to. So my arm fell off yesterday. I wasn't shitting properly after my arm fell off. Because every time I tried to push a shit out, blood would spurt from my shoulder wound.
It's terrible.
Oh, he is the worst. What a depressing asshole. And Phil, this is all because you don't go walking around the store. It's all because you don't exercise. It's all because you go play your video games and pretend it's work. What we do is not work, buddy. This is fun. If you put the effort in to do a good show, it's not work. And then after you're done sitting on your ass playing video games multiple times a day, you go lay in your bed and watch movies. Oh, this guy's motivating me. If I didn't have a dentist appointment today, I'd be in the gym for hours.
situation I was in back then. Luckily, this is upper back. So this is just basically back pain shooting through my, my upper to mid back, so a little bit of my arms. It's not terribly painful.
You can't shit. You can't shit.
Downplaying it.
But at the same time, yes, it's painful. And if it gets worse, that's not good, because what happens is if you have back pain that's lingering and won't go away.
Oh my God, I know what things hurting is like. I know what the body aches are, Phil. Jesus, entertain people a little bit.
Basically makes you feel sick. It does. It kind of makes you feel like sick to your stomach. You can't eat because you just got constant pain. You just want to fucking, what you really want to do is you just want to go to sleep and hope that you...
I want to put you to sleep because you just sound like a man who's done. You're finished. Your goose is cooked.
Wake up and it doesn't hurt anymore. Because at least when you're asleep, you're not feeling the constant pain,
If I tip you $20, will you shut the fuck up? Just a question.
That's not good to want to be knocked out all the time because you feel pain. So I'm hoping that, number one, I don't further aggravate my back today and over the next several.
Yeah, while I'm playing Street Fighter, I certainly don't want to aggravate my back injury.
In my house of pain.
You think he's like Chad Zumach and he'll forget that he's faking an injury and he'll go like this and go,
yeah.
Ow, oh, shit, oh, my ass. Oh, I just diarrheaed all over from my back pain. Fucking turd.
And number two, that it goes away over the next several days. Of course. Last time when this happened earlier in the year, it lasted about a week. And after about a week, it completely cleared up. And I didn't have the problem again until this week. And again, it might have very well been because of the stressful running downstairs, trying to clean the oven.
Yeah, the big oven, the massive, the big oven injury.
The stress.
Like when I first said ovens, like I had to lift it up and try to carry it out of the house by myself.
Right,
okay,
that would hurt your back.
That makes sense. No, it's like, no, I had to clean I
had to wipe some grease out of the oven. The stress of running down the stairs. What a sedentary fuck this Dark Side Phil is.
King and shit, It's basically what it could be. So, in fact, one thing you can do if you have back pain, you can decompress your back, and there's various ways to do it. The quickest way to do it is just doing this, taking your hands and pushing yourself up like this.
It just puts a rope around his neck. The best way to uncompress your spine.
Phil was here.
Phil was here. Oh. I saw an oven that needed to be cleaned once as a boy.
Supporting all of your weight on your arms instead of your back, and I can already feel my back decompressing.
Gravity. Yeah, but is it at the risk of looking completely gay? But then again, you're wearing a Blanca shirt. So
back break, boss. You don't have to ask me every time your damn back hurts. Just
every time you have to take a back pain shit.
40 years and I had not been able to stretch my back without asking first.
We know you're not going to take a shit because Phil is a back pain having man. Isn't that right, guys? Phil, look at your back. Phil, it's swollen, for God's sake. Oh, man.
They wouldn't let me stay.
I'll cast you out of that nice computer chair and put you down where the oven's dirty. You'll feel like you've been cleaning a train.
He's pulling my back downward, and it decompresses all the discs in the back. And you do this for like 10, 20 seconds.
You know what else is a great back pain solution, Phil? Is you go into the event horizon of a black hole, and your entire body spaghettifies atom by atom. That you should try that one. That's good.
That'll help.
Already, oh God, you feel the relief. And then you just very slowly
fart.
Put yourself back down.
Shit your pants.
Like this.
Shit your pants. Oh, Phil, you pooped.
And I still feel pain.
Oh, yeah, I can't tell you I'm better because then I couldn't be a miserable fuck for the rest of the day. I still feel like shit. Again, this goes on for another 2 minutes and 39 seconds. This was the first 10 minutes of his show talking about how much back pain he's in and how shitty it makes you feel. You think it makes you feel shitty. Imagine being someone listening to that garbage. Oh, but now we got a Kanye and Tim Pool clip for today, and we've got a DSP clip for today. And oh my God, we are not going to be able to keep up with that chat.
Look at that.
I know, it is going bananas. I can't read any of this. By the time I show you guys, it'll stop. I was just about to show you, and it stopped. When my back hurts, I get a little thick chick to walk on it, does the trick. Attaboy. Mr. Saint Caesar says the only time DSP seems the slightly bit entertaining is when he did the slavery joke a while back. Also, have you seen a cameo from Kurt Angle to DSP from the Detractors? Yes, I have. I've seen all of those, and they're very, very funny. Let's talk about... we got Ryan the Garbage Man calling in here. I am going to have to put that up on the board here. I am woefully unprepared. I apologize for that. Let's put Ryan the Garbage Man up on the line. Hello, sir.
If I so much as feel a disc split, I swear to God, by God and Sonny Jesus, I will be visiting the infirmary.
Thank you, sir. If I feel one disc slip in here, I swear by God and Sonny Jesus, I will visit the infirmary. Thank you very much. Old Capitol Tavern, 2 North Benton Drive in Sauk Rapids. Old Capitol today has all-you-can-eat house-smoked brisket with mashed potatoes and gravy, vegetable and biscuits for $18.99, and half off all draft beer and wine. At Old Capitol Tavern, the best old fashions there are, the most delicious food. Old Capitol, 2 North Benton Drive in Sauk Rapids, and Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville for a beer, for a world-famous Bloody Mary, for a great pizza, or for live entertainment and a great party on the weekends, bands every weekend, or a great place to watch the Vikings game on Sunday. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. That's Stoney's Bar in Rockville. Well, Oz, thank you very much.
That was good times. Thank you.
That was a fun show, you guys. Again, no goal today, no goal tonight. We're 225 into tomorrow's goal, so everything that comes in goes towards that. We're looking goal-free until Thursday because Wednesday night we have the prize show. So we're going to be very busy that night as well. So hope maybe by the end of tonight we're goal-free by until Thursday. That'd be pretty cool. Again, Oz, aplasers.com.
Yep.
That's AP with a S?
Yep.
I've remembered by now. aplasers.com for all your laser engraving. Subscribe to the channel. We had a lot of people in here today. We hope you enjoyed the show, checking it out for the first time. Subscribe, like the video, the whole deal. Oz, thanks again.
Thank you.
And to the rest of you guys, we will talk to you tonight at 7 p.m. Central.